Hello, everyone. I'm Olympia. Thank you for being here with me in this wonderful place called Lights Out Library. And I have a great story to tell you. It's time to take a deep, calming breath because I'm going to begin tonight's story by taking you on an accelerated journey through time, from the creation of the Earth to the period we will explore this evening, the Pleistocene epoch, also known as the Ice Age. If you wish to, you may close your eyes and forget about any worries as we embark on this adventure together. Also, we just launched a Patreon page for those of you who wish to support this project and get more of it. If you join, you will get various new things like the possibility to listen to all episodes with background sounds or without, regular bonus episodes. There are already 2 exclusive stories for our Patreons available: The History of Glass and Stained Glass, and the story about the mysterious man in the iron mask. You will be able to download all of these audios, and you will also have your say on the choice of topics, advanced releases, and updates on upcoming episodes. We hope to see you there soon so that we may continue developing Lights Out Library, which we enjoy so much. You will find a link in the description of the podcast. But before we dive into all of this, assume a comfortable position. Take a long, deep, relaxing breath, and when you exhale, release the tension in your shoulders, your neck. Release the tension in your facial muscles too, and allow the sound of my voice to guide you through this journey. This journey begins 4.5 billion years ago in our small corner of the galaxy. Planet Earth, like billions of other planets before it, began to form around a young star, our future sun. In the beginning, this young planet was really just a ball of liquid metal, its surface made of molten rock, rivers of lava, and volcanoes. Its geography changed quickly as it was intensely bombarded by asteroids of all sizes, and the planet acquired an internal structure and changed its appearance as a result. Its atmosphere was made of toxic gases and contained almost no traces of oxygen. No conceivable life form could exist in such a hellish environment. This was the Hadean Eon, the first age of Earth. But even though the Hadean lasted for 500 million years, it finally did come to an end 4 billion years ago when the bombardment slowed down and the planet's crust grew thicker and thicker, solidifying as the planet cooled. This primordial hell became a little quieter, and the new eon began, the Archean. The continents had formed, and they were very different in their appearance and location than they are today. Between them lay oceans of liquid water, but there was still almost no oxygen in the atmosphere, and the land was barren. There were no plants, no animals to be found anywhere on land, no witnesses to the intense volcanic activity or to the earthquakes that caused mountain chains to rise tens of thousands of feet toward the stars. This eon lasted for an inconceivable 1.5 billion years, 3 times longer than the Hadean. But something else had happened on Earth in the meantime. In shallow waters near the continent's wall, where the ocean floor was close to the surface, life had appeared. Nothing spectacular yet, just mats of organisms forming colonies. But with these microorganisms appeared a new phenomenon. They could convert the sun's light energy into chemical energy, making their life possible. This phenomenon, photosynthesis, produced oxygen as a byproduct, but still, for hundreds of millions of years, the vast oceans of Earth absorbed this oxygen, and the atmosphere stayed oxygen-free. But at some point, the water became saturated, and the excess oxygen began to escape into the atmosphere. After 1.5 billion years, the Archean eon was reaching its end, and a new age was about to begin, one even longer that would last for 2 billion years. The name that humans gave to this new eon, in which oxygen started to appear in Earth's atmosphere, is a Proterozoic, meaning earlier or former life. During this age, a new miracle happened. Life forms up until then had been single cells, but now multicellular organisms had begun to form and multiply. Maybe these organisms had appeared sooner, during the Archean, but their numbers grew exponentially during the Proterozoic. Though still very small, the multi-celled organisms were several times bigger than the more primitive organisms in which they now coexisted, and they had the effect of changing the chemical composition of the planet. Oxygen was now freely escaping the oceans and accumulating in the atmosphere. Many things continued to happen at the surface of the planet during these 2 billion years. Continents kept drifting, and the Earth's appearance continued to change. The climate changed multiple times and at various points. The Earth may have been entirely frozen, resembling a snowball traveling through space. There were still no plants or animals on land, but in the seas. As the end of the Proterozoic eon neared, the first soft-bodied animals began to colonize the oceans. We are now 550 million years in the past. We have already covered almost 90% of Earth's lifespan, and a new era was about to begin. The Phanerozoic, our era, an age of abundant animal and plant life on Earth. Abundant, to be sure, but with many ups and downs due to a constant changing planet and climate. Life radiated and grew exponentially. The first species of animals able to survive out of the water started walking on continents. Different plants covered the land and formed forests that could prosper in our oxygen-rich atmosphere. But also, multiple times after millions and millions of years, the development of life and a new species that had appeared were upset by catastrophic events, intense volcanic activity, changes in climate patterns, collisions with asteroids. And whenever this happened, life on Earth experienced big setbacks, and many species went extinct. Still, the Earth, despite its profound losses, recovered time and again from extinction events. These phases of expansion that ended abruptly are their own eras that are themselves cut into shorter periods that experienced more limited extinctions. We call these periods Cambrian Ordovician, Carboniferous, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. 12 in total have been identified and named as segments within the Phanerozoic, and they are themselves composed of shorter epochs because they still lasted millions of years. Various events and changes were observed within these long periods. Finally, 2.6 million years ago, just yesterday really on the scale of the 4.5 billion years we have just covered, one of these periods, called the Neogene, ended in glaciation. A new period, called the Quaternary. This is the period we will focus on tonight, the first epoch of the Quaternary. The Pleistocene epoch is also called the Ice Age because it was characterized by various glaciations, by expansions and withdrawals of ice sheets over the continents. But it was still an age of abundant life and the rapid evolution of species, including our own genus, Homo, which became arguably the most successful at colonizing the Earth. This ice age took place less than 12,000 years ago, and a new epoch of relative heating, the Holocene, the era in which we live now. Tonight, we will explore what the planet was like during the Ice Age, who and what lived through it, or at least what we know or can observe and deduce about it. There will be mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, of course. But what animals walked the earth and lived in the seas? I will tell you about the rise and diversification of the genus Homo, of ancient humans, and about the evolution of our species. This is a field of investigation that is continually evolving, along with our understanding of the past, and there have been many new discoveries and theories in recent decades. So bear in mind that the state of scientific consensus could and probably will keep changing. Most of what we're going to learn about tonight is not a definitive truth, but rather theories that are informed and supported by paleontology, archaeology, geology, climate science, and reasoning. But still, all those fields of study can mostly only speculate about the evidence on hand. There is no instant replay or eyewitness statements on which they can rely on. So, like them, tonight we seek to better understand the Ice Age while knowing the limits of our own understanding. Let's begin our story with a question. What did our planet look like during the Ice Age? 2.5 million years ago, a map of Earth's continents would have actually looked familiar to modern humans. Over tens or hundreds of millions of years, land masses can change dramatically because continents have time to drift apart or to collide. And they can travel thousands of miles. But 2 or 3 million years is not that much on a geological scale. And so the continents during the Ice Age were already nearly where they are today. And I will reference locations based on modern geography. However, a closer look would reveal several small differences. First, during the multiple glaciations that happened in cycles over tens of thousands of years ago, which we will discuss more later, ice sheets near the poles extended much farther than they do today. For example, in North America, all of Canada was sometimes under ice, and polar ice also covered the northern parts of the United States. Cities like Boston, New York, Chicago, Seattle would have sometimes been under ice, as were much of Siberia and western Russia on the other side of the North Pole. At peak coverage, it is estimated that about 30% of the Earth's surface was encased in ice, hence the name Ice Age. Still, during this period, tropical and equatorial regions did have much warmer climate. The implication of all of this water being locked up in ice was that many of today's islands were at the time connected to continents by land. Various straits did not exist, and overall, there was more land surface than we have now. On several occasions, North America and Asia were connected by land around the Bering Strait, allowing animals and humans to cross. Another major change that occurred just as the Pleistocene began was that North and South America became connected via the Isthmus of Panama. Prior to that, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans met at this point, separating North and South America by ocean. This new land connection between the two continents had dramatic consequences. South America had been a gigantic island for millions of years, developing its own terrestrial species that, though they could have had ancient connections with species of other continents, had evolved separately for a very long time. This new land bridge allowed an exchange of species between the two Americas. The connection probably also had a dramatic impact on the climate because it was cut off a major passage between the two largest oceans of the planet. And this changed oceanic circulation with impacts on temperature, winds, and currents. Apart from continental glaciers, glaciation also sustained a cold climate near the edges of the glacial sheet. In North America, southward from the edge of the ice, there was a permafrost zone that extended a few hundred miles. That is to say, the ground in this zone remained continually frozen below 0 degrees Celsius. In Eurasia, Siberia for the most part, the permafrost was even larger. These permafrost regions can be precious for scientists because the frozen earth can keep entire, intact specimens of extinct species frozen for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, provided the area doesn't warm up. This is how specimens of extinct species that are very well preserved, like mammoths and more recently a bear and a wolf, have been found and studied. Also south of the ice sheets, large lakes accumulated when the deep gouges left by retreating ice sheets then filled with ice melt. For example, this happened on a large scale in central North America with the creation of a disappeared lake called Lake Agassiz, northwest of the Great Lakes in the middle of Canada. This glacial lake, created by the melting of glaciers, was larger than the United Kingdom, or almost twice as large as Florida. It appeared at the very end of the Ice Age and is thought to have lasted only a few thousand years, until draining and evaporation left only small lakes behind. The geography of Canada and Finland, with their abundance of lakes, still bears the traces of this period. But how many of these glaciations were there and why? This is where the study of glaciers and polar caps provides interesting information. because variations in the composition of the atmosphere, like the amount of carbon dioxide and other gases, leave traces in the various layers of accumulated ice, which is where we can measure them. Study of these variations suggests that significant advances of the ice sheet, these glaciation periods, happened at intervals of approximately 40,000 to 100,000 years. In between the long glacial periods, there were shorter periods of 10 to 15,000 years. In between the long glacial periods, there were shorter periods of 10 to 15,000 years, when the climate was closer to what we expect today. These phases that repeated cyclically each had a huge impact on land and marine species and their habitats. Glaciation did not always lead to automatic extinction, but instead to migration away from the advancing continental glaciers and frozen seas, in search of warmer regions where the food could be found. But what caused these cycles of cooling and warming? It is believed that they were due to the cyclicality of climate factors at the Earth's surface. Climate, ocean currents, wind currents, temperature, and other movements follow cycles. These cycles are influenced by many factors, by the composition of the atmosphere, the motion of the planet, and its obliquity, also known as its axial tilt, which means small changes in the angle of the Earth's axis. There is also the intensity of solar radiation that varies over time, and eventually, as these multiple cycles collide and align, they converge to produce a dramatic shift in the climate. These cycles can exist for long periods of time, but they are not eternal. Each repetition includes small variations, which introduces elements of instability that can change the climate over time. For example, a pattern change was observed during the Ice Age by the middle of it. Prior to the pattern change, the periodicity of glaciations was about 40,000 years. But a climate transition happened that changed the periodicity to 100,000 years, but with more intense, more powerful cooling. A climate variation like this naturally happened had an impact on all living beings, on plants too, and that included humans, who emerged as an increasingly dominant and adaptable species during this period. So, which other species adapted best to the Ice Age? What was the fauna like? Some animals from this period are famous, like the mammoth or the smaller saber-toothed tiger, but these are just a couple of iconic animals among thousands and thousands of species, many of which still exist. Let's take a look at the kinds of animals we could have encountered during the Ice Age. A phenomenon that started millions of years earlier, the domination of land mammals, was confirmed during the Ice Age. This domination began long before the Pleistocene. Paleontology dates it from the extinction of non-avian dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago. We know that birds are classified as dinosaurs because they share the same branch in the evolutionary tree. However different a T-Rex and a sparrow might look, they have a single common ancestor. This is why dinosaurs are technically not extinct, but all non-avian dinosaurs, land-dwelling dinosaurs, large and small, many of them small, did not make it past the mass extinction that happened at the end of the Cretaceous. The period that followed this extinction, the Paleogene, saw life expanded and branched out, but this time with an explosion of mammals as the dominant land animals. They were dominant in the sense that they generally came out on top of the food chains, but also dominant in terms of number and presence all around the world in a variety of different environments. As you know, mammals feed their young with milk produced by mammary glands and have hair or fur. Other characteristics that are less visible include the fact that they have a neocortex, which is a region of the brain, and three middle ear bones, meaning three tiny bones that serve to transmit sounds from the air to the inner ear. All mammals have these characteristics, even though they can take different shapes. The basic mammalian body has four extremities, and most use all for terrestrial locomotion, except humans. We only use two. These extremities can be adapted for life in any and every environment on Earth. At sea, if you think of dolphins, seals, or whales. In trees, if you think of primates. Underground for rodents, or even in the air for bats. The diversity of sizes is also impressive. Mammals range from 1 or 2 inches, like the tiny bumblebee bat, to almost 100 feet for the blue whales, and yet all mammals apparently share a single ancestor. The modern order of mammals arose during the Paleogene and Neogene, and many species appeared and went extinct during that period. But the appearance of the first mammals is much older than that and emerged from a group called cynodonts. Cynodonts already had a diversity of sizes and positions in the food chain, but they tended to be small for millions of years. And they also tended to be prey rather than predators until non-avian dinosaurs disappeared, opening up an ecological niche for large mammals to replace them. There are several factors that could explain the success of mammals, including their relative intelligence and ability to learn and adapt, as well as their reproductive strategy. Mammals have few babies, but they take care of them, passing on survival skills. Mammals are also very adaptable to different environments. They can regulate their internal temperature, which requires more than food intake, but also allows them to survive in very different climates and to endure dramatic variations in temperature. So, mammals, as a group, had thrived since the Paleogene, and when the Ice Age, the Pleistocene, began, they had mostly reached their modern forms. Apart from a few extinct species of megafauna, the largest mammals, the Ice Age fauna, would have looked very familiar to us. There were apes, lions, wolves, tigers, bears, horses, elephants, all sorts of rodents, whales, dolphins, and the coastal mammals that we still know today. Other orders of mammals were also very similar to what we know today, from birds to fish to insects. So let's take a look at the mammals that did go extinct, starting with what is probably the most iconic, the mammoth. It turns out that a mammoth is not a single species. There were various species which formed a genus. And in the classification of living beings, a genus ranks above individual species. This genus, mammoth, belongs to a broader family called Elephantidae, a family that includes elephants. So mammoths and elephants were relatively close cousins. The degree of separation between them was not that big, and elephantidae are all large terrestrial animals with a snout that has evolved into a trunk and teeth that developed into tusks. Most known species of elephantidae went extinct thousands of years ago, and there are only two left nowadays: African and Asian elephants. Mammoths appeared around 5 million years ago, and like their cousins, were herbivorous, eating only plants. Various species of mammoths populated a large part of the earth: Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America, though, as far as we know, not Australia or South America, which were separated from the other continents by large bodies of water. The oldest known representative of this genus of mammals appeared in what is now southern and eastern Africa, a warm region at the time. The descendants of this species moved north and continued to propagate in every direction, covering most of Eurasia, and around 1.5 to 1.3 million years ago, they crossed to North America. Mammoths could reach impressive sizes and weights. Exceptionally large males could exceed 13 tons, or 26,000 pounds, but most of the time they were about the size of modern elephants, though they probably tended to have more hair than elephants. This is not by any means guaranteed or confirmed for all mammoth species because preserved soft tissue has rarely been found, but what is established is that they had much larger tusks and a different body shape, with humped backs and a different forehead. There were also internal differences. Mammoths are generally pictured with a thick furry coat and long hair because of a single particular species, the woolly mammoth, which first appeared 400,000 years ago. It was a late species and is rather well known thanks to the discovery of well-preserved specimens in the area where it lived in Siberia and North America. Woolly mammoths are about the size of an African elephant, so that's pretty big, and they were adapted to life on cold steppes and tundra, where they fed on grass and ferns. Woolly mammoths were probably the last species of mammoths to go extinct, only about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, but the main cause of their extinction is a bit uncertain. They were hunted by prehistoric men, and this probably at least contributed to their decline, but they also suffered a big reduction of their habitat starting 40,000 years ago due to new glaciation. Woolly mammoths were adapted to life in cold regions, but not icy regions, and since they needed to ingest large quantities of grass, the advance of the glaciers and permafrost at the surface deprived them of a vital food source, though mammoth hunting was certainly a factor too. Woolly mammoths lived in herds, could reach 60 years of age, and did not reproduce very fast, somewhat like elephants today. So, in a region where they were hunted intensively by prehistoric men, their population could have quickly declined and even disappeared. These large mammals were a source of meat, food, and bones to make tools, and one mammoth could probably feed a group for weeks, so they were very attractive prey. A relative of the mammoth that lived in North America was the mastodon, which could be mistaken for the mammoth. A common species of mammoth in North America was the Columbia mammoth, which ranged from the northern United States to Central America, and north of its territories in the Arctic regions of Canada lived the woolly mammoth. The Columbian mammoth disappeared 11 to 12,000 years ago, and here again hunting is suspected to have played a role because, for about 1,000 years, these mammoths coexisted with humans in North America. But mastodons were neither mammoths nor elephants, but they were instead distant cousins. They diverged from a common ancestor around 27 million years ago, and from there, mastodons evolved separately, though they still very much resemble the modern elephant. It is believed that mastodons lived in herds and were forest-dwelling animals. An argument in favor of this is that they had very different teeth from elephants and mammoths. Theirs were cusp-shaped, like human molars, and seemed well suited for chewing the leaves and branches of trees and shrubs. We don't know whether mastodons were very hairy or not. They are often depicted with a thick coat of hair like woolly mammoths, but mastodon remains have also been found in Florida and central Mexico, and though during the Pleistocene these regions were colder than they are today, they were still not freezing cold. So it seems unlikely that mastodons living in those warmer climates would have had a heavy coat of hair. Like the Columbian mammoth, the mastodon went extinct at the end of the Ice Age, possibly due to a combination of climate change and hunting. The extinction of many species of megafauna, these large herbivorous mammals like mammoths and mastodons, represent the dividing line between the Pleistocene and our epoch, the Holocene. But there were other giant terrestrial mammals that disappeared at the same time, including another genus belonging to this megafauna was the Procoptodon. This one takes us to Australia. The Procoptodon is the largest marsupial that ever existed. A marsupial is a member of a subclass of mammals that includes opossums, kangaroos, koalas, and others. Their distinctive characteristic is that they carry their young in a pouch. Due to geography and being surrounded by water, preventing species from migrating everywhere, marsupials are endemic to, native to Australia, some Indonesian islands, and the Americas. They have more recently been introduced to other regions, like in New Zealand in the 19th century, but their presence in these places is due solely to human intervention. So, in the particular ecosystems of Australia that were separated from the rest of the world, marsupials thrived during the Ice Age, and their biggest representative was the Procoptodon. The largest specimens found were estimated to be 530 pounds or 240 kilograms, and they could have stood up to 6 or 7 feet tall. From 1.6 million to 44,000 years ago, they were the biggest mammals in Australia, and they could have looked like giant wombats. It is believed that Procoptodons lived in open forests and grasslands, feeding on leaves, grass, and roots, and possibly organized around a social structure that is often observed along mammals of large size. For example, with elephants, females and the young form families, whereas males leave these groups when they become adults to live alone, and they regularly fight for the right to mate with not one, but with all the females of the family. The genus Procoptodon went extinct about the same time that humans arrived. So here again, there is no proof of this, but it is suspected that Procoptodons fell prey to hunting. They were herbivorous, possibly peaceful animals that would have been tempting prey for prehistoric humans. Another well known big mammal from the Ice Age is the Smilodon, better known as the saber-toothed cat or saber-toothed tiger. It seems, based on fossil records, that it appeared in North America, but thanks to a land bridge with South America, it also spread southward. The biggest specimens, because Smilodon is a genus with different species, were found in South America, where they could have reached sizes up to 500 to 1,000 pounds. Smaller Smilodons look like big modern tigers, minus the color of their fur, which we have no way of identifying. But what made them most visibly different from tigers was their overdeveloped canine teeth, from which they derived their nickname, saber-tooth. Their jaws had a bigger gap between the molars and the canines than any modern cat, but their canines were probably rather fragile and adapted to precision killing. Smilodon must have been a formidable predator and is believed to have hunted bison and camels that lived in the forests or mountains of North America. It is speculated that they hunted in forests and brush rather than plains because its characteristics seem to call for ambush hunting. But this is just a guess. We also don't know if Smilodons lived in groups or alone. Like all the animals we discussed previously, the genus Smilodon did not survive the end of the Pleistocene 12,000 years ago. It was probably not hunted by humans, but the large prey it fed on could have disappeared, and competition with other species like wolves or humans could have been a cause, as well as climate change. Almost all around the world, the rise of wolves during the Ice Age created formidable competition for other predators. Individually, wolves were not as strong as smaller cats or bears, but their numbers, their social organization, collaboration, and adaptability made them very efficient predators, and certainly the main rivals of humans to dominate the continents. Humans, the genus Homo, alongside wolves, rose to dominance during and after the Ice Age. Our species, Homo sapiens, is the last remaining species. But to be clear, our family tree is not done growing and is still subject to revision. In the past few decades, there have been lots of discoveries that revealed many more branches and subspecies than previously thought. Some are well documented by bones and other remains, while others are more speculative. The timeline and geography of the expansion of the various species of Homo out of Africa is also uncertain. So I'll focus on what scientists agree upon because it is backed by plenty of evidence. But still bear in mind that these are theories, and they are subject to possible changes in the future. In the late 19th century, the theory emerged that humans descended from apes, that they were just a species subject to evolution like any other. At first, this was a very controversial idea, and it was scandalous because it went against many religious teachings and a very human-centric vision of our planet's history. The idea of an evolution from apes to humans seemed radical at the time and was considered to have little credibility due to the difference in appearance, skeleton, and cognitive abilities between known apes like chimpanzees and human beings. This was simply too much. So another hypothesis was formulated, the hypothesis of a missing link, an undiscovered or extinct species that would have represented an intermediate stage of evolution. But modern scholars have left all of this behind, and with the help of the discovery of more human remains, of DNA testing, and other means of investigation like carbon dating, the current position is not that humans descended from apes, but that we are related by a common ancestor. Humans and apes are part of the same family, and if we go up in the evolutionary tree, all are part of a branch called Hominidae, a family of primates. Millions of years ago, Hominidae branched out into two subfamilies. One branch is Pongini, also known as Asian hominids, because the last existing genus of this family is orangutans, and they lived in South Asia. But representation of Pongini also used to be present in various parts of Eurasia during the Pleistocene. Another subfamily of Hominidae is Hominini with an N instead of a D, a subfamily that also split into various branches. Gorillini, including gorillas, Pan, which includes apes like chimpanzees, and bonobos, and Homo, our genus. That makes Homo a cousin branch to apes, not its descendant. The question that remains unanswered at this point is who was their last common ancestor, and when did they live? The divergence could have happened as early as 13 million years ago, long before the Ice Age. Hybridization, the possibility of cross-species reproduction, may have been going on for a very long time, possibly as recently as 4 million years ago. In any case, the Pleistocene began 2.5 million years ago. The divergence between the genus Pan, apes, and another genus called Australopithecus had already taken place. You've likely heard of Lucy, the name given to the remains of an individual discovered in Ethiopia. Lucy has been dated to about 3.2 million years ago. She was a female representative of a species of Australopithecus called Australopithecus afarensis. It is from the species Australopithecus that the genus Homo would have emerged, but the exact species of Australopithecus is unknown. There are several possible candidates from being our missing link, so Lucy may or may not be our ancestor. But even if she wasn't, she was at least close to our ancestor. Another uncertainty is the precise delineation of Homo and Australopithecus, which has become more contentious in the past few years. Historically, the advent of Homo was established with the first use of stone tools, which was thought to have happened around 2 to 2.5 million years ago, early in the Ice Age. This, at least, was the consensus in the 1980s, but more recent discoveries suggest that some species of Australopithecus may have used stone tools earlier, more than 3 million years ago, and this discovery blurs the distinction between Australopithecus and Homo. Another accepted theory that is now being challenged is the succession of different species of Homo, leading to our species, Homo sapiens, with two main links. Homo habilis, known to have used tools, followed by Homo erectus. 30 years ago, the mainstream belief was that Homo habilis was the first representative, the first species of the genus Homo, that Homo erectus had evolved from Homo habilis, and that Homo sapiens had evolved from Homo erectus. But subsequent evidence has surfaced suggesting that Homo habilis and Homo erectus coexisted for a very long time, that Homo erectus did not necessarily descend from Homo habilis, and that actually multiple species had appeared and gone extinct between Homo erectus and Homo sapiens, like Homo antecessor, Homo floresiensis, the Java man, the Peking man, etc. All of this has turned the family tree of the hominids into a bit of a mess. Right now, all these discoveries are stimulating and they reveal a profusion of species, but they also leave us with many more unanswered questions. There are currently a lot of unresolved disputes in the field of paleoanthropology. But let's leave that aside and instead take a look at established species from archaic humans and what we know of them, including Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and finally, Homo sapiens. Homo habilis first appeared and lived in South and East Africa, a region that is considered to be the cradle of humanity, because this is where multiple species of Australopithecus and Homo arose. Until the 1980s, Homo habilis was considered human. But as I said earlier, this delineation is now contested, and some experts would fold Homo habilis into Australopithecus. It is still fine to refer to them as archaic humans in any case because they certainly do exhibit characteristics that we recognize as signs of humanity. They used tools, mainly for butchering, and it is believed they formed societies of a few dozen individuals. There has been much speculation about all the organization of their societies and the assignment of gender roles between males and females. But the truth is, there is not enough evidence to form any conclusions. What we know better is how they appeared. They were relatively small, around 3 to 5 feet depending on the individual. Males were taller. They were also relatively frail compared to us, weighing only about 45 to 80 pounds. They consumed meat, which probably made up a big part of their diet, and it is believed that a large percentage of this meat came from scavenging rather than hunting. These early humans also ate fruit. We know this because measuring dental erosion on specimens reveals regular exposure to acidity. They could have spent time in trees, which is deduced from their proportions. They had long arms relative to body size and hand bones that could have permitted precision gripping. Homo habilis could probably stand upright for a while and run, but that was certainly not their usual posture based on their anatomy. Instead, it is speculated that they alternated between standing upright and moving around on all fours. Trees could have been a good environment for them, providing shelter and safety from the threat of predators. There is no evidence to suggest that Homo habilis used fire in any sort of controlled way, but there are potential signs of an early form of architecture. In 1962, the Circle of Stones, dated to 1.7 million years ago, was discovered in Africa, wherein rocks were piled up to 6 to 9 inches high at regular intervals, and these rock piles could have been used to support poles stuck into the ground, maybe to support a rough hut or a windbreak or for another use. But the structure is man-made and as such is considered the oldest claimed evidence of architecture in the world. However, a big question mark remains as to whether Homo habilis built it, or if it was constructed by another species, because Homo habilis coexisted with others. There was Homo erectus, which we will talk about in a moment, or even Homo ergaster, an African subspecies that could have been part of Homo erectus, but which is unresolved. There is also Homo rudolfensis, another speculative species. It has been argued that the specimen could just be those of Homo habilis males because they were bigger, or the remains of Paranthropus, a late species of Australopithecus, at the time of Homo habilis. At least at the beginning, it seems Africa was the only continent where the genus lived. This changed with Homo erectus, literally upright man. Homo erectus appeared about 2 million years ago, not long after Homo habilis, and there is no doubt that this species migrated out of Africa, as plenty of remains have been found in Asia and Europe. It is unclear whether Homo erectus evolved from Homo habilis, or if they shared a common ancestor. But what we do know is that these archaic humans began to resemble us more than their predecessors. They had a flat face, a prominent nose, and possibly sparse body hair. Homo erectus was the first known human to become an apex predator. Of course, individuals could fall prey to other predators, but overall, this species rose to the top of the food chain wherever they lived. They were active hunters and able to hunt in groups. They also cared for their injured or sick group members, a characteristic that has not been proven among previous species. And Homo erectus used fire. Individuals were, on average, taller than Homo habilis, with a size closer to Homo sapiens, and weighed 88 to 150 pounds. We only have bones to study, but it is postulated that they would have communicated with a basic proto-language made of modulated sounds. The region where Homo erectus first appeared is unknown, but it has been found in Africa, Europe, and Asia. The earliest remains were found in South Africa, and a few thousand years later in China, and this lends itself to various theories. One is that Homo erectus evolved in Africa and expanded from there. Another is that it appeared in West Asia and the Middle East before dispersing in every direction to East Asia, back to Africa, and even to Spain in the West. In any case, different subspecies have been found that illustrate the range of success of Homo erectus, well-known discoveries whose names you may have heard before, such as Java man, Homo georgicus, Peking man, and Tautavel man are generally considered part of the Homo erectus species or subspecies. However, there is an ongoing debate whether Homo erectus was a wide-ranging polymorphous species, which would simplify things a lot, or whether all these subspecies, or some of them at least, should be considered independent of one another. Still, these are collectively the dominant representatives of Homo for almost 2 million years, as the extinction of Homo erectus is dated to 100,000 to 110,000 years ago. This early example of architecture, the one I mentioned before, the stone circle found in Africa, could also well be the work of Homo erectus, given what we know of Homo erectus's increased cognitive abilities. There are, in any case, other sites with construction in various parts of Europe, Africa, and Asia that confirm that Homo erectus could build and that this species also developed the use of cave habitation. We see evidence of cave use multiplying beginning about 600,000 years ago, which indicates plenty of Homo erectus groups adopted this form of shelter. Homo erectus gave way to a new species called Homo heidelbergensis, which for a long time was considered a subspecies of Homo erectus. But Homo heidelbergensis is now increasingly considered to be its own species that evolved from an African form of Homo erectus, because there is strong evidence that Homo heidelbergensis is the common ancestor to two new species, Neanderthals or Homo neanderthalensis, and us, Homo sapiens. Homo heidelbergensis is characterized by more complex tools and by the use of fire in everyday life. For example, with this species appears hafting technology, which is the attachment of a bone or rock artifact to a handle or strap to make, for example, a spear or an axe. This aligns with the emergence of Homo heidelbergensis, and signs of the technology's presence has been observed in Africa and in Europe. At a time, and this is still disputed, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens would have evolved from Homo heidelbergensis. Neanderthals appeared first, maybe as early as 800,000 years ago, but the oldest remains have been dated to 300 to 400,000 years ago. Neanderthals appeared and lived in Eurasia, based on known remains, and lasted until about 40,000 years ago. There is an ongoing debate here again about why they went extinct and if they actually disappeared, because they had a relatively small population and they could have been bred into extinction or assimilated by Homo sapiens. In any case, modern humans still carry Neanderthals' genome in various proportions depending on their region of origin. Bear in mind that in these waves of ancient human migration out of Africa and maybe back again, various species coexisted at the same time and could have reproduced. There were waves of species, but also a lot of mixing. Now, in popular culture, Neanderthals remain attached to the image of the unevolved caveman archetype. But when they first appear, they were the most evolved human species in terms of cognitive abilities, and in many ways were probably not very different from Homo sapiens. Their technology was sophisticated, way more so than Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis. To give you examples, Neanderthals could make fire, not just sustain it. They built homes in caves, They made simple clothes similar to blankets or ponchos. They could also weave. They had different cooking techniques, including roasting, boiling, or smoking. They knew some medicinal plants. They went seafaring on the Mediterranean, and maybe another evolutionary quality that makes them like us is the possible development of symbolic thought among them. This is still very controversial because it is unclear whether these attributes can be attributed to Neanderthals. However, a number of discoveries hint that maybe they made ornaments with feathers or shells, and possibly even music. They might have collected unusual objects like crystals or fossils, although this also remains uncertain. In any case, their brain size was in the range of modern humans, and their anatomy had only limited differences compared to ours, such as a more elongated skull, for reasons that are not precisely known. They never formed a large population, only small groups, and this could be the reason for their absorption by Homo sapiens. While Neanderthal populations were spreading to Europe and Asia, a new species was appearing in Africa, Homo sapiens. As a species, Neanderthals probably evolved somewhere between Europe and Asia, and as we have seen before, could have appeared out of Africa. But modern humans appeared in East Africa, near the cradle of Australopithecus and of many iterations of hominids. This would have happened around 300,000 years ago, later than Neanderthals. But since they had common ancestors, the two species were generally compatible for reproduction. Of course, you can just look in the mirror to know what Homo sapiens looks like. This is what we all are. But what distinguished Homo sapiens from archaic humans was our cognitive and social abilities, not just technical, but also behavioral skills. At a time estimated to be 160 to 170,000 years ago, Homo sapiens began to exhibit what paleoanthropologists called behavioral modernity. This is a term created to name a series of traits that distinguish Homo sapiens from other, more ancient humans. These traits include abstract thinking, the ability to plan for long periods of time, symbolic behaviors such as the production of ornamentation and art, and expression through music and dance, traits that are not directly necessary for survival. Homo sapiens also achieved more advanced technological breakthroughs, like the use of blades, for example. The first generations of Homo sapiens lived in East Africa, and from there they spread with such a success that they ended up occupying all continents and major islands of the world. They spread in several waves, replacing or absorbing all other human groups in the process, first to South Africa, then West Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. 65,000 years ago, they were in India and shortly after in Australia, Europe, and China, before crossing to North America via northern routes and then all the way to South America. By the end of the Ice Age, some 12,000 years ago, humans had taken possession of the Earth. The last glaciation was ending. The climate was changing, and the flora and fauna transformed the Earth into one recognizable by modern humans. Prehistory would soon end. Countless inventions would follow. At some point, thousands of years later, metals would replace stone, ending the Stone Age. human societies would develop elaborate and complex systems of thought. They would build fire, fight, create, and exploit the planet and each other. The time for the beginning of recorded human history was nearing, but that is a story for another time. We are going to take a walk in a forest and discover a lot of things about trees, how they live and how they grow, and their evolutionary history along with their complexity. They are not just living machines growing by absorbing nutrients, water, and carbon. They also interact with their environment. They heal. They harbor entire worlds, not just over our heads, but under our feet too. We will also discover remarkable plants from around the world. Some that are the tallest organisms in our planet, and others that are older than the pyramids of Egypt. I hope this moment in nature will relax you and help you fall asleep. As always, I encourage you to close your eyes at any time during our exploration and let my voice and your imagination be your guide. Let's begin our journey. Trees are such a familiar thing, whether you live in a city or small town, that we start to take them for granted, hardly paying any attention to them most of the time. It is estimated that there are 3 trillion trees in the world. That is to say, 400 trees per human being. Some are small, some over 300 feet high, but all are part of a family of organisms, woody plants, with which humans share a surprising 50% of our DNA. Our fates are inextricable, since humanity, throughout its history, has depended on forests as a major source of food, building materials, and wood for fuel in most communities. Trees could be seen as magical or sacred, and trees were worshipped in many ancient civilizations, mostly because trees have their roots in the ground and their branches extending towards the sky. This biological imperative has come to represent some sort of connection between the mysterious and the literal, the earth and the heavens. For example, in Norse mythology, Yggdrasil, the world tree, was home to 9 worlds, ours among them. And these 9 worlds were stacked up, one above the other, around the tree, or grouped around it, with the rainbow bridge that connects this tree with these different worlds. This concept of the world tree exists in ancient Indo-European religions, in Siberia, and in Native American religions too. Another motive that appears in a lot of popular stories and beliefs around the world is the idea that there can be an intimate connection between a tree and a human being. Sometimes a man's life depends upon the tree and suffers when it withers, as if there was some sort of sympathy between the two. Or a newborn child is associated with a newly planted tree with which its life is supposed to be bounded. There are people in West Africa, in the Congo, the Ubangi, that keep this tradition alive, but in the past, it was a more widespread belief. Trees were also worshipped or attributed powers to fulfill wishes. For example, the Celts venerated trees, and their druids, their priests, performed rituals in the woods. To ancient Greeks, there were shy creatures or spirits called dryads who were believed to live in trees. There are more examples of this, and these beliefs keep existing with wish trees, in which people hang ribbons or they offer coins or other offerings in hopes that their wish may come true. The concept of a tree of life, of a tree with the power to grant wishes, knowledge, even immortality, exists or has existed in multiple cultures around the world. But what is a tree exactly? We all understand what a tree looks like, but the term tree is everyday language and doesn't define a particular type of plant, but rather a shape. Plenty of plants which are not directly related have developed characteristics that makes us call them trees. First, they are perennials, meaning they live for a relatively long time, for several years usually. Second, they have a trunk, an elongated stem that grows upwards and supports branches and leaves. But all trunks are not created equal. For example, palm trees have very little in common with an oak or a birch. Palms grow a trunk because their leaves grow on top of each other, so that year after year a palm becomes taller, but a palm's trunk will never grow wider or form tree rings. There are other plants that are sometimes called trees, such as tree ferns, bananas, or bamboo. But like palms, they do not have the woody trunk on which the secondary growth of branches occurs, or the widening of the trunk year after year. Trees might seem like fairly basic organisms to most of us. They gather water and minerals from the soil, carbon from the air, and grow using these building materials. And yes, this is all true, but there is in fact so much more to trees. We're going to look below the surface, both of the soil and of a tree's bark, to discover the surprises hidden there. Did you know, for example, that trees have an internal biological clock? That they have sensors? They also somehow exchange information with each other. They modify the composition of the air around them. They have a mysterious mechanism that humans still don't fully understand that makes them grow straight, independent from light, the magnetic field of Earth or gravity. They can sometimes form colonies and help other trees around them. More generally, we are going to explore forests, their complex ecosystems, and their plant and animal life. We will also travel from Asia to America and discover record-breaking trees, renowned for their size, age, and unique characteristics. But let's begin by talking about plants in general. Where do plants come from? Like animal life, it is believed that plants came from Earth's seas and were some of the most ancient life forms to appear on the planet. The first plants, as far as we know, were algae, forming mats in the ocean. These mats still exist and are composed of blue-green bacteria that use photosynthesis, that is, the conversion of light energy into chemical energy. In the process, they break down carbon dioxide molecules, releasing oxygen and keeping the carbon for themselves. This mechanism is the basis of most plant life on Earth. There are ancient fossil rock formations called stromatolites, which are the remains of these first marine organisms. They date back 1.2 billion years ago, long before any terrestrial life existed. These first plants, algae, played a huge role in the transformation of Earth because they oxygenated the atmosphere over hundreds of millions of years. They changed the climate and the composition of the air, as well as the waters in the oceans. This paved the way for other forms of life to appear in the seas. It is unclear how the first land plants began. For a long time, it was believed that marine plants diversified and grew in size until they started to adapt to land life and colonize the continents. But over the past decades, another theory has emerged that microscopic algae colonized the land, living underground, maybe long before the appearance of land plants, and it was this algae that evolved into larger terrestrial plants. In any case, we have evidence of the first land plants around 450 million years ago, in a period called the Ordovician, when animal life was still absent on land or limited to very small organisms living in wet, underground environments. Tens of millions of years passed before these primitive land plants diversified into a variety of new species and began to adopt the features that we associate with land plants: roots, leaves, a trunk that is able to grow over time, and secondary wood, that is to say, branches that grow from the trunk or stem. 400 million years ago, in a period now called the Devonian, most of these features had appeared, and a bit later meaning a few million years later, the first seeds appeared. At this point, about 360 million years ago, large, upright plants forming wood tissue were now present and colonizing the earth. The first forests were born, and over millions of years they covered the land where conditions allowed. They needed enough water and warm enough temperatures. The continents turned green and gave birth to new ecosystems where terrestrial life flourished. At the time, some of the most successful plant forms were mosses and ferns, both of which are still familiar to us and present in most of our forests. Moss is a relatively simple plant form and tends to form clumps or mats and grows directly on the ground or trunks. Moss has a single stem with tiny leaves directly attached to it, but there is close to no circulation of water and nutrients inside the plant. Moss is sometimes confused with lichen, which also thrives on trunks or rocks, but is a completely different kind of organism. A lichen is a composite that arises from mutualistic relationships between fungi and algae or bacteria. This is a symbiotic relationship in which the algae and bacteria provide fuel to the fungi through photosynthesis. Photosynthesis creates carbohydrates, sugars, on which the fungi feed, and the algae benefits from the moisture and nutrients from the environment that the fungi gathers and the protection it provides. This symbiotic relationship appeared quickly as life spread on the continents, and because lichens are not a single organism, but rather a colony, they can have extremely long lifespans. There are lichens on Earth today that are several thousands of years old. As far as we know, they hold the record for longevity among terrestrial life forms. Lichens have colonized every continent, including Antarctica, and come in a huge variety of shapes and colors, but they are not plants, or not entirely. I told you that mosses were already thriving 350 million years ago, and so were ferns. Ferns are a more elaborate kind of plant because they are vascular, meaning they have tissue that allows them to conduct water and minerals throughout the plant. Ferns also use this vascular system to circulate the byproduct of photosynthesis, carbohydrates mainly, throughout its structure. Vascularization is a major evolutionary step toward the appearance of trees, and generally bigger plants that can rise above the surface. Ferns have been around for hundreds of millions of years already and have diversified into thousands of species. Most of the species alive today appeared 100 to 200 million years ago. There is even one fern that grows in the eastern United States and Canada, the interrupted fern, which is remarkable for having remained unchanged for more than 180 million years. According to fossil records, that's when it stopped evolving. Ferns use spores to reproduce, not seeds or flowers. And here's how it works. If you look on the underside of a fern's leaf, you will see small round spots laid out in rows that look almost like an insect laid its eggs there. But these are actually little stacks of powder, of spores, and these spores are used for the fern's reproduction. The spores are very light and they can be easily carried away by the wind or an animal brushing against them. Each spore is a tiny unit of reproduction. Most of the time they consist of a single cell, and when this cell finds favorable conditions, water, the right temperature, something to hang on to, it begins dividing. This is a process called mitosis. When the cell replicates itself, it has chromosomes in its nucleus, and the nucleus splits into two cells with identical chromosomes, carrying the code for the organisms to live and grow. The multiplication continues, giving birth to a new plant. This process is asexual reproduction, wherein a plant provides all the material needed to reproduce itself. Other spores use sexual reproduction, meaning cells have only half the chromosomes, and a different spore has to provide the other half of the genetic code. Sexual reproduction that combines two reproductive cells is the most common life cycle in multicellular organisms used by plants, fungi, and animals too, including humans. This might seem paradoxical considering that sexual reproduction is more complicated. Asexual reproduction should theoretically be the preferred form of reproduction. Every organism alone could bear its own young, and an asexual population has the intrinsic capacity to grow more rapidly with each generation. But sexual reproduction has its advantages too. It favors diversity of genes, it impedes the accumulation of genetic mutations that could make species disappear. And it is also a powerful evolutionary force, because within a population of the same species, some individuals will be able to out-reproduce others because they are better at spreading their genes, better at securing mates when it comes to animals, or spreading their reproductive cells when it comes to plants. This selection process boosts natural selection from one generation to the next. It is almost imperceptible, but over time, over tens or hundreds of generations, species can better adapt to their environments. They can avoid the risk of extinction and instead thrive. We think this is why sexual reproduction dominates when it comes to more complex organisms, but in nature, as with our ferns, sexual and asexual reproduction coexist. The first kinds of trees to appear were probably tree ferns that grew a trunk, elevating the plants above ground level. One of the most ancient tree-like plants from around 370 million years ago is called Archaeopteryx, which had fern-like leaves and reproduced with spores. The plant could reach a reasonable size, a 1.5 meters or 5-foot diameter trunk, and a height of 80 feet, and was likely one of various species that formed the canopy, the continuous upper layer of foliage in early forests. But at this point in time, the vegetation on Earth and in its forests looked very different from what we know. Many features of plants or types of plants were nowhere to be found. They just hadn't evolved yet. This was a world without seeds, without flowers, and even without grasses. The first plants with seeds are believed to have appeared around 320 million years ago. A seed is a plant's embryo, a fertilized egg, encased in an outer covering for protection. The seed, which already began to grow within the mother plant, can be detached from it to grow a new plant somewhere else. Without the relative simplicity and resilience of spores, seeds cannot survive as long. Some spores can last for thousands of years before germination, but seeds are a product of sexual reproduction and the advantages that come with it. Their outer layer provides a degree of protection, enclosing all that's needed to begin a new life cycle. As a result of their reproductive advantages, seed plants have successfully expanded to many different habitats, from forests to grasslands. As a result of the development of sexual reproduction among plants, another wonder appeared several tens of millions of years later: flowers as well as fruit. The fruit of a plant is not the seed itself. Rather, it is the seed-bearing structure in a flowering plant. As far as we know, the first flower appeared around 140 million years ago. Flowers, in addition to being a thoughtful gift for a loved one, are also a powerful evolutionary innovation because their presence allowed plants to access new reproductive mechanisms in a symbiotic collaboration with insects. When we think about flowers, what generally comes to mind is their beauty, their colors, their wonderful scents, and these attractive features are not accidental. Many flowers have evolved to be attractive to animals, so as to use them for the transportation of pollen. Flowers are actually modified leaves. At the center of a flower, there is an ovary and also female reproductive cells, eggs, as well as pollen that contains male reproductive cells. Now, a plant may self-pollinate when its own male and female reproductive cells combine. But the main advantage and purpose of flowers is so that animals will transport pollen from one flower to the next, hopefully between plants of the same species, and in doing so, contribute to the dispersal and diversity of genes. Flowering plants have, as a result, become the most diverse group of land plants, with 300,000 known species. But these were not the only, nor the first branch of seed plants, because there are actually two types, two branches of seed plants, and both include trees we are familiar with. The most common are flowering plants, also called angiosperms, meaning a plant that produces seeds within an enclosure. In other words, a plant that produces fruit. Once the flower has served its purpose by aiding in fertilization of the egg, it withers, and a fruit grows around the seed or seeds. But there is a second, more ancient family of seed plants called gymnosperms. Gymnosperms do not produce flowers or fruits. Their seeds instead develop on the surface of scales or leaves. So instead of seeds contained within a fruit, gymnosperms have their eggs exposed on leaves. These leaves, though, are often modified to form cones. The most common gymnosperms are conifers, like pine trees, and we all know what pine cones look like. They are vessels for the seeds of gymnosperms. To be clear, not all flowers are spectacular. For example, birch trees, which are abundant in the northern hemisphere, are flowering trees, even though their seeds look a lot like tiny pine cones. And they usually coexist with pine trees in boreal forests, forests in the north of the northern hemisphere. Birches have distinctive trunks with layers of thin papery sheets that are often white or silver, but they can also be gray, yellow, or even black. They are so-called pioneer species because of how sturdy they are. They withstand cold and can grow in relatively poor soils, like many conifers do. There is another characteristic, though, that distinguishes birch from pine trees that may grow nearby. A birch loses its leaves, is deciduous, whereas pine trees are evergreen. Plants that shed their leaves, it can be trees, shrubs, or even herbs, are called deciduous. Why have so many trees developed this particular trait when shedding leaves every year looks like a waste of energy and resources? Deciduous trees, of which there are many, maple, many oaks, aspen, beech, elm, have advantages compared to plants with evergreen foliage. Of Of course, it takes resources to regrow new foliage, but those resources are at least in part returned to the tree when leaves fall to the ground around it in the form of minerals. And getting rid of foliage allows a tree to avoid water loss during winter when the air is drier and prevents evaporation from the leaves. This also helps to avoid predation from herbivores. In colder regions, deciduous trees are spared branch and trunk breakage due to snow and ice, and repairing and maintaining leaves may be more costly in some cases than just losing them and regrowing them later. All in all, deciduous and evergreen trees have their advantages and disadvantages and coexist in nature. What is fascinating about plants is how these various species of trees detect changes in their environment and then trigger the loss or regrowth of leaves. This indicates that trees, like so many other living things, have an internal biological clock or sensors able to measure the temperature, the light, moisture levels, and may use it all. What triggers trees to shed their leaves depends on the species. Some trees, when they detect a lasting fall in temperatures, go into winter mode and stop maintaining their leaves, which then wither and fall. This generally happens in autumn, and the accompanying change in leaves' colors creates a wonderful fall landscape. The length of daylight can also tell trees when to drop their foliage. In tropical forests, trees shed their leaves as a result of a change in rainfall patterns. During the dry period, foliage is dropped to conserve water, and in this case, doesn't depend on seasons. It can happen any time during the year. When the climate stays dry or wet for an extended period of time, trees no longer have their leaves for photosynthesis. They stop growing and go to sleep for a few months, a kind of hibernation, but stored inside their roots, their trunk, and their branches is everything they need to restart a new cycle. All these characteristics developed over tens of millions of years of plant evolution. And by the time of the dinosaurs in the Cretaceous and the Jurassic periods, forests' ecosystems were similar to how they are today. Yet a major part of plants was still missing. There was no grass. Many plants that are now abundant, from cereal grasses to bamboo to cultivated lawns, had not yet appeared. These are all part of the family of grasses, also called Gramineae. This family of flowering plants, on which a large part of our agriculture is based, appeared as the dinosaurs were nearing extinction around 66 million years ago. But it would have been earlier, as dating of their origins is still imprecise. But in any case, they appeared long after the first trees. Some forms, like bamboo, would join forests or create their own. Grasses in general proved to be very good at colonizing open spaces, creating grassland, savanna, prairie, or wetlands. All sorts of plants are important to humans, whether indirectly through their impact on the climate and the atmosphere and the preservation of soils, or directly as a source of food or building materials. But probably no family of plants is as important as grasses, because they are the basis of agriculture. Corn, rice, wheat, and so on, they are all grass. They form the basis for herding and even provide building materials like bamboo and straw. Humanity as we know it could not exist without grasses. In the 60 million years that separate humans from the emergence of grasses, all families of plants have continued to evolve and adapt to their environment. But as far as we know, the type of habitats that we call forests were formed and functioned 60 million years ago, as they continue to function today, from the most basic algae in the soils and lichen to mosses, ferns, seed plants, and grasses. The biggest factor that has affected forests in the intervening years is mankind. As I mentioned before, there are about 400 trees per human being in the world. This might seem like a lot, but this number has continued to decrease. Before the advent of agriculture, around 10,000 years BC, it is estimated that Earth had twice as many trees as it does now. But human populations have exploded. For example, in 1800, when the Industrial Revolution began, the Earth had a population of 1 billion. Today, the population stands at 8.5 billion. While human activity has continued to reduce forested areas, this trend varies depending on location. In North America, Europe, and Russia, overall forested areas are stable or slightly growing, but this can't compensate for deforestation in the tropics and in the southern atmosphere. In Brazil, Africa, and Southeast Asia, still forest covers almost 1/3 of the land on Earth, and for the most part, their biomass is trees, the largest plant form. So let's take a look at how a tree works behind the bark, because a tree is an amazing organism. It pumps water from the soil and sends it sometimes tens of meters upward, yet has no muscles. A tree creates the material it is made of from literal air. A large portion of a tree is made up of wood, and wood is made up of lignin and cellulose. Both are complex materials, but both are composed of three main ingredients: carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen, just organized differently. This different composition means that lignin repels water, is hydrophobic, while cellulose tends to absorb it. Lignin is also what gives wood its rigidity, which is essential. The two ingredients combine to form the plant tissue that we call wood. Trees, as we already discussed, can divide their cells and expand in size as they accumulate building materials they take from their environment. This expansion is responsible for the growth rings, also called tree rings, in wood. When trees grow continuously in regions with little seasonal difference, the rings will be almost invisible or even absent. But when seasons are most distinct, the annual growth period will result in the addition of a visible ring, a new layer of young wood between the existing wood and bark. The young wood is called sapwood, and it is the part of the trunk that conducts water from the roots to the leaves, and also that stores up and gives back the energy reserves produce in the leaves. The oldest part of a tree at the center of the trunk is called the heartwood and is usually dead, and sometimes even rots away, leaving the center of the tree hollow. The outermost, roughest layers of bark on older trees are also dead. On young trees, the bark may be smooth, but as the tree ages, the bark will become rougher due to its exposure to the outside world and due to tension from the inside as new layers grow, making all these wrinkles appear at the surface of the tree. So how does the vascular system inside a tree work? A tree needs to pump in two directions. Water and nutrients travel up from the soil to the foliage. The byproducts of photosynthesis, the sugars, have to descend to the trunk and roots to be used and stored up for future use. The first kind of tissue responsible for carrying water upwards is called xylem, which carries sap, but a sap mainly consists of water and inorganic elements coming from the soil. But how can a tree with no muscles or mechanical parts transport water several meters or dozens of meters above ground? It has to be a passive transport, and this is actually what is believed to limit the maximum height of trees. There are several phenomena and several theories that explain how the water rises in the tree. The first one is a pull mechanism from the top of the tree due to the evaporation of water in the leaves. In other words, as water evaporates from the leaves, this creates a suction mechanism that pulls up more water. The vessels transporting the water are very small in diameter, meaning that water can easily rise due to the capillarity when evaporation creates negative pressure at the top. Another mechanism is root pressure. The roots are in the soil, but they tend to have a lower water potential than the soil. So what does this mean? Well, water has a tendency to move from one area to another due to osmosis. When it comes into close contact with a solution that has a higher concentration of elements dissolved in it, osmosis will rebalance the concentration between the two solutions. In this case, that means the osmotic differential between the roots and the soil they are in sends water upwards, away from the roots, to rebalance their osmotic pressure with that of the soil. And yet another mechanism that makes water go up in the tree is a different osmotic phenomenon. The sap in the xylem has a low concentration of elements and is primarily water. Higher up in the tree is a much richer sap, a solution that contains more of the sugars produced in the leaves. This imbalance also tends to draw water upward. These are the mechanisms that allow water to circulate in a tree that otherwise has no active pumping mechanism. One more note about xylem sap. It is the primary ingredient of maple syrup. There are several kinds of maples that produce this sweet xylem sap, and 40 gallons of xylem sap, when reduced by cooking, produce 1 gallon of maple syrup. The fibers that carry photosynthesis byproducts to parts of the plant where they are needed, generally downwards, are called phloem fibers and are present in roots, stems, and leaves. Phloem transports the rich sap full of the sugars produced in the leaves to the rest of the tree. So there is a xylem sap, the one that moves up, and the phloem sap, which is richer in sugars. Thanks to the phloem sap, trees are able to stock up on resources in their trunks and roots. Apart from serving to anchor the tree to the ground and gather nutrients, roots serve many additional purposes: energy storage, reproduction, defense, sometimes even revival. You may have seen a new tree popping out of apparently nowhere near another one in the same species, or reviving from the base or stump of a dead trunk. This is still the same tree, and it is able to grow unused sapling because its roots were preserved. Roots are also a world in themselves. So let's take a look at them. When a new plant appears from a seed, for example, it has an embryonic root, the radical, that goes straight downwards and develops into a taproot. After a while, lateral roots branch out and grow horizontally. Near the tips of the finer roots are little hairs made of a single cell that are in contact with the soil and can absorb water and nutrients by osmosis. But how does a germinated seed know which way is up and which way is down? because saplings systematically make their roots search for soil and their stem grows straight. But how do they do that? Plants don't have eyes or any sensory organs to perceive their environment. It is actually still a bit of a mystery. For a long time, it was believed that light guided the growth of trees and explained why they grew straight. Another possible explanation was that they could perceive gravity or the magnetic field of the earth, which somehow guided their growth. Maybe there is something to all of this, but recent experiments suggest that something more complex is at work. For the experiment, very young saplings were placed in a centrifuge that constantly spun and distorted any sense of up and down. The saplings were also deprived of any light that could act as a guide, and still they grew straight, with the roots going one way and the straight stem the other. So at this point, we don't fully understand how it works. Tree roots form complex systems underground and don't work alone. As roots develop underground, they encounter filaments of fungi and form mutualistic relationships with them. Trees acquire minerals like phosphorus from the fungi, and the fungi get food. A bit of the sugar is produced by photosynthesis. The fungi sometimes grow filaments that connect the roots of various trees, forming a network through which signals and nutrients may be transferred. This association between roots began a long time ago, when the first vascular plants colonized dry land. But there's more. Sometimes the roots of different trees directly connect, their tissues merging, and the trees form a connection, a colony that is invisible from the surface. Experiments in recent decades have revealed that these tree colonies interact and communicate, and that the communities they form are much more complex than previously understood. For example, traceable chemicals were injected into one tree and shortly thereafter found in neighboring trees that shared the same root system. Some trees have a defense mechanism that will close their leaves in response to the detection of a threat and produce volatile compounds that can kill microbes and prevent rotting or being eaten by insects and animals. When one tree is exposed to such a threat and reacts, all the trees nearby may also react the same way, as if the first tree had warned them. We don't know exactly how this works, if it is through the release of compounds in the tree levels or underground through the connected roots, but the behavior strongly suggests that there is a form of communication and exchange of information that happens between trees. We may not define trees as sentient or thinking organisms, but they are definitely more elaborate, complex, and awe-inspiring than previous generations understood them to be. And some trees can reach sizes, masses, or ages that defy our imagination. The tallest standing tree in the world at the moment is a sequoia, also known as coastal redwood, named Hyperion, and located in Redwood National Park in California. The tree was measured at 380 feet, 116 meters, the height of a 30 to 35-story building, and is estimated to be 600 to 800 years old. Its exact location in the park is kept secret to protect it from damage. Coastal redwoods often reach impressive heights, and trees over 200 feet are quite common. They can reach such impressive heights in part because they have a very long lifespan and can typically live 16 to 18 centuries. There are some coastal redwoods that were already standing at the time of the Roman Empire and ever since, having accomplished hundreds and hundreds of growth cycles, gaining a bit of height and a bit of width every year. Another factor that helps them is the climate. They are native to the coastal regions of California and Oregon, and these coasts are foggy. I told you earlier that an important mechanism that limits the height of trees is the difficulty to lift water from the ground up hundreds of feet. But fog limits evaporation at the top, so the need to bring water to the leaves is less. Coastal redwoods are typically among the trees that form communities. Trees connect their root systems, and the sharing of roots keeps alive mutant trees that might not have survived on their own. These are called albino redwoods, and more than 200 of them are known to exist. These trees have a mutation that prevents them from manufacturing chlorophyll. So instead of being green, their foliage is snow-white and unable to photosynthesize. They survive as parasites, fed by their green neighbors, allowing them to reach adulthood and even heights up to 66 feet or 12 meters. But maybe they are more than parasites. Research indicates that these albino trees can store higher concentrations of toxic metals, so maybe they serve as waste dumps for their neighboring trees. Redwoods are conifers. They're evergreens, gymnosperms, so their seeds are in cones. Interestingly, redwoods benefit from fire. Their cones, as large as the trees are tiny and are designed to be opened by fire. The term for this is serotinous. Fire also opens room in the canopy for light to penetrate and clears the forest floors of debris, exposing the soil and minerals therein. The tallest angiosperm flowering plant is also the second largest tree in the world. It is a yellow Meranti on the island of Borneo and was measured at 331 feet. To reach such a height, these trees must have an impressive girth, but there are trees with even bigger diameters. The record for the widest living tree goes to a cypress in the south of Mexico, the Árbol del Tule. Its height is not that impressive at only around 35 meters, but it has a circumference of almost 140 feet. It is so large that it was initially believed to be multiple trees whose trunks had fused, but DNA analysis has shown that this in fact is only one tree. Maybe this single tree developed several trunks that ended up merging, but it is undeniably old, with estimates of its age around 1,500 years based on growth rates. The tree was already at least 1,000 years old when the Spanish arrived in Mexico. And there is an old Zapotec legend that attributes the planting of the tree to a priest of the Aztec god of wind. The second tree with the widest trunk is a baobab tree in South Africa, the Sunland baobab. Baobabs can be very big trees too. There are some in Arabia and Australia, but the majority are in Africa, including on the island of Madagascar. They are also angiosperms, with flowers and fruit that hang from the tree when it blooms. Baobabs can live thousands of years, and some specimens have been found to be more than 2,000 years old. There are different species of baobabs, but many of these trees live in arid regions, so they have become experts at water preservation. They are deciduous and shed their leaves during the dry season to limit evaporation, and also store water in their trunks. Just one of these trees can store up to 120,000 liters for a large specimen. That's 32,000 U.S. gallons. With these reserves, they can survive even with the most serious droughts, though several species are currently threatened by human activity and changes in climate. And there are even older trees than the baobabs. The oldest known single tree alive is also in California, in the mountains of eastern California. It has been dated to almost 5,000 years, meaning that it is older than the pyramids of Egypt. It is a bristlecone pine tree, named Methuselah, logically, since Methuselah was a biblical patriarch, said to have died at the age of 969. Only one other living tree is known to be more than 3,000 years old, a Patagonian cypress from Chile called El Gran Abuelo, the great-grandfather. But these records of age are for individual trees, as we have seen before. New trees can regrow from roots, and when a colony has appeared with several trees sharing their root system, this colony, taken as a single organism, becomes theoretically eternal, or at least it can outlive any single tree. There is a root system in Sweden, old Chico, which is almost 10,000 years old. It's a clonal tree. The roots themselves started to develop 10 million years ago, but it regrows a trunk every few centuries. Even bigger and older is Pando in Utah, in the United States. Pando is another clonal colony born from a single aspen, which has been determined to be a single organism by genetic testing. It has one massive root system that covers more than 100 acres. And from this root system, new systems constantly grow. There are currently 47,000 stems. So it is basically a single organism that looks like a small forest. On average, the stems and trunks are only 130 years old each, but the colony is way older and has been dated to at least 80,000 years. Some even estimate its age to be 1,000,000 years. On a sad note, in August of 2023, wildfires swept through Maui in the state of Hawaii and destroyed the town of Lahaina. In addition to concern for their loved ones, of course, residents also feared for the survival of a local tree known as the Lahaina banyan tree, which was also scorched by the fire. The tree, a gift from missionaries in 1873, had recently celebrated its 150th birthday, and in its century and a half of life had grown 60 feet and covered over 2/3 of an acre with its expansive canopy. The tree had also become a local meeting point, gathering spot and landmark, the site of multiple events, protests, markets, and an annual Christmas banyan tree lighting. But what appeared to be the end of this beautiful tree, it turned a corner when for several days contractors and construction companies delivered 5,000 to 10,000 gallons of water a day, and experts announced that the tree was showing bright green leaves and describing this as a positive sign for its long-term recovery. Expert arborists are volunteering their time to nurse the banyan tree back to health. Tonight we will embark on a long, long journey and explore the earlier ages of our planet. I'm going to tell you about dinosaurs in general. We'll talk about the definition of what a dinosaur is and what it is not. And I will also tell you about the history of paleontology, the study of fossils, the evolution of species, and what we know about particular types or species of dinosaurs. For the most part, the information I'm going to share with you tonight is based only on theories and the understanding of the ancient ages of our world. The theories about this are in constant evolution, so they should be taken as a work in progress, as a state of knowledge that could be altered or even changed in the future. Long before our species even existed, imagine you are flying above Earth 150 million years ago during the Jurassic period. Long before the Jurassic, all the land mass on Earth had gathered into a single giant continent, Pangaea, a supercontinent that existed between 280 and 230 million years ago. It broke up during the Jurassic due to plate tectonics, and its northern half, Laurentia, broke again into North America and Eurasia as a rift that became the Atlantic Ocean opened between them. The other half in the south, a continent called Gondwana, also broke up later, and its split made Africa, South America, India, and Australia. But seen from above, the Earth's continents looked nothing like they do today. The climate was also different. It was warmer and more humid. Like in subtropical regions nowadays, the oceans contained abundant and diverse life. At the top of the food chains were the long-necked plesiosaurs. There were also sharks and giant marine crocodiles, and in many of the new seas that appeared with fractioning of Pangaea, there was an abundance of coral reefs, sponges, mollusks, ammonites, or squid-like animals. And who ruled their lands? The largest land creatures to ever live on the surface, dinosaurs. There were small species of dinosaurs just a foot long. There were medium-sized species, and then there were giants, like Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, or Tyrannosaurus. These species did not live all at the same time. They didn't live everywhere either. Some of them may never have been able to meet because they were too far apart. Just like an Indian tiger and the North American grizzly could never meet in nature today. But everywhere on the planet and for dozens of millions of years, dinosaurs thrived. But what is and what is not a dinosaur? There is a general definition of the term, a general understanding in common language. That would tend to include all reptile-like creatures that lived in ancient periods on our planet. This definition appeared in the 19th century with the first discoveries of dinosaur fossils. And it includes creatures that are not dinosaurs, according to paleontologists today. For example, there are species sometimes mistaken for dinosaurs that appeared and went extinct before the dinosaurs. An example is Dimetrodon. Dimetrodon lived 290 to 270 million years ago. This is twice as far in the past as the Jurassic period relative to us. It was not a dinosaur, even though it looked like one. It had a large spine sail on its back that probably served either to regulate its temperature or was used in courtship display and to threaten rivals, or both. But Dimetrodon was not a reptile. It was actually closer to mammals than modern reptiles, and it went extinct 40 million years before the very first dinosaurs. Another group of animals commonly mistaken for dinosaurs is pterosaurs. They belong to a group called Pterosauria that went extinct, and they are not related to modern birds in any way. And finally, sea reptiles like Plesiosaurus or Mosasaurus are not dinosaurs either. So, what would be the definition of a dinosaur? Whatever the size, what dinosaurs have in common is that they belong to the same branch of the evolutionary tree. They belong to the same clade. So, what is a clade? It is a way in biology of classifying organisms based on their relation to a common ancestor. Imagine a tree of life with all species. The clade is a branch of this tree. It starts with a species or a population and includes all its lineal descendants, other organisms that evolved from it. This is what dinosaurs have in common: an ancestor. Other creatures that may have looked like them or lived during the same period are not classified as dinosaurs because they belong to another branch. Clades are nested. They can contain smaller clades as the evolution of species leads to significant divergences in the tree of life. In the case of dinosaurs, there are two main branches to the clade. Fossil records indicate that during the late Jurassic period, the lineage of dinosaurs with feathers developed and formed a branch of evolution called avian dinosaurs, also known as birds. This branch survived the extinction of the other branch, the non-avian dinosaurs, and it thrives until our time. So, in this sense, the clade of dinosaurs is still alive and well. They are around us even though the non-avian dinosaurs are no more. But for tonight, we're going to focus on non-avian dinosaurs, so we will leave the birds aside for now. This approach, in relation to the classification of species, has revolutionized biology in the past 50 years. It has now become mainstream within the scientific community and clashes a bit with the previous traditional classification of species that was in use in previous centuries. Some terms are still used in everyday language that no longer make much sense in biology and zoology. Historically, organisms were classified based on their morphological similarities. This is how groups like reptiles were named, for example. However, sometimes two animals sharing apparently similar morphologies can be quite far apart in the evolutionary tree. They end up looking alike out of efficiency because this morphology works within their environment in a phenomenon called convergent evolution. But based on their lineage, animals called reptiles can have very different ancestors. For example, a crocodile or an alligator is more closely related to a bird than to a lizard. We know this through the study of DNA fossil records, the study of bones, and the morphology of scales. If we take a look at the enlarged family of dinosaurs and search for the group to which their clade belongs, we need to move a few million years back in time, around 250 million years ago. Dinosaurs are part of a larger group, a larger clade called archosaurs, which includes not only non-avian and avian dinosaurs, but also their descendants. It also includes crocodilians and pterosaurs, the flying animals that lived during the same period as dinosaurs. Although not part of the same family, pterosaurs are close relatives. The classification in clades looks a bit more complicated and sometimes not very intuitive for non-biologists because the classification of a particular species in a clade requires detailed analysis of its remains, morphology, and other comparable organisms. It is a convention based on research, argumentation, and nowadays complex algorithms. This approach, based on evolution, has allowed various breakthroughs in the understanding of life forms. The classification of birds and the lineage of dinosaurs is one. But to make a quick digression, there are other examples. Another one revealed by molecular biology and genetics is the understanding that all sorts of fungi, including yeasts, molds, or mushrooms, are actually more closely related to animals than they are to plants. The traditional distinction between fauna and flora, between animals and plants, is questioned by the existence of fungi. They are not animals because, among other things, they cannot move. They are not plants either. They share characteristics with animals, such as the way they feed. They dissolve molecules with digestive enzymes, so they are somewhere in between plants and animals. They have their own kingdom, and this was confirmed by the discovery that all fungi share a common ancestor and are parts of the same clade, distinct from other life forms. But let's return to non-avian dinosaurs. The clade appeared between 243 and 233 million years ago, during a period called the Triassic. It is known that some periods in Earth's history have been defined by extinction events. Records show a pattern of repetition throughout the history of our planet. Life tended to develop and diversify for periods lasting millions of years until dramatic shifts in conditions occurred. These shifts could result from climatic changes or external events, such as massive asteroid impact. The theories regarding these events remain a topic of discussion, suggesting that they may have been caused by a single event or a combination of various factors. Regardless, these events led to a rapid reduction in species diversity. It is important to note that quick or rapid in this context does not mean instantaneous. These extinction events could have spanned several million years, but they appear quick because the time intervals between them are longer, especially considering the vast timescale of the past. So, the so-called Triassic period covers about 50 million years, from 250 to 200 million years ago. This is when the first dinosaurs walked on the continent Pangaea, before it broke up into Laurentia and Gondwana. It is believed that most of Pangaea had a continental climate because of its size, which limited the moderating effect of the global oceans surrounding it. This meant hot summers and cold winters. On average, the planet was warmer than today, and the atmosphere was less rich in oxygen, about 80% of current levels. The oceans were dominated by ichthyosaurs and the first plesiosaurs, which are two orders of marine reptiles. The land mass was populated by many reptiles, too. Some of them were herbivores, such as the rhynchosaurs. Others were predators like the phytosaur. These ones look like modern crocodiles, even though they were not. There were other archosaurs like raccoons that were also animals, related to mammals, such as the cynodonts, which may have had fur as a means of temperature regulation. And among them appeared the first dinosaurs. But they had humble beginnings in the Triassic. They were only 3 to 6 feet long. That's 1 or 2 meters. And they hunted small prey in the shadow of larger predators. One of the first known dinosaurs is called Coelophysis. Its remains were found in what is now the southwestern United States and also in South Africa. Coelophysis was relatively small and slender, a carnivore. The largest specimens discovered were about 9 feet long, from the head to the tip of the tail. Its weight did not exceed 20 kilograms or about 40 pounds. The shape of the skull suggested that it had large, forward-facing eyes that gave it a good perception of depth. It is believed to have hunted during the day and hidden at night under the cover of forests. Before Coelophysis, there was an even smaller dinosaur called Eoraptor. It could have been the size of a medium-sized dog and weighed up to 20 pounds. It was probably a fast runner and a hunter, searching for small mammals or insects. It is believed that Eoraptor could be or resemble the common ancestor of all dinosaurs. Early dinosaurs probably had to hide from bigger and more successful predators. But contrary to them, and maybe because they were not at the top of the food chain, they avoided extinction. Even before the end of the Triassic, larger carnivores and herbivores went extinct, which left more room for dinosaurs in the ecosystems. The first few lines of dinosaurs diversified before the end of the Triassic, and then came another mass extinction, the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, which occurred 201 million years ago. This event happened very quickly, in less than 10,000 years, just before the continent Pangaea started to break into smaller pieces. This mass extinction was not as drastic as the previous one that started the Triassic period. It is estimated that the Permian-Triassic extinction saw the disappearance of 96% of marine species, 70% of terrestrial vertebrates. This time, during the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, only around 30% of marine species and 40% of terrestrial species disappeared. The reasons for this extinction are still debated. They could include a rapid climate change that may have reached a tipping point, or an asteroid impact, but no large enough crater has been found from the same period. However, the asteroid could have hit a place that was later submerged, or it could have fallen into the ocean. It could also be due to massive volcanism. The extinction happened about the time when Pangaea was separating, and volcanoes could have released a huge amount of gases that could have changed the climate, either warming or cooling it. Either way, the extinction happened and the dinosaurs came out on top in the reorganization of land ecosystems. The first few lines of the dinosaurs' extinction marked a significant turning point. However, after the commencement of the Jurassic period, approximately 200 million years ago, their descendants emerged and gradually occupied the primary ecological niche. This remarkable evolutionary development led to a diverse array of species taking on crucial roles within their respective ecosystems. The Jurassic was a golden age for large herbivore dinosaurs that grew in size dramatically. These are known as the sauropods. An example of sauropods is Brachiosaurus. Brachiosaurus lived in what is North America today. During the late Jurassic, around 153 million years ago. It is estimated to have been between 60 and 70 feet long for adults and have weighed 30 to 60 tons. Distinctive features of sauropods include their very long neck, their small skull, and their huge size. There are other species related to Brachiosaurus, which have been discovered around the world. The small difference is probably due to the separation of the landmass during the Jurassic, which caused regional divergences between groups that could no longer be in contact. With this anatomy, brachiosaurs and other sauropods are considered high browsers. They probably ate leaves from trees, dropping vegetation as high as 30 feet. For a long time, it was believed that large sauropods could not regulate their temperature. Because of their similarities with other cold-blooded reptiles and their size, warming the entire system would have required a lot of energy. However, recent research suggests that they were warm-blooded and could be more active than previously believed. Some sauropods could be much larger than brachiosaurs and may have been the largest land animal to ever exist, as far as we know. Bigger sauropods appeared long after the Jurassic period, well after Brachiosaurus. During the following period, the Cretaceous, the largest known dinosaur belonged to a group called Titanosaurs. Their fossil remains were discovered in the south of South America. There are species called Patagotitan or Argentosaurus, which would have been 120 feet long, with a weight of more than 70 tons. This is twice as big as Brachiosaurus. We can never be sure that our knowledge of dinosaur species is exhaustive. It is very certainly not. About 1,000 different species have been identified, but this is not much for a group that existed for a long time. Very few fossilized remains, and even fewer remains accessible millions of years later. We may have a reasonably good knowledge of larger dinosaurs because their remains are big and easier to find and date. However, there are probably hundreds, maybe thousands, of dinosaur species that remain undiscovered. Our knowledge of the ecosystem remains fragmented. Alongside sauropods, other smaller herbivores thrived during the Jurassic because they were not protected from predators by their sides like sauropods. They developed other means of protection, including armor. a group contemporary to Diplodocus, and Brachiosaurus is Stegosauria. This group developed tail spikes, very probably as defensive weapons, and as their size increased and made them less and less able to run from a threat, their armor increased in size and thickness, and it was also harder. Stegosauria had arrays of spikes and blades running along their backs and their tails too. Stegosauria is a large group that diversified a lot in shape and size, depending on the regions where they lived around the world. Contrary to early dinosaurs that walked on two legs, they couldn't stand and stayed on four limbs. Their heads became comparatively small, and they stayed low, close to the ground, indicating that they specialized in collecting vegetation on the ground, or just a bit above. They probably never competed with sauropods for food. The scutes on their back were made of bone. However, they were not attached to the skeleton. It is the skin that's ossified to create them, as the young specimen grew up. And another very famous type armored herbivore dinosaur is a Triceratops. But there is no chance it could have met a Stegosaurus. Triceratops appeared at the end of the age of dinosaurs, around 68 million years ago. As far as we know, Stegosaurus went extinct 60 million years prior to the appearance of Triceratops. Because non-avian dinosaurs did not disappear with the Jurassic, they continued to thrive during the following era, the Cretaceous. The Cretaceous ended with another massive extinction 66 million years ago. Actually, many dinosaurs associated with the word Jurassic never existed during this period. Apart from Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus is another example of this. It is from the late Cretaceous, and it could not have met earlier species, but it could have fought Triceratops. They are from the same period, and their remains were both found in North America. Triceratops literally means three-horned face. It had a large four-legged body. It was one of the biggest herbivores living in the late Cretaceous, with a weight of about 12 tons when adult. The characteristic horns have long been seen or theorized as defensive weapons, but this remains controversial. Could have also have been means of identification and dominance display. As for the antlers and horns of modern species, we don't know. Triceratops was probably preyed upon by Tyrannosaurus, arguably the most popular and famous dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus is the name of a group, with the most famous being Tyrannosaurus rex, or T-Rex for short. It is well known through fossils found in various rock formations in North America. Contrary to herbivorous dinosaurs that tended to evolve towards smaller heads, Tyrannosaurus had a very big head with a massive skull, balanced by a long and heavy tail. Its four limbs were short, but relatively strong for their size. Tyrannosaurus rex is believed to have the strongest bite force among all terrestrial animals ever. Other carnivorous dinosaurs could compete in size or even exceed it, but they had disappeared when the age of Tyrannosaurus began. It was by far the largest carnivore in its environment. Its lifestyle is hypothetical, but given its morphology and diet, it appears likely that it was an apex predator that preyed upon herbivorous dinosaurs, including maybe the largest sauropods, when they were young or too old to defend themselves. However, it could also have been a scavenger. Most paleontologists today admit that it was a bit of both, probably. Before Tyrannosaurus, other large carnivorous dinosaurs existed, and they had a rather small appearance. For example, Allosaurus, which was at the top of the food chain 80 million years before Tyrannosaurus could have battled with a Stegosaurus during the Jurassic period. Comparable predators, but smaller and probably quicker, also existed. For example, there was a group called Deinonychus at the beginning of the Cretaceous. These ones are famous under their name Velociraptors because of the Jurassic Park movies. But velociraptors in the real world were much smaller than that. They were feathered dinosaurs, and they were about the size of a big turkey, very far from the velociraptors in the movies, which are recreations using the morphology from one species and the name from another species that did not live at the same time. As I mentioned before, some dinosaurs were feathered, but unless feathers have been fossilized, which rarely happens, it is difficult to know which ones. It is also impossible to know what color they were. They are often presented in shades of brown or green, or they may be gray, due to the comparison with modern reptiles and the history of their discovery. Since the first discoveries of fossilized remains of dinosaurs during the 19th century, the understanding of dinosaurs and theories about them have changed dramatically. Paleontology, which is a scientific study of life that existed prior to the start of our epoch, developed mainly in the 19th century. This science itself has also changed a lot since then, with contributions from many other branches of science and techniques, such as chemistry, biology, and engineering. In the past 2 centuries, paleontologists have been able to elaborate on hypotheses about the evolutionary history of life, almost all the way back to when Earth began to support life. The study of dinosaurs is just one aspect of paleontology. Even though it's often the most visible one, there are many others. Dinosaur fossils were known long ago, even before paleontology became a recognized field. Some had been discovered in China hundreds of years ago, where they were documented as dragon bones, leading people to believe in the existence of dragons. In Europe, these fossils were initially thought to be remains of giants or biblical creatures. One of the first groups of dinosaurs to be identified was Iguanodon in 1822 in England. From there, fossilized skeletons started to be reconstructed, and those who collected and studied these fossils realized they resembled ancient giant lizards that had left traces in the past. This growing interest in their study led to the coining of the term dinosaur in 1942. The first discovery and identification of a dinosaur in America happened a bit later in 1858. It's important because it revealed that the creature walked on 2 feet, and this was a revolutionary discovery. Until this point, dinosaurs were thought to walk on 4 feet, like lizards. This discovery sparked the first wave of a real dinosaur mania in the United States at the end of the 19th century. There was a rush to discover new fossils and even an episode called The Bone Walls between two paleontologists on how to outdo each other. They resorted to bribery, theft, and even the destruction of bones, and attacks on each other's reputation to try to get rid of the competition. They would even use dynamite to unearth bones quicker. They both ended financially and socially ruined by their rivalry, and they also destroyed valuable remains along the way. But this bone war led to the discovery of many new species of dinosaurs and to new sites where fossils could be collected. Sites for dinosaur remains can be found on all continents, but apart from North America and Europe, where many early discoveries took place. Hot sites in recent decades have been China and South America, especially Argentina. The dominant competition of dinosaurs in the 19th century, based on the observation of modern reptiles and given the size of the remains, was that dinosaurs were very slow and very heavy animals. They would have been cold-blooded like lizards, but with such a big size, their metabolism would have been very slow. This conception changed starting in the 1970s, when it appeared that active predators may have been warm-blooded, which allows for much more energy and speed. The classification of dinosaurs and birds in the same family of species was also a breakthrough made possible by the approaching clades and later confirmed by the analysis of collagen found in dinosaur remains. The structure of collagen varies depending on the DNA of the species. In this case, it appears that the collagen found on a dinosaur from the Cretaceous was very similar to the collagen that ostriches or chickens generate. Returning to the appearance of dinosaurs, the truth is, we don't know exactly what they look like. We probably have a good understanding of the shape of some of the largest species based on the detailed study of their skeletons. We can determine how their weight was balanced and how they moved. We can also imagine how they fought or hunted. However, we have very little idea about their color. Perhaps they were green or greenish as generally depicted, but some of them could have been very colorful if this particular feature provided an advantage in evolution. Maybe our vision will be very different in 10 years' time, because the science of dinosaurs keeps evolving. New species are named, and new discoveries are made regularly. What we know is that no non-avian dinosaur survived the end of the Cretaceous. The Cretaceous brutally ended 66 million years ago in another mass extinction that eliminated about 3/4 of all plant and animal species on Earth. Non-avian dinosaurs did not make it after the reign of about 150 million years. As far as we know, no tetrapod, an animal with 4 limbs, which includes humans, weighing more than 50 pounds, survived this extinction. Of course, no large dinosaur qualified. The cause of this mass extinction is more widely accepted than previous extinctions. In the geologic record, there is a thin layer of sediment that can be found throughout the world. corresponding to 66 million years ago, which contains a high level of iridium. Iridium is a very rare element in the Earth's crust, but relatively abundant in asteroids and comets. Therefore, it is believed that a massive asteroid or comet, about 6 to 9 miles wide, fell on Earth and devastated the global environment. It is not solely due to the shock wave. That may have played a part, but not enough to destroy ecosystems around the entire planet. The impact winter probably contributed more significantly to the devastation. All the dust propelled into the atmosphere would have plunged the planet into darkness, stopped photosynthesis in plants and plankton, and affected the entire food chain. Larger organisms were at risk of disappearing in such a scenario, and they did. The supposed site where the asteroid fell is located in Mexico, in the Yucatan Peninsula, and it is a 110-mile wide crater. Maybe other factors than the asteroid contributed to the extinction, but in any case, non-avian dinosaurs disappeared, as did many species of mammals, pterosaurs, birds, insects, and plants. As in previous extinctions, life survived this one and immediately started to radiate again after the event, with new species occupying ecological niches left empty. The one supergroup that diversified a lot during the new period, the Paleocene, is mammals. New forms such as horses, whales, primates, or bats appeared after this extinction. The one branch of dinosaurs that made it through the extinction was birds, as I said earlier. It had started to appear long before the end of the Cretaceous. The oldest fossils that point to a transition are from the end of the Jurassic, 150 million years ago. The most famous organism showing the transition is called Archaeopteryx. It was discovered in Germany just 2 years after the publication of Darwin's most famous work titled On the Origin of Species. This book presented main principles, the foundations of his theory of evolution. At the time, it was seen as proof, a confirmation of evolution. The discovery of Archaeopteryx, even though it would be a shortcut to call Archaeopteryx the ancestor of modern birds, or the missing link between dinosaurs and birds. It is also considered today to share a common ancestor with birds, but it is not the ancestor itself. Archaeopteryx was the size of a raven, which was a relatively small dinosaur. It had feathers, and it is believed that it could fly, or at least glide. It also retained many characteristics of non-avian dinosaurs. It had teeth and a long tail that has completely receded in modern birds. It is a testimony of the appearance of feathers at some point during the Jurassic. It is called a transitional fossil. It shows a link between non-avian dinosaurs that appeared first and birds. So birds are the only branch of the dinosaur clade that survived and even thrived after the Cretaceous. In fact, in South America, the apex predator during almost the entire Holocene was a bird. But not a cute bird. From 62 to 2 million years ago, there was a big, carnivorous, and flightless group of birds called Rhocidae, also known as terror birds. They stood at heights ranging from 3 to 10 feet and possessed powerful necks and beaks. It is unclear what size of prey they hunted, but for millions of years after non-avian dinosaurs disappeared, it was still a dinosaur, but a bird at the same time, that dominated the land food chain in this part of the world. From the moment dinosaurs were discovered in the 19th century, and paleontologists began to investigate them, the public was hooked by these giant creatures, and rightly so. Not just because of the size of some of them and the records they established, but for their adaptability, their variety, and the time they spent dominating the land on Earth. They did so for about 150 million years. They had millions of generations. They survived mass extinctions and climate change. The face of the Earth changed dramatically due to the continent drift during their reign. We, modern humans, now dominate our ecosystems, but this has been true for only a few thousand years, maybe tens of thousands of years. But this is nothing compared to dinosaurs. It is just a heartbeat. Tonight we're going to take a journey to visit two planets in our solar system, Mercury and Venus. The two innermost planets, they are the closest to the Sun. The first leg of our trip begins close to the Sun, near the smallest and fastest planet of the system, Mercury. Mercury is only about twice as big as the Earth's moon, and there are satellites that are actually bigger than Mercury, like Ganymede, the moon of Jupiter, or Titan, the moon of Saturn, both of which we will explore in a future story. But Mercury is considered to be a planet because it follows its own orbit around the Sun. It is not the satellite of another planet. Its mass is also greater than any of these satellites because Mercury is denser, with a density similar to Earth's. It is believed that Mercury is made mainly of metal, 70% iron in fact, and the rest, about 30%, silicate material, which we generally call rock. As we're going to see, conditions on the surface of Mercury are strongly influenced by its proximity to the Sun. But how close to the Sun is Mercury exactly? On average, the distance is about 35 million miles, or 58 million kilometers. For comparison, the Sun has a diameter of almost 1.4 million kilometers, or 865,000 miles. So it's actually not that close proportionally. If the Sun were the size of a basketball, then Mercury would be a small grain of sand, but several steps away from the basketball. Still, this raises a question. If Mercury is comparatively small, but with an enormous mass, the Sun, after all, has a huge gravity well, which is the amount of gravitational pull an object in space is able to exert. How does Mercury keep its distance from the Sun instead of being pulled into it and swallowed whole? This brings us to the subject of speed and orbits. Mercury travels in space around the Sun at a high speed. Its velocity is 48 kilometers per second, about 30 miles per second. By comparison, Earth travels at 30 kilometers per second. The general rule is that the further the planets are from the Sun, the slower they are on their orbits. The farthest one, Neptune, travels at only 5.4 kilometers per second, almost 10 times less than Mercury. And this is not a coincidence, because an orbit results from an equilibrium. There are two main variables to consider in a star system like ours when it comes to orbits. There is the gravitational pull of the huge mass that is at its center, which pulls the planet, and then there is the object's velocity, which tends to push it away. It is a centrifugal force, without the mass of the star at the center pulling them. Planets would just escape. Their speed would surpass what is called the escape velocity, which is to say the speed above which an object can break free from the gravitational pull of another body. Their orbits form thanks to this equilibrium. The balanced push and pull between two bodies. There are bodies that sometimes do escape the systems where they first appeared and travel between stars, sometimes even between planets. We know there are lone planets which most probably formed in a star system and were expelled from it. Because even though orbits can last for hundreds of millions of years, billions even, they can be altered by other bodies, sometimes that, for example, can make a planet or a satellite accelerate and break free. This equilibrium does not mean that the orbit is a perfect circle or that the speed is constant. Most orbits are actually elliptical. They look more or less oval, and that's particularly the case with Mercury. When the planet comes closer to the Sun, the gravitational pull tends to make it accelerate, which means that it is pushed away. Its higher speed allows it to go farther from the Sun, but not far enough and fast enough to break free from it. So, after traveling following a curve that makes it move away, it is pulled back. It reaccelerates, and so on. The cycle repeats itself. In the case of Mercury, it repeats itself in 88 of our Earth days. So the Mercurian year, one revolution around the Sun, is 4 times shorter than that of the Earth. Now, we say that planets like Mercury revolve around the Sun. That is true, but it's not 100% accurate. What planets and everything in the system revolve around is not the star itself, but around the center of mass. The Sun accounts for more than 99% of this mass, 99.8% to be precise. So obviously it determines very strongly the center of mass, but the real center of mass in the system is not the center of the sun. Each planet also has a little gravitational pull and drags the center of mass towards it. Of these planetary influences, the most important one in our solar system is by far Jupiter, because it is the largest planet. Jupiter, in fact, is more massive than all of the other planets combined. Now, as it happens, the center of mass is generally inside the sun, because planets are scattered around it, so their respective pools tend to cancel each other. But sometimes the center of mass can be outside of the sun. If we imagine, in an extreme case, for example, when all planets in our solar system are on the same side of the sun, as a result, all pull more or less in the same direction, which is something that can happen if the planets were to be aligned on the same side. The center of mass could be at a distance of 2 suns' radius from the sun, or 1 diameter. It is not much in galactic terms, but it does lead to another geeky question. How often, if ever, are the 8 planets of the solar system aligned on the same side of the sun? Actually, this is extremely rare, and technically the 8 planets cannot perfectly align because their orbits are not exactly on the same plane. They are all slightly tilted, so at no point could we draw a straight line that would go through the centers of each planet because of the differences in planes. But if we simplify and just imagine that the planets are aligned, looking at the solar system from above, we can see that it probably never happened, and it is unlikely to ever happen before our solar system disappears. Why? Because an alignment of just the 3 innermost planets of the system, Mercury, Venus, and Earth, happens only once every 40 years. The chance of having Mars, the 4th planet, on the same arc at this precise moment is minuscule, and the alignment of the 4 first planets is only possible once every several thousand years. And as you add more planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, which are slower and slower with larger and larger orbits, the probability that they could all align in the same arc at the same time decreases very quickly. In other words, the number of passes you have to wait for this alignment to happen increases exponentially. I found a paper by a mathematician who calculated that the alignment of the 8 planets could only happen once every 400 billion years. But the solar system is thought to be only 4.5 billion years old, almost 100 times less than that. And following the Big Bang Theory, the universe as a whole is less than 14 billion years old. So it is unlikely that the alignment of the 8 planets that can happen every 400 billion years ever took place in the first 4.5 billion years of the solar system. Maybe the odds are around 1%. Also, the odds are that it will not happen before the sun dies and the system disappears with it. But still, the point was to tell you that the center of mass moved a bit over time, and that this is the real pivot around which planets revolve. Now, let's take a look at Mercury itself. Like other rocky planets, Mercury has a solid crust and a dissociated structure inside, meaning that elements are organized in layers with a mantle and a core. And as you approach the center of the planet, pressure and temperature increase. I told you earlier that Mercury is 70% metal and that it contains proportionately a lot more iron than any other planet in the solar system. This is a bit of a mystery in itself because why would a particular planet accumulate a lot more iron than others in its formation process? Rocky matter in the solar system has a certain ratio of silicate and metal that can also be found in rocky planets like Earth or Mars. So, why does Mercury differ in its composition? The first theory to explain this, the most widely accepted at this point, is that Mercury was once bigger than it is now. Several billion years ago, and at that time its mass would have been more than twice its current mass, with a metal-silicate ratio similar to other rocky planets. But the solar system was still in its early stages, and there would have been a collision with a planetesimal, that is to say, a fairly large object, formed by the aggregation of rocks and dust that crossed Mercury's trajectory. Based on models, this planetesimal would have been several thousand kilometers across and about 1/6 of Mercury's mass. The collision between the two objects would have been cataclysmic and would have stripped away much of Mercury's original crust and mantle, that is to say, its rocky components. So Mercury, as a result, would be so rich in metal, not because it attracted more iron than other planets, but because it used to be a bigger planet that lost much of its rock and kept its metal. But this is just a hypothesis, and there are others. The second one has the same starting point. Mercury was more than twice as massive in the early stages of our solar system than it is today, but the loss of its rocky material would not have come from the collision, but rather from solar activity. The proto-sun, which was still forming, would have been larger than today. Its gravitation made it contract to its current size over millions of years. So the sun would have been larger at the time, and as a result, temperatures near Mercury would have been around several thousand degrees. This would have vaporized the rock at Mercury's surface, forming an atmosphere of rock vapor. And this atmosphere would have been lost, carried away by solar wind, that is to say, the stream of particles that the sun produces. So this is yet another potential explanation for the loss of Mercury's rock that would explain why it contains so much metal proportionally. The third hypothesis proposes that Mercury formed as a metal-rich planet from the start because of its proximity to the Sun. The huge cloud of gas that would have become the Sun would have caused drag on the particles from which Mercury was forming, was accreting. This would have made lighter particles to be expelled and swallowed by the Sun instead of being gathered by Mercury, whereas heavy metallic particles would have remained available, and as a result, Mercury would have ended up with more metal than rock in its structure. In any case, this happened several billion years ago, and today Mercury presents a surface that is similar in appearance to that of the Moon, with large plains and lots of craters, which always indicates that the body is geologically inactive. The surface material is not renewed by volcanism or plate tectonics like on Earth, but instead it remains static, and only impacts from asteroids can modify its appearance. Due to the proximity of the Sun, it makes sense to anticipate high temperatures on the surface of Mercury, and indeed this is the case, but only on the parts that are directly exposed to the Sun. Mercury can also be an intensely cold place near its equator, and during daytime, on the side of the planet exposed to sunlight, the temperature rises up to 700 kelvins, which is about 800 degrees Fahrenheit and more than 400 degrees Celsius, about twice the temperature of a cooking oven. But the same regions at night, when they are plunged into darkness, fall to only 100 kelvins, which is minus 280 Fahrenheit or minus 173 Celsius. That is to say, cold enough to freeze water instantly. I'll tell you another time about conditions on Mars, which are harsh, but almost welcoming compared to Mercury. And what makes Mercury even more inhospitable is that a day or a night lasts a very long time on the planet. The planet revolves rapidly around the Sun, as I told you before, every 88 days, but it rotates, it spins very slowly on its axis, in a way that is locked to the Sun. Every time the planet completes 2 revolutions, 2 orbits around the Sun, that is to say, 2 Mercurian years, the planet rotates only 3 times on its axis. For comparison, when the Earth completes 2 orbits, 2 Earth years, it rotates more than 700 times on its axis, but Mercury only 3 times. It is very slow at rotating. Another way of saying this is that one single day on Mercury is the same amount of time as 58 Earth days, which also means that any point on the equator of Mercury can remain exposed to the Sun for a very long time, or for an equally long time stay in the dark. 176 days, 2 Mercurian years. the time for the sun to rise, stay in the sky, and set is actually longer than a year due to this combination of rapid orbital velocity and slow spinning. 1 year on Earth is 365 days, but on Mercury, 1 year is half a day. There are also regions of the planet around the poles that are constantly in the dark or near dark, and where temperature never rises much. Probes sent in the past decades have shown that there is likely ice, probably water ice, that stays permanently frozen around the poles of Mercury. This shows that despite its proximity to the Sun, the planet is not just a burning hot desert of plains and craters. The hottest planet of the solar system is actually not Mercury, but Venus. If you find Mercury hostile, just wait for Venus, because it is worse. And so let's continue with our journey to our second destination, which is also the second planet from the Sun in our solar system. At first glance, Venus and Earth look like twin planets, almost the same size. Earth is just a touch bigger. The two planets are not that far apart, and actually, there may have been a point in the distant past when Venus looked more like Earth than it does today. But nowadays, the conditions at their surfaces could not be more different. We saw before that Mercury is just over 36 million miles from the Sun, which is just an average, of course, because its orbit is elliptical. Venus, by comparison, is nearly 109 million kilometers, 68 million miles away, almost twice as far. The orbit of Venus happens between the Sun and the Earth's orbit, and this means that, seen from Earth, Venus is never very far from the Sun, and when it is not hidden by the Sun's rays, it is not hard to see. After the Sun and the Moon, Venus is the most visible, the brightest object in our sky, and its visibility is increased not just by the relatively short distance on an astronomical scale, but also because of a layer of very reflective clouds in its upper atmosphere. Mercury, the Moon, or Mars barely have an atmosphere compared with Earth, but Venus, on the other hand, has the thickest, densest atmosphere of all the rocky bodies in our solar system. The clouds that enshroud it and make the planet look like white when seen from space are composed primarily of sulfuric acid. But this is just a taste of what lies beneath. The atmosphere on Venus's surface is so dense that the pressure is more than 90 times what it is on Earth. For comparison, it is the equivalent to the pressure of being about 3,000 feet, 900 meters underwater. That's an amount of pressure that human bodies cannot stand, obviously. Now, there are submarines that reach this depth and deeper, so it's not impossible to imagine a man-made vehicle resisting the pressure on Venus's surface. But an additional problem would be the heat. The mean temperature at the surface is estimated to be more than 700 kelvins, that is, 460 degrees Celsius or 860 degrees Fahrenheit when exposed directly to the sun. Why is Venus so hot? Again, it's because of the atmosphere. We'll come back to the reasons why Venus ended up with such a dense atmosphere. But if we examine its composition, it is primarily made of carbon dioxide, 96% carbon dioxide, plus 3 or 4% nitrogen and traces of other elements. And we know it rather well because Venus was one of the first targets of space exploration. In the past, the Soviet Union had an ambitious program to explore Venus in the 1960s, and they sent several probes. And these probes didn't survive long in the atmosphere given the conditions, but they did last long enough to send back a lot of valuable information. And since then, more and more information about Venus has been collected, including by NASA, with a probe called the Magellan Orbiter. This probe was able to map the surface using radar since it's hidden from visible light. The carbon dioxide at the surface of Venus is in a state that we don't normally encounter on Earth. It is called a supercritical fluid, which means it is not just gas because it is very pressurized. It's also very hot, but not to the point of being solid. It has passed the critical point of pressure and temperature where it could be a gas, but there is not enough pressure to make it a solid. So it exists in an intermediary state beyond the gas and liquid phases. And this is what we call a supercritical fluid. It is believed to be rather common in the atmospheres of gas and ice giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and also on Venus. On Earth, though, supercritical fluids don't normally occur naturally because of a different set of conditions, except maybe for water at the exit of some hydrothermal vents. Hydrothermal vents are like natural chimneys that eject very hot water that is heated by the temperature of the Earth's mantle. This water is very hot, several hundred degrees, when it comes out of the vent. So, were this superheated fluid be ejected at the Earth's surface, it would be steam. But at these depths it cannot be steam because there is too much pressure. These vents are deep underwater. This fluid cannot be just liquid either. It's too hot for that. And at the same time, there's not enough pressure to make it solid, to turn it into ice. So instead, like on the surface of Venus, it is in a supercritical state. This doesn't last long, though, because once it's ejected into the much cooler surrounding water, it cools down quickly and becomes just a liquid. It is hard to imagine the texture of a supercritical fluid. We are not used to it at all. But in any case, you would not want to experience it because if you plunged your hand into a supercritical fluid, your hand would be both burned and crushed at the same time. This gives you an idea of the kind of environment at the surface of Venus. And Venus's atmosphere is also responsible for the heat. It is so dense that it doesn't allow any heat to escape. It creates a massive, extreme greenhouse effect, the strongest we know of in the solar system. Venus did not form with such a thick atmosphere. Typically, the gases that compose the atmosphere on a rocky planet can come from an asteroid impact. They are liberated and stay because of gravitation, or from degassing from the planet's crust and mantle, which is when gas is released at the surface. Typically, what happens with volcanic activity. This atmosphere then stays in place around the planet when the planet is massive enough to retain it due to gravitation, and when it's not carried away or ejected into space by collisions or by the solar wind. A magnetic field like the one that surrounds Earth, its atmosphere. Venus does not have a magnetic field, so gravitation explains how the atmosphere is able to stay with the planet. Earth and Venus have similar masses. I told you Earth is just a touch more massive, so they also have quite similar gravitational pools. Given this set of conditions, how did Venus end up with this crushing atmosphere when Earth did not? These are just hypotheses, but studies have suggested that several billion years ago, Venus could have had an atmosphere similar to Earth's early atmosphere. In these conditions, there could have been substantial quantities of liquid water on the surface, and why not? Life could have appeared in these oceans if they existed. But what would have ultimately doomed Venus would have been its proximity to the Sun. The distance from the Sun to Venus is 70% of the distance from the Sun to Earth. This means Venus receives more energy from the Sun. And as the Sun only gained in luminosity in the first 100 million years of our solar system, any water on Earth would have entirely evaporated. This would have accumulated greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Water, as gas, as vapor, has a greenhouse effect, and once it passes a critical point of greenhouse effect, the heating of the planet would have snowballed into a loop. The accumulation of heat at the surface would have been released when more greenhouse gases, thickening the atmosphere and making it even hotter, and so on in a cycle. At this point, it is hard to imagine any life on the surface of Venus, but if there is any, and this is purely speculative, because we have no solid evidence of life on Venus at this point, it could not be on the surface, but would have to be higher in the atmosphere, in the upper cloud layers of Venus, about 30 miles or 50 kilometers above the surface, because there, temperature and pressure are lower and actually not that far from terrestrial conditions. But this environment is also very acidic, so any forms of life in that environment, if they exist, would have to be able to thrive while floating in a type of environment that has no equivalent on Earth. And actually, the clouds are so dense that things could float on them. Venus was one of the first sources of inspiration of terraforming, or at least the installation of human cities in other planets. Another effect of Venus's surrounding atmosphere is that the temperature is about the same everywhere on the planet. There are no large differences between the equator and the poles, like on Earth and other planets. But there are still differences in temperature due to differences in altitude. Venus has a geography with plains that cover 80% of it, which have a volcanic origin. There are also apparently active volcanoes on Venus, and the sulfuric acid we talked about in the clouds of the upper layers of the atmosphere would have come from volcanic activity. There are also highlands, impact craters too, on the surface, but no small craters because, with such a dense atmosphere, it takes a bigger asteroid to penetrate it and to impact the surface. Many meteorites, like the ones that sometimes strike the Earth's surface, would be destroyed, vaporized long before impacting Venus. But there are larger impact craters left by bigger asteroids. The images we have from the surface of Venus are not actually photographs. They are radio maps that have been colored in false color, but they still give us a pretty good idea of what the surface looks like. Venus is probably similar to what the Earth would look like with no water, no life of any kind, and constantly plunged into darkness because the sunlight cannot reach the surface. There are so many more things I could say about Venus, but for now we're going to return to Earth and enjoy the sweet comfort of our beds. I hope you enjoyed our travels today and that it may awaken your curiosity to learn more about our fascinating universe. Tonight we're going to explore a mysterious continent, one that we all visit regularly, the world of sleep and dreams. I will tell you about what happens when we sleep, what occurs in our brains, the rest of our bodies, and also in our minds. We will explore the concept of consciousness and intermediary states, like lucid dreaming or sleepwalking. I will discuss dreams from various perspectives, including neurobiology, psychiatry, psychology, and culture. As part of the human experience, dreams have acquired different meanings throughout history and in the arts. I will tell you about how humanity has approached sleep and dreams. The scientific study of sleep and its biology is still a recent endeavor. Prior to that, there was a wealth of hypotheses, beliefs, and myths surrounding sleep. We have a lot of things to explore tonight, and it's even better because this story is also intended to help you fall asleep, if you wish. Okay, so now let's start. Right now, you may not be asleep as you are listening to this, but you are somewhere in a cycle that inevitably will evolve into a sleep phase later. Maybe in minutes, maybe in several hours. Even though this cycle is disrupted for many of us, or even though you often have trouble sleeping, many people have a hard time finding sleep during the hours that should be dedicated to it. It may be occasional due to worries or external stimuli that keep you alert, or it can be chronic, psychological, or because of physiological reasons. But however hard it is, ultimately, you will find sleep and you will get rest from it sooner or later. Without thinking about it, you will drift into a state of drowsiness or somnolence, and you will transition from wakefulness into sleep. Sleep onset happens when some of the cells in our brains, some of the neurons that are silent when we're awake, become active. They release specific neurotransmitters, which are chemical compounds, chemical messengers that transmit messages between cells of our nervous system and to other cells of our body. More than 200 different neurotransmitters have been identified. There may be more. They all have a role to play in the process that keep us alive, give us control over our bodies, and also manage our transitions from awake to asleep. Despite the alteration of our consciousness when we sleep, our bodies keep working. We breathe, our hearts beat, and a lot of things happen inside that we are going to talk about later. First, let's take a look at the various states or the various phases we experience when we fall asleep, whether it's a nap or a night's sleep. We may feel like a switch has been flipped, and when we wake up, time has passed like in an instant, but in fact, a lot has happened. First, after sleep onset, we fall into a state called quiescent sleep or non-rapid eye movement sleep, because we will see later that after quiescent sleep comes another phase called rapid eye movement or REM sleep, when our eyes move quickly under our lids. It is possible to track what happens in the brain with electroencephalography, electrodes placed on someone's head to record electrical activity in the brain. This method obviously doesn't give a detailed understanding or insight into what happens in the brain. It is just about measuring signals produced by its activity. Electroencephalography, or EEG, very clearly shows the different stages through which the sleeper goes. Electrical activity gives different waves and different wavelengths. In the first stage of quiescent sleep, which is a transition, a kind of relaxed wakefulness, waves measured by an EEG change, reflecting the passage from one state of consciousness to another. However, it is still easy to get out of this transition phase if there is an external stimulus, like noise or something even without a stimulus. Maybe you have experienced a sudden contraction of the muscles in a limb that makes you jump and suddenly awaken for a moment. This is called a hypnic jerk, and it is quite common and totally involuntary. It takes you out of this first phase, but generally it is followed by a quick return to sleep onset. The first stage of quiescent sleep is quite short, a few minutes at most, because it evolves towards the second phase of light sleep. We know it is the second phase because the waves on the EEG change again. It now tends to show short characteristic bursts of neural activity. These are called sleep spindles, and they alternate with long waves called K-complexes. At this point, the meaning of these signals is largely unknown. The origins within the brain have been found, but their function is still a mystery. This illustrates how much we still do not know about the human brain. A lot of progress has been made in the past few decades, thanks to methods like EEG and medical imaging. The brain has been mapped out and examined from multiple angles. Its biochemistry is better understood, but many questions remain about why it works the way it does and the relationship between signals that are measured in the brain and our states of consciousness or our control over our bodies. Stage 2 of quiescent sleep is sometimes called light sleep because the sleeper can easily be awakened. There is still a degree of alertness in case something happens around them. This alertness and the EEG signals associated with stage 2 are going to change again as the sleeper enters stage 3 or deep sleep. It is also called slow wave sleep because the EEG activity shows synchronized and slow waves of relatively high amplitude. Certain zones of the brain that are active when we are awake and keep working during the previous stages can finally begin to rest. At least this is what their electrical activity suggests. There have been studies of sleep deprivation with humans that indicate that the primary function of deep sleep may be to allow the brain to recover from its steady activities and also to consolidate memory. Memory is an entirely different topic that maybe I will tell you about in another story. But as you probably know, we forget a lot of what we do. There are many memories that may be hard to access when we want to, but they are there and eventually we will remember them. These have actually been stored. But there are also many potential memories that our brains decide to get rid of because they are considered not memorable or important, and these are erased forever. These include things that you even did yesterday or 2 days ago, and you may be under the impression that you can actually remember your day quite precisely. Maybe you can, but there are still plenty of details that have already gone. And more will go after several more nights. And it probably happens for a reason. As living beings, we need to organize and somehow rank our memories by importance or by category. Shedding the ones that are not particularly relevant may actually be useful for us to function. This process is not totally independent of our will. If you decide to remember a detail and make a conscious effort to remember it, you are much likely to remember it. The vast majority of those memories that get erased are routine tasks. For example, you probably made tea or coffee or brushed your teeth thousands of times in your life. If you try, you can certainly remember several occurrences of these, but certainly not all of them because they are gone. Deep sleep also affects other functions, including the higher secretion of growth hormone. Growth hormones play an important role for children and teenagers as they stimulate human body development. But we will produce them all along our lives. It accelerates cell production and cell regeneration. The production of growth hormones reaches its peak during stage 3, during deep sleep. So, as you can see, there are several aspects of deep sleep associated with the restoration of our bodies, and beyond that, the structure or the functioning of our conscious minds for when we are awake. Stage 3 is considered the deepest stage of sleep, based on how far it is from our awake state in terms of sensitivity to external stimuli. Historically, a distinction was made between Phase 3 and Phase 4, with Phase 4 being deep sleep and Phase 3 the transition to it. However, nowadays they are generally merged into a single phase because the EEG measurements are very similar. But this is not the end of the sleep cycle yet. After the various stages of quiescent sleep or non-rapid eye movement sleep, the sleeper is now going to enter a very different phase, rapid eye movement, REM sleep, also known as paradoxical sleep. The whole sequence with the stages of quiescent sleep and paradoxical sleep does not encompass an entire night's sleep. It varies, but on average, the whole cycle, 3 stages of quiescent sleep and paradoxical sleep, lasts around 90 minutes. So, in an entire night's sleep, there are 3 to 6 of these cycles. Even though we often don't remember it, it is common to wake up briefly between the cycles. Maybe you are used to waking up, changing positions, and going back to sleep during the night. Chances are these awakenings happen when you exit paradoxical sleep and restart another sleep cycle when you go back to sleep. You may also have noticed that these moments when you briefly wake up are moments when you realize you just had a dream. This is not surprising because during paradoxical sleep, when our eyes are moving rapidly out of our control, we don't realize it. This is the moment when dreams are the most vivid and apparent. I will tell you about dreams later. For now, let's take a look at what paradoxical sleep is. As I mentioned before, this phase is also called rapid eye movement or REM sleep because it was its most obvious characteristic when it was discovered in the 1950s. But its effects extend to the rest of the body and the brain. Once again, the abundance or absence of certain neurotransmitters change during this phase. One characteristic of paradoxical sleep is the abundance in the brain of acetylcholine, one of these neurotransmitters. The transition to REM brings marked physical changes. The body, from the beginning of the sleep cycle, maintains very steady conditions of temperature, breathing, and blood circulation. All of these are stable. In REM, large fluctuations in these functions appear. The rhythm of breathing may vary. The heart may accelerate and body temperature may rise or decrease to near waking levels. REM sleep restores some of the functions of the awakened state, but we are still sleeping and unable to notice it. On the other hand, muscle tone in most of the body's muscles is reduced, a condition known as muscle atonia, or REM sleep muscle paralysis, in which a neural short circuit eliminates strength in all muscles except for necessary functions like the heart and the lungs. This means that the sleeper can no longer move. Motor neurons are completely inhibited. It is a form of paralysis, but one that has its advantages and usefulness. Because vivid dreams accompany this phase, and without this paralysis, sleepers could move a lot, unaware that they are in a dream. It has also been observed that the use of energy in the brain, measured by the metabolism of oxygen and glucose, rises significantly during REM sleep. it becomes similar or even exceeds the energy consumed in waking. This is why REM sleep is called paradoxical sleep. It is paradoxical in the sense that the body and the brain are on energy consumption levels similar to wakefulness, despite the body's paralysis. As soon as we wake up, the inhibition of motor neurons ends and we retake control. But there is a state called sleep paralysis that happens when people fall asleep or when they wake up, which the person is aware but unable to speak or move. These episodes may come with hallucinations of being touched or hearing something and induce a lot of anxiety because the hallucinations feel perfectly real. It is not uncommon. It is estimated that up to 50% of people may experience sleep paralysis at least once in their lifetime, and about 5% of people have regular episodes. It is believed that the mechanism involves a dysfunction in paradoxical sleep. Somehow, the return to normal motor functions is delayed, creating a sensation of being trapped inside one's body. Skeptics believe this could explain some stories of paranormal events, like alien abductions. People would be absolutely sincere because they were indeed not dreaming, but hallucinating while awake, which is a very different experience. And at the same time, they were paralyzed. Maybe if it happens to you one day, the best thing to do is realize that this is rare but not uncommon. You are not fully paralyzed. The fact that you are awake and conscious means that your heart is beating, you are breathing, and at most, these episodes can last a couple of minutes. So you are going to be all right. During the night, with several sleeping cycles lasting around 90 minutes, there are several episodes and phases of REM sleep. As the cycles pass, REM sleep phases tend to last longer. When the phases of sleep are measured by EEG, for an average sleeper over a night of 6 to 8 hours, the cycles change. Successive quiescent sleep phases tend to be shorter and less deep, measured by the duration of slow wave sleep. On the other hand, paradoxical sleep lasts longer and is more likely to end in an awakening. So why is there this phase of REM sleep? What is its function, given that the brain and the body don't seem to rest during it? And why do eyes move during this phase? A possible explanation is that the eye movements relate to the sense of vision experienced in a dream. However, this explanation is not fully satisfactory because it has been observed that people who were born blind still move their eyes in REM sleep, even though they typically do not have visual imagery in their dreams. Another hypothesis explaining eye movement is that it is only a side effect of the brain processing memory, but this is not fully explained at this point. Despite the higher energy consumption and activity in the brain and the body during paradoxical sleep, it seems to be biologically necessary. In experiments, people were deprived of REM sleep, and the phases of their sleep were monitored by EEG. They were woken up every time REM sleep began. When the experiment ended and they could sleep without interruption, they had longer REM sleep phases, as if they were catching up. REM sleep deprivation has been associated with a state of irritability and anxiety, with difficulties in staying focused, too. So, biologically and psychologically, REM sleep is important, but it is unknown why and how. There are various hypotheses about it. It could be important for the preservation of certain types of memories related to space or emotions. For example, it has been observed in rats that REM sleep tends to last longer following intensive learning sessions, as if they needed to process the acquired knowledge. On the other hand, studies on a few rare individuals that are chronically deprived of REM sleep because of injuries to their brains that didn't let them enter this phase or stay in it showed that their memory was not significantly affected in the long term. Another theory is that REM sleep acts like a neural stimulation. It would create and maintain neural connections in the brain. An element in favor of this idea is that REM sleep prevails the most just after birth and then diminishes as we age. For newborns, it could aid the developing brain to form connections. Yet other theories are connected to evolution. It could be a transformation that happened millions of years ago of a well-known defensive mechanism called the tonic immobility reflex. Various animals can feign death as their last line of defense in front of a predator. Their bodies suddenly become immobilized and stiff, which makes them appear dead. Of course, humans and many other animals with complex nervous systems cannot do that. But there are a number of similarities between their REM sleep and tonic mobility, paralysis, changes in temperature and activity in the same zones of the brain. REM sleep could be an evolution that we inherited from ancient life forms, but that no longer serves as a defense mechanism. Still related to evolution or self-defense, REM sleep could be a process to reactivate animals and humans periodically to scan their environment for possible predators. I mentioned earlier that sleep often ends in a brief awakening before a new sleep cycle begins. This doesn't explain the muscle paralysis, and it seems contradictory if it is to escape a predator. But maybe this paralysis ensures that the animal doesn't move and attract attention involuntarily before it is fully awake. That's possible. But the truth is, we don't exactly know why these REM sleep phases exist and what purpose they serve, if any. However, the most notable aspect of this phase for us is the intensity of dreaming. So let's talk about dreams. Dreams do not only happen during paradoxical sleep. There can be some during the phases of quiescent sleep, but not as many and not as vivid. We are also much more likely to remember REM dreams because we typically wake up briefly after this phase. Dreams are not easy to define. We all know what they are about because they manifest themselves as stories, or at least as a succession of images, ideas, emotions, and sensations that occur in the mind. Without these sensations and images, the dream itself might be a side effect of something else. They are also deeply personal and connected to our lives. We dream of elements we know, or that we seem to create based on things we know. But it is hard to retell a dream as if it was a movie or a story that we just watched. Dreams are also full of emotions, and we seem to be thinking in them. Most of the time, we are not aware that we are dreaming when we dream. It is only when we remember a dream that we put it at a distance and can rethink it as a third person. I said most of the time because there are lucid dreams too, which I will tell you about later. There are different ways of looking at dreams, and they all have interesting observations to bring. They can be approached by neurobiology. What happens physically and measurably when someone is dreaming? They can be approached via psychology and psychiatry too, focusing more on the content of dreams, their context, and possible meaning and function. Or maybe not everything has a meaning, and dreams could be the product of random brain activation that our minds process to give them an apparent logic or significance. There is also a cultural approach to dreams. They are part of the human experience, and since ancient history, they have been attributed a wide range of functions and meanings. When it comes to biology and neurosciences, we have seen that the various phases of sleep are piloted from the brain, and that, depending on the phases, the active regions of the brain and the types of neurotransmitters are very different. So, one of the central questions of sleep research is what part of the brain drives the dream experience. When we are awake, most of the internal imagery in our minds that helps us reason, plan, and strategize for every action is controlled from the front of the brain, a region called the lateral prefrontal cortex. This part of the brain acts like a puppeteer or a processor, assembling objects stored in memory into combinations. But during the most intense dream phase of sleep, in REM sleep, the lateral prefrontal cortex is inactive. It seems this region of the brain is irrelevant to dreams because, for people who have suffered brain damage in this area, dreams do not change at all. It isn't clear how images or sensations appear in one's perception during REM sleep, and from which part of the brain. It could be that other regions of the brain, other than the prefrontal cortex, take over and do the job of trying to elaborate a coherent imagery. Because it is not their primary function, and they are not the usual processors of reasoning and strategizing. They would make different associations that would give dreams their sometimes unreal or illogical aspects. However, dreams are not floating in the mind separate from matter. Dreams can be inhibited physically by blocking a neurotransmitter called dopamine. Conversely, an increase in dopamine stimulates very vivid dreams and nightmares too. Biologically, a nightmare or a bad dream is not a specific phenomenon. It is just a particularly vivid dream that can cause a strong emotional response of fear, sadness, or anxiety. Apart from psychological causes that dominate when people have recurrent nightmares, physical factors can also trigger or favor them. For example, sleeping in an uncomfortable position. Although this is not your case, since I told you at the beginning to adopt a comfortable position. Or having a fever can be a factor too. Even eating before going to sleep can influence dreams because it increases the body's metabolism and brain activity. Another proof that dreams are generated in the brain and cannot exist without a material substrate is the observation that people who have damage in the region of the brain called the parietal lobe typically stop dreaming. They may continue to live and sleep normally, including experiencing paradoxical sleep phases, but no dreams occur. A theory in neurobiology based on these types of observations is that dreams are a reaction to activities inside and outside the body. There can be changes in temperature, however imperceptible they are, and physical sensations. These signals reach the brain, where the active regions try to create meaning from them. This would result in dreaming, which in this case would be like an accident. Dreams would be a byproduct of brain activity, while the regions that would normally process these signals are inactive. Still, when we remember dreams, we can often recognize a lot of elements from them, taken from our lives, people, situations, places, emotions, fears, hopes. This is why the idea that dreams are important to the study and understanding of the human mind is as old as psychology as a science. Some of the earliest and broadest theories about dreams were developed in the late 19th century by Sigmund Freud. Initially, Freud supposed that the content of dreams was driven by unconscious wishes. In the architecture of the mind, he described or theorized that our conscious selves are just one layer. The unconscious mind would exist under it or behind it, and sometimes clash with the conscious mind or be exposed in certain situations when the conscious mind is asleep, like during hypnosis or dreams. There was a time in the 20th century when Freudian theories, which extended well beyond the interpretation of dreams, were quite popular in the scientific community and beyond. However, they have lost a lot of influence in the past few decades due to criticisms of his methods and modern experimental studies that tend to disprove his theories. One central problem with Freud's theories, and more broadly, the practice of psychoanalysis he started, is that they were never based on clinical studies on large samples of individuals. Freud elaborated his theories based on a small number of patients, and his followers did the same. When it comes to human sciences, we cannot create experiments where you control all the parameters as you can in physics or biology. However, there is still a scientific approach. You can prove phenomena by using statistics on large samples, be it in psychology or sociology. In history, a theory can be defended with documents and facts, concrete elements. When it comes to Freud's theories, there is nothing of this sort. They appear as an intellectual construction, using concepts that may or may not describe an aspect of reality. But in any case, they are invisible and impossible to measure. A way to know that they exist and can be acted upon would be to prove that these concepts can find applications in certain cures or practices and systematically produce effects. However, this was never done on a large enough scale to qualify as a scientific approach. This is one reason why Freud has fallen largely out of favor in the communities of psychologists and psychiatrists. His theories were somewhat at the intersection of science and literature, and they require that you accept his description of the mind without seeing any proof that it is anything more than an intellectual creation based on a few examples. But examples are anecdotes and not data. In fact, many psychoanalysts throughout the 20th century came up with different theories about dreams. To Carl Jung, a Swiss psychoanalyst, dreams were messages from the unconscious mind to help the dreamer resolve emotional problems. Another theory by Fritz Perls was that dreams are projections of parts of the dreamer's self that had been ignored, rejected, or suppressed. All of these theories offer different angles and are intellectually stimulating. But like Freud's theories, skeptics ask where the proofs are that these theories are anything more than the product of the author's imagination. Whether we choose to adopt or reject the theories of Freud and other psychoanalysts, maybe the value in their work is more in the invitation to look beyond the obvious when it comes to the human mind. They introduce the idea, which is now widely accepted, that our will and the way our minds work are not necessarily the same thing. We have hidden impulses, repressed memories, and emotions that are not rational, and that may come from places we ignore. All of this was a hidden continent before Freud and some of his predecessors in the 19th century. They opened a window on the complexity of the human mind and began looking for answers. So, in that sense, modern psychology and psychiatry owe at least a debt of gratitude to Freud. Speaking of psychology, psychologists are also interested in dreams, but most of the time with a different angle, a different approach. It is not so much about what dreams mean or reveal, but more about why we dream and to what necessity they correspond, if any. Here again, there are theories that are, in a sense, hard to prove, but they also offer a lot of food for thought. A first theory is that dreams are a useful tool to improve the mind's ability to meet human needs during wakefulness. This is based on the theory that we have mental patterns that help us solve problems and test what works and what doesn't in our awake life. Dreams would be a way for the mind to test new patterns to better our mind, in the sense that it will make it better adapted to survival and the satisfaction of our needs. To say the same differently, dreams would help select efficient mental structural outlines to eventually rewire our minds or solidify best practices. There is the underlying idea that dreams have a role to play in evolution. They would be an evolutionary feature that makes us better at surviving. Some psychologists have supposed that dreams evolved in our species and many others for threat simulation. Dreams would have evolved to replicate these threats and continually practice dealing with them. An element in favor of this approach is that, based on large samples of dream reports, people say that their dreams comprise many more threatening events than they meet in real life, and most of the time the dreamer engages with them either by escaping or facing them. So, according to this theory, dreams would allow for a rehearsal of threatening scenarios, perhaps about physical or emotional threats. They would help us anticipate and process them. Yet another theory is that dreams are mental gymnastics. They recombine elements in ways that would keep the processing of information in the brain flexible. They would breed creativity, and in that sense, they would help us thrive as individuals and as a species. But there are also numerous psychologists who concede that dreams are probably just a byproduct of physiology, like a residue of a system designed maybe to think and rest. There is a very broad research study on the content of dreams that took place at a university in Ohio. From the 1940s to the 1980s, more than 50,000 dream reports were collected. From this wide sample, it appears that visuals and dreams typically mix different locations, people, and objects that the dreamer can recognize from their memories and experiences, blending into each other. Conversations often adopt a bizarre or exaggerated form. Another finding is that people who are blind from birth do not have visual dreams. The content of their dreams is related to other senses. Emotions are predominantly described as negative, with the most common one being anxiety. Positive emotions like happiness also appear. By definition, this is based on what people say and what they remember, so it is possible that negative emotions are more memorable. Sexual themes are present but secondary, representing no more than 10% of the content on average, and tend to decrease with age. Interestingly, a small minority declares that they only dream in black and white. This proportion was higher in previous generations, up to 25% for people who only were exposed to black and white film and television in their childhood. Long before understanding dreams through systematic studies or neurobiology, they had major cultural and religious impacts on human societies. Among those who left written records from ancient history are the Sumerians, the Assyrians, and Egyptians. There were variations in beliefs, but they generally considered dreams to be messages from the gods, like oracles. They announced events to come or showed the correct way to dreamers. In India and China, dreams were often seen as a journey of the soul out of the body during sleep. One aspect of the soul stayed in the material world, and another aspect was freed and could travel to the dream realm. Interestingly, in both of these civilizations, there was also questioning about the nature of dreams. In the first millennium BC, authors argued that dreams were simply an expression of inner desires, which is exactly the dominant approach that prevailed in the West in the 19th and 20th centuries, and remains very popular with the public nowadays. The ancient Greeks and Romans also had this dual approach. They were influenced by other cultures and initially believed that dreams were messages from the gods that visited the sleepers. In later centuries, though, several authors argued that the visions that occurred in dreams were produced by thoughts, conversations, or concerns that people had during the daytime. They also hypothesized that the producers of dreams were humans themselves. In Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, there used to be a tradition that dreams were connected to the divine and provided messages or inspirations, and that bad dreams could be inspired by the devil or demons. There are frequent stories of dreams that provided divine inspiration in the Old Testament, for example. This emphasis on the meaning of dreams has faded away over time. In modern times, dreams are much less of concern. Early on, dreams were also a topic of interest for philosophers, and they made them question the nature of what we consider to be the real world. Some of them concluded that what we call the real world, or reality, could just be an illusion. We all know about this hypothesis. It is the basis for the idea that we live in a simulation, like in the Matrix movies, for example. But the Matrix is just a modern iteration of an old idea. Its first recorded mention is from the Chinese text from the first millennium BC. It was also discussed in Hinduism, and the idea was introduced to Western philosophy by Descartes in the 17th century. Dreams used to be seen in antiquity as neutral or positive because they could bring messages from the gods. But the Christian tradition evolved in the Middle Ages towards a more negative or harsher interpretation of dreams. They were increasingly seen as evil and inspired by the devil, which also passed to Protestantism at the beginning of the Reformation. This has to be put into context. In the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance, there were mounting concerns about the influence of evil or demons in the world, and they were actively tracked. This period saw the multiplication of witch hunts and the increasing influence of religious inquisitions. By default, unexplained phenomena or anything abnormal would be considered evil or strongly suspicious at least. In parallel to the religious traditions, there was also a literary motive or plot device that developed and evolved over the centuries, the dream world. Another world where the rules of reality are suspended and a character is placed in a marvelous and unpredictable environment. This is also an ancient device that appeared in antiquity. It was present in medieval tales and found wide popularity since the 19th century. When you think of Alice in Wonderland, Lovecraft, or The Never-Ending Story, there are plenty of examples in fantasy and other types of fiction in popular culture today. Dreams are almost always depicted as expressions of the dreamer's desires and fears. This remains very much inspired by the early theories of Freud. It is a bit unavoidable in fiction because you describe or show things only when they bring something to the story, when they matter. So when dreams appear, they have to be meaningful. They need to be some kind of message, some kind of prophecy, or they have to provide insight into a character. As we have seen throughout our story tonight, sleep is a different state of consciousness. In common language, we might say we are unconscious when we sleep. But it is not full unconsciousness because we can still react to stimuli and quickly wake up. There are states of much deeper unconsciousness, such as people who are in a coma, when they are unresponsive to external stimuli. Sleep is not that deep, which is why it is considered a state of altered consciousness. To conclude, I am going to tell you about two other states of consciousness related to sleep that are also on the consciousness spectrum: somnambulism, sleepwalking, and lucid dreaming. Sleepwalking is a phenomenon that sounds paradoxical. It is sleep and wakefulness at the same time. It always occurs during slow wave sleep. You remember in the various phases of the sleep cycle we talked about before, there is a state of quiescent sleep, not rapid eye movement sleep, during which we go through three different phases. This is the last, the deepest one, before we turn to paradoxical sleep with rapid eye movement. The cause of sleepwalking is unknown. There could be genetic predispositions, the effect of one or several neurotransmitters or hormones, but the truth is these are just hypotheses. No probable cause has ever been identified. For some reason, a sleeper suddenly begins performing activities that are usually performed during a state of full consciousness. Most of the time, these are just simple activities like walking or sitting up in bed. But in some cases, it can be more complex tasks like going to the bathroom, cleaning, or eating. Episodes have been recorded lasting from 30 seconds to 30 minutes. In rare cases, it can be dangerous because the person's perception of the environment and their judgment is impaired. There have been studies about the prevalence of sleepwalking. It is uncommon, but not extraordinary. 4 to 10% of people could have at least one episode in their lifetime. Another study has found that it is more common in children than adults. Another surprising state of consciousness is lucid dreaming, which is the name of a type of dream where dreamers become aware that they are dreaming, but the dream doesn't stop. This may give the dreamer some amount of control over the dream, putting them in a fragile or fleeting equilibrium because they can wake up at any time. But sometimes this state can last. The existence of lucid dreams has been documented long ago. Early Buddhists cultivated this awareness, and Greek philosophers talked about it. Scientific research about it started in the 20th century. It showed that lucid dreams could happen during REM sleep, maybe thanks to certain neurotransmitters that are present in higher quantities than usual. In this case, one called acetylcholine. Regions of the brain that are typically inactive when dreaming may be partially activated, allowing the sleeper to gain awareness that it is a dream. But this is by nature hard to investigate because it is all based on people's reports, and it is not an easy state to replicate with experiments. Other researchers have suggested that lucid dreaming may not be a state of sleep, but one of brief wakefulness, when people are on the edge between sleep and wakefulness. What they sincerely think is a dream could be a product of their imagination in this fleeting state at the beginning of awakening. Why don't you make yourself comfortable? Grab a drink if you like, or find the right position in your bed, because we just took off for a new space journey, and this one will take us to Mars, the first manned mission to Mars ever. And given that we do it by imagination, I can already tell you that everything's going to work just fine. We'll be back on Earth, safe and sound. Along the journey, to entertain you during the trip, I will tell you about our destination, the Red Planet, and the challenges to overcome travel to Mars, land, stay, and come back. From the energy necessary and the distance to radiation or cohabitation of a small group of astronauts. For a several months long journey, we will also talk about terraforming as a concept and how it could be applied to Mars and many other things. So there's a lot to discuss, and Earth is already getting smaller, and we have crossed the orbit of the Moon. But there are still millions of miles to cross before we reach Mars. In future space cruises, we will travel faster than light to reach exoplanets and galaxies. Such speeds defy the laws of physics as we know them, and there is good reason to estimate that they cannot physically be achieved. But tonight, we are traveling at just a few percentage points of speed of light. which will be enough to complete the round trip in about an hour. Such a speed has never been reached by men, but it is theoretically possible, at least. So, what is the distance between Earth and Mars? There isn't a single answer to this question, because the distance is constantly changing. Since you tuned into this story, the distance has changed by thousands of miles as the two planets follow their orbits around the sun at high speed. Sometimes they are on either side of the sun, and when this happens, Mars is invisible from Earth. When the two planets are on opposite sides of the sun, the distance is the maximum and it reaches 400 million kilometers. This would be like 10,000 times the circumference of the Earth. But there are also times when Mars is much closer, when Earth and Mars are aligned on the same side of the Sun, and in this case, the distance drops to about 55 million kilometers, almost 8 times less. This is less than 40 million miles. About every 26 months, Mars reaches what it's called a close approach to Earth. This close approach is an advantageous moment. That is the right moment to send missions to Mars. But the distance when a close approach happens is not always exactly the same, because it is not that simple. The two orbits of Earth and Mars are not exactly on the same plane. They are slightly tilted with respect to each other, and the exact shapes of these orbits constantly change because they are influenced by the position of other bodies, especially Jupiter, which has a significant influence on the orbit of Mars. At the scale of the solar systems, calculations have to be made to take into account velocities and the influence of all bodies involved. Therefore, there is a lot of modeling and mathematics involved in making accurate estimates. This is crucial because a probe cannot afford to miss its constantly moving destination, which can be millions of miles away. A good understanding of orbital speeds and all the factors that impact them is necessary to prevent such mishaps. With all these elements at play, not all close approaches between Mars and Earth are exactly the same. In 2003, Mars made its closest approach to the Earth in 60,000 years, and it won't be that close again until the year 2287. In the meantime, humans will have to travel a greater distance to close the gap between Earth and Mars. NASA has 2 missions related to Mars in the works. The Artemis mission is meant to establish a U.S. spaceport on the Moon for future deep space launches. The Artemis mission is meant to establish a U.S. spaceport on the Moon for future deep space launches. The Artemis crew of 3 Americans and 1 Canadian will fly by the Moon in 2024. Then land on the Moon in 2025. The first time humans will have done so since 1972. The second mission is known simply as the Mars Sample Return, a campaign to bring samples of Mars soil and rocks back to Earth. Given that probes or spaceships need to return, these missions will need to be planned over several years. It is not possible to just arrive, land on Mars, take samples for a few weeks, and then immediately return, because during that time spent on the planet, the distance from Earth will have increased by millions and millions of miles. And the distance, time, and space are not the only elements that matter. The energy needed to land and return is maybe even more important. Even the shortest trip is not necessarily the most realistic or achievable. Storing fuel is complicated after all. It takes up a lot of room and it's very heavy, thereby requiring energy in the form of fuel to transport fuel as part of a spaceship's cargo. As soon as space flight began, astronomers and engineers started studying the most efficient paths into space. When it comes to energy consumption, an economical way of traveling between planets is to jump from one orbit to another, following an elliptical orbit. This kind of transfer is called the Hohmann transfer orbit. This is the orbit followed, for example, by the InSight probe sent by NASA a few years ago. It implies approximately a 9-month travel time from Earth to Mars, then stay about 16 to 17 months on Mars, waiting for the next transfer window. Another 9-month trip to return to Earth. That is to say, 3 years in total for the round trip. A method that can help consume less energy when approaching the target planet is called ballistic capture. And what is it? When spacecraft use the Hohmann transfer orbit, it typically requires the spacecraft to burn fuel in order to slow down at the distant planet, because when the ship approaches it, it travels faster in space than its destination. It has to catch up with it. The fuel necessary to slow down has to be transported all the way from Earth, which adds to the cost and complexity of the craft. However, with the method of ballistic capture, the spacecraft is just placed in advance on the orbit of its destination planet before the planet arrives. When the target arrives, the craft is captured by the planet's gravity and can pull itself in orbit around it with small thrusters for adjustment. Another possible method to slow down spacecraft when they reach their target is a maneuver called aerobraking. Aerobraking consists of flying the craft through the atmosphere, so it has to be a body with an atmosphere at the low point of the orbit. The friction and drag slow it down, and the advantage is that this method uses the environment and doesn't consume more energy than necessary to position the craft on the right orbit. All of this gives you an idea of the variety of mission plans and possible paths that have been imagined and tested. We are now halfway to our destination. So before we talk about landing and the environment we will find on Mars, let's take a look at the formation of the planet and what it is made of. As you may know, the dominant theory about the formation of planets in our solar system is that they all started with a large accretion disk, a disk of gases and dust that was kept together and put in motion by gravitation. Most of the mass of matter concentrated in the center to form the sun, but not all of it. The periphery of the new star was still filled with matter, with dust in orbit around it. Through collisions over millions and millions of years, this dust snowballed into bigger and bigger rocks and boulders. After millions of revolutions around the sun, bigger rocks and protoplanets progressively cleaned up their orbits of dust and smaller bodies by absorbing them or turning them into their satellites like Earth. This process is believed to have been completed about 4.5 billion years ago for Mars. At this point, rocky planets in the solar system had eliminated most of the smaller rocks and boulders in their orbits, and they had taken a ball shape. This globe shape occurs because of gravity. Above a certain size, bodies become round, whereas smaller objects like asteroids or comets can't maintain other shapes. They are not large enough or massive enough to form a ball of matter. It is difficult to determine the history of Mars from Earth. On our planet, we can study the geological timeline by analyzing the layers of rocks and minerals. On Mars, nothing like that has been done yet. A few samples of soil could be analyzed by probes, but nothing comparable. However, it doesn't mean hypotheses cannot be made. The age of the surface of the planet can be estimated by counting the number of visible craters. A higher number and density of crater points to older terrain. However, Mars has also experienced intense volcanism along its history, and volcanism resets the surface terrain. It also has glaciers, winds, and possibly running water in the past, so craters may have been erased. With these limited means of estimating the age of the surface, the oldest part is believed to be in the southern hemisphere. The surface there would be about 3.8 billion years old. In the northern hemisphere, the landscapes are dominated by large plains that would have appeared later after the last waves of bombardment by asteroids. It is believed that after its formation approximately 400 million years ago, 4.5 to 4.1 billion years ago, Mars had a dense atmosphere. This atmosphere was formed as a result of asteroid and comet impacts, as well as gases escaping from the planet's mantle. This early atmosphere would have been much denser than Earth's, implying higher pressure. Under these conditions, water vapor in the atmosphere could have condensed into an ocean, possibly even a global ocean. However, this ocean would have existed at high temperatures, similar to a pressure cooker. Over millions of years, this large body of water started to cool down, potentially creating the first opportunity for the emergence of life around 4.4 to 4.3 billion years ago. It is important to note that this is purely speculative and based on modeling. There is no direct proof of it. In any case, this early atmosphere would have lacked stability because as the planet kept cooling down, it would have escaped into space or become incorporated into the surface. After liquid water and high pressure, the atmosphere would have become thinner and thinner, and the planet increasingly cold. As a result, turning water into ice. The following 400 million years, from 4.1 to 3.7 billion years ago, new drastic changes, bombardment by asteroids could have kept happening, like on Earth. In the southern hemisphere, the surface would date from this period, like on Earth. Mars probably has a liquid core made primarily of metal. Metals tend to converge to the center of planets due to their higher mass. The core is covered by a mantle and a much thinner solid crust. On average, this crust today would be around 50 kilometers thick, compared to 40 kilometers on Earth. Once again, this is an estimate that looks possible, even reasonable. However, contrary to Earth, it could not be proven directly and by multiple methods. But at the time, 4 billion years ago, this crust was much thinner, and the planet had a period of intense volcanic activity. Great volcanoes appeared. After our landing, we will pay a visit to one of them, Olympus Mons. The fracturing of the surface made a large rift valley system appear as a result of this volcanic activity, pulling gases and ashes into the atmosphere. The planet would have stopped cooling down because the thicker blanket of gases trapped more solar heat, causing a greenhouse effect. At this point, clouds probably developed, and with them, precipitations running to the ground. This could explain the valleys that were possibly dug by running water billions of years ago through erosion. At the time, there could have been also lakes forming in the basins and craters, maybe even an ocean covering the north of the planet. A clue that points to such a scenario, with the existence of an ocean or at least running water, is the analysis of rocks on the surface by rovers. They indicate the presence of clay minerals that typically form by prolonged exposure to groundwater. During this second period, another window for the possible emergence of life, the second one theoretically opened. There was liquid water, an atmosphere, and also maybe a magnetic field around the planet, like on Earth. The inside would have been in motion, like on Earth, creating a magnetic dynamo that would have shielded the planet from radiation. In theory, this would make several of the conditions that allowed the appearance of life on Earth possibly present on Mars at the time. But again, these conditions didn't last more than a few dozen million years. Mars is a smaller planet than Earth, and as a result, it cooled down faster. Therefore, the magnetic dynamo would have shut down, causing the magnetic field to disappear. However, more concerning for the possibility of life on the surface is the fact that atmospheric conditions continue to change due to Mars' smaller mass compared to Earth. Without a magnetic field, Mars kept losing its atmosphere, which dissipated into space over millions of years. Eventually, what remains of the atmosphere started to cool down again. And with the accumulation of gases like sulfur pulled by volcanoes, rains would have become increasingly acidic over a period of 800 million years, until about 3.6 billion years ago. Once again, this hypothesis is supported by the analysis of soils that were apparently altered by acidic groundwater. As the temperature went down, much of the water would have frozen, possibly under the surface bombardments by asteroids that had become less and less frequent over hundreds of millions of years. They almost came to a halt, like on Earth. At the same time, in the rest of the solar system, maybe eventually, there were still asteroid impacts that melted huge quantities of surface ice and caused catastrophic floods. However, these floods could only be short-lived because the water was reabsorbed into the ground and frozen again. After 1.5 billion years of catastrophic reverses in its appearance and atmosphere, Mars then entered a period of relative stability that continues to this day. During this stability, in the sense that there were no more large-scale geological changes or climatic changes, the surface of Mars became dry, bearing little resemblance to its previous atmospheres. The new atmosphere has become so thin that there is very little pressure at the surface, so much so that water vaporizes instantly upon reaching the surface. Therefore, there can no longer be liquid water. Over 3 billion years, there was still erosion, with powerful winds occasionally. Volcanoes appeared and modified the surface, like they do on Earth. But there doesn't seem to be plate tectonics like on Earth. The face of Mars may not have changed radically for a long time. Now, seen from space, it has this red color that comes from oxidation of iron. It is rust that gives Mars its name of the red planet. The poles remain covered in ice, and the size of this ice continent at the poles probably varies over very long periods, depending on the distance from Mars to the Sun. I will tell you more about the conditions at the surface, but it is now time to land, because we have reached our destination. We made this journey quickly, but for astronauts it will take months. Astronauts have already spent extended periods of time in space, including more than necessary to reach Mars. But it was in space stations that remained on the low orbit veranda. The psychological burden of knowing you are traveling further and further away from your planet in a potentially dangerous adventure, and in an environment where only technology can keep you alive, cannot be overlooked. This probably recreates the experience of the explorers who left Europe by sea in the 15th and 16th centuries, with their crews at the mercy of unpredictable oceans for months. There were situations of mutiny or despair. Now, this human factor can certainly be overcome by selecting highly trained astronauts and ensuring their group dynamic works for the mission. However, the psychological and social dimensions of such a journey bring challenges that cannot be fully eliminated. Additionally, there are biological and physical difficulties. Human bodies had not evolved for life in space, especially in zero-gravity environment. It is not just the loss of bone or muscle when we don't need to compensate for gravity for an extended period of time. There are other aspects that affect metabolism and the way our body heals. For example, it would be more difficult to treat a fracture without gravity. And this is something astronauts would need to pay attention to, as they could not afford to hurt themselves. But the biggest medical issue in space is certainly radiation. On Earth, we are shielded from radiation by our magnetic field and the atmosphere. The radiations we talk about here are streams of tiny particles, bits of atoms or energy that exist in space or come from the sun. The sun ejects them constantly in every direction, and they travel through the solar system. This is a big problem for extended stays in space because it is hard to fully shield against them, including inside spaceships or stations. One day spent in the International Space Station, for example, is the equivalent to roughly 10 sessions of chest x-rays. If it is for a day or two, there are no measurable consequences. But when it is for months, the damage to the DNA, eyes, and the immune system can become concerning. And it is more than enough to significantly increase the risk of cancer. This is far from being the worst place in space. It is on a low orbit and still within the Earth's magnetic field. So, traveling further in space will imply higher doses of radiation. And even more insidious effect of radiation exposure is that it may affect cognitive function over time, making astronauts less able to respond to enforcing circumstances or stressful situations. So, what can be done to minimize the problem of radiation? There are vests in development made of materials that are efficient at blocking free particles, like proteins. For example, vests made of polyethylene. Polyethylene is easy to make. It is a plastic. We use it all the time, and it is the material used for bottled water. There are radiation sensing instruments that could alert astronauts when they pass through a place where radiation is more intense, and they can move to a part of the craft where there is better shielding. Metals that make the hulls of spacecraft are not good at stopping radiation. But other materials apart from polyethylene, for example hydrogen, work well. It would be possible to integrate hydrogen-rich materials into the spacecraft's structure, or maybe just line the walls with water tanks. Now, these options also raise issues of weight, because all this has to be sent into space. Another solution being explored by scientists, and it sounds a lot like science fiction, is to give the craft its own electromagnetic field generated by a device on board the craft. It is possible for the long term, and it creates other problems like the energy necessary to make it work constantly. However, that would be an ideal long term solution to the problems of radiation for space travel. Because until such a solution is found, longer haul space travel with astronauts will be hard and a direct threat to their health. One day in space outside the magnetic field of the Earth is equivalent to about 700 days on Earth when it comes to the dose of radiation received. It's almost like 2 years in a single day. In other terms, in 1 month in space outside the Earth's magnetic field, astronauts receive almost the equivalent of a lifetime of radiation on Earth if they are not protected. At this point, the issue of shielding against radiation is one of the biggest stakes for scientists who work on future manned missions to Mars or beyond that. We have now reached the proximity of Mars, and the first leg of our trip is done. Sometimes there are storms of dust on the planet that can reach global dimensions and completely hide the ground. This is one of the difficulties of the harsh environment we will find at the surface, but not today. Through the very thin atmosphere of the planet, we can directly see the ground and its variety of plains and craters, mainly in the southern hemisphere. We see mountains and rifts, all in various shades of red to brown, except for the white caps of ice at the poles. These caps are primarily water ice, but not only. They also contain frozen carbon dioxide. Like Earth, Mars has seasons because the planet rotates on an axis that is not perfectly perpendicular to its orbit. This means it does not always present the same side to the sun. When it is summer for one hemisphere or pole, that particular area receives direct sunlight. Meanwhile, the other hemisphere or pole experiences winter and remains in darkness for a month. Without an atmosphere to regulate temperatures, like on our planet, the dark pole becomes extremely cold, causing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to freeze and fall to the ground. This results in a layer of carbon dioxide ice covering the dark pole. However, when summer arrives, sunlight causes carbon dioxide to sublime. That is, it instantaneously converts it from a solid to a gas. Carbon dioxide liberated as gas brings dust with it in the atmosphere, and clouds form, clouds that look like cirrus clouds on Earth. Until the next change of season when carbon dioxide freezes again and falls back to the ground. We will keep exploring the surface, but now let's land. We will do it probably like the first human missions will land in a rocket, so that we would be able to take off at the end of the mission and return to the spacecraft left in orbit around the planet and start the trip back to Earth. A dozen small spacecraft have already landed successfully on Mars since the 1970s. There was a Mars 3 sent by the Soviet space program and Viking 1 and 2 by NASA. Then there was a long period when funding issues and other priorities put missions to Mars on hold. They resumed 20 years later in the 1990s with the appearance of rovers like Sojourner, opportunity, curiosity, and more recently, perseverance, which landed in February 2021. Because of these missions that have collected samples, sent images from the ground, and the cartography made by probes in orbit, our knowledge of Mars has increased. It has improved dramatically in the past 40 or 50 years. Clearly, between these successful missions and the various long-term projects or manned missions from public and private agents that exist at the moment, Mars is a hot topic in the world of astronautics. A human mission is unlikely to take place this decade, but the next? Why not? This raises questions about whether it is worth it and how much it would cost. Apart from the risks of failure and the huge complexity, an obvious limiting factor is the cost. It is estimated to be roughly $500 billion. This is a lot, or not that much, depending on how you look at it. If you compare it to the world's economy, $500 billion is not that much. The world's GDP, the gross domestic product, is 104 trillion. So half a trillion would be 0.6 of 1 year of the world's economy. In other terms, it is equivalent to less than 2 days of economic activity on Earth. As a species, the perspective to try and go to another planet for the first time ever for the equivalent of 2 days of work doesn't seem like much. It can also be argued that this spending is also an investment for a part. This is the kind of project that needs research in materials, processes, fuels, and equipment of all sorts that could have other beneficial uses. However, this amount is well above the budget of any space agency or private investor, and it would certainly not be profitable financially. There are resources that could be exploited on Mars by a human community living there, such as water, metals, and maybe many other materials to be discovered, but there is probably no treasure to find. It would be for the sake of knowledge, for science, for the challenge itself, or the perspective to one day establishing a permanent human presence on Mars. It has been argued that this last point makes sense as a species for humankind. A presence on different planets strongly reduces the risk of extinction. If we wish to consider this a goal because, apart from that, there are plenty of places on Earth that are currently unpopulated by humans, and that would be much easier and cheaper to colonize, like the poles, Arctic regions, deserts, or even the bottom of the seas. Each is inhospitable, but they are still way more welcoming than Mars for us. Even in the terrible cold and lack of vegetation of the Antarctic, for example, where the only human presence is on bases, at least there is air to breathe. There is pressure, so you can go without a pressurized suit. And the temperature is actually almost pleasant if you compare it to Mars. On Mars, the atmosphere is too thin to retain heat at night, and it is further away from the sun than Earth. The average temperature is minus 60 degrees Celsius, which is minus 80 degrees Fahrenheit. At best, the temperature near the equator during the day can rise up to 20 degrees Celsius, which is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It doesn't sound too bad, but in the same location, the temperature at night will drop to minus 73 degrees Celsius, minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no place on Earth where the temperature varies by 100 degrees in a single day. In addition, the atmosphere on Mars is 100 times less dense and contains 95% carbon dioxide. So there is nothing to breathe for us. The problem of radiation and the dust storms can rage for weeks. Will make for a harsh environment. Any human community would face a precarious situation, relying solely on their equipment. They would probably need to find shelter underground or under anti-radiation domes. Additionally, they would desperately need to find water for extracting oxygen and irrigation for production. The production of energy, likely through solar panels, would also be risky if the sun is obscured by dust for an extended period. Pressurizing the living space would be necessary. All these factors carry significant risk, leaving no room for failure. Now, with the same amount of funding, it would be much easier to create an entire underground or underwater city on Earth that could exist and function completely separate from the rest of the world. Doesn't sound useful, and no one is going to invest in this. But if the argument in favor of establishing bases on Mars is to gain living space or protect humanity from extinction, it doesn't really work that well considering it could be done on Earth. But still, the challenge is fascinating. I think and I hope a human mission to Mars will one day leave Earth and succeed. One of the interesting questions it could answer would be the presence of traces of life on the planet, even if it is long extinct or dormant. If life appeared at some point on another planet in the solar system, then it would strongly suggest that the conditions that allow the existence of life are not that extraordinary. That would be a powerful argument in favor of the existence of life in multiple locations, multiple places in our galaxy. But having a base and a few scientists seems absolutely impossible, however difficult it is in the not-so-distant future. Now, it is not forbidden to dream, and for a longer time, the concept that has circulated since the 20th century is the idea of transforming Mars or other planets to make them more similar to Earth, inhabitable by humans and Earth-like life. As you know, this is called terraforming. What is terraforming? And is it just a dream or something that could happen for real? The concept appeared in science fiction in the 1940s. It is not that recent. The first notable scientific article about it was written by an astronomer named Carl Sagan in 1961. In this article, he proposed a theoretical way of transforming the planet Venus to make it habitable. At the time, it was known that Venus had a very dense atmosphere that created a powerful greenhouse effect, keeping surface temperatures at unbearable levels, hundreds of degrees. The composition of the atmosphere was roughly known. It had water, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. So he proposed the idea of seeding this atmosphere with algae. It is so dense that algae would have stayed in suspension. They wouldn't fall to the ground and be incinerated. Algae would have converted the components of the atmosphere into organic compounds by feeding on them, especially carbon dioxide. This would have progressively removed carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and reduced the greenhouse effect until temperatures dropped to more comfortable levels, and the carbon would have remained captive in a blanket of matter that would have fallen to the surface. The oxygen would have to rise to make the air breathable. That was clever, but later discoveries showed that it couldn't work because the clouds of Venus are very rich in sulfuric acid that would have destroyed algae. And another problem, even more insurmountable, was that the atmosphere was just too tense. Algae might break carbon dioxide into carbon and oxygen, but oxygen would have stayed high, whereas pure carbon would have fallen to the surface, been incinerated, and through combustion returned to the atmosphere as a gas. Sagan also proposed a terraforming project in Mars in the 1970s, and because it is certainly the planet most similar to Earth in the solar system, the concept of terraforming Mars has persisted for decades. As we saw earlier, it is not impossible that Mars had an Earth-like environment in its history long ago, with a thicker atmosphere and abundant water, possibly liquid water. If the mechanisms that caused this atmosphere change occurred, they could potentially be reversed. I previously mentioned the likely reasons that caused Mars to lose most of its atmosphere. One reason is the absence of a magnetic field, which allows solar wind to carry the atmosphere away. Additionally, Mars has lower gravity compared to Earth. At the surface of Mars, an object weighing 100 pounds on Earth would only weigh 38 pounds. As a result, astronauts walking on the surface would not be able to generate as much force as on the Moon, but they would feel lighter compared to Earth. Furthermore, the lower gravity means that the atmosphere is less tightly bound to the planet compared to more massive planets. And finally, the last reason for the loss of this atmosphere is that when there is carbon dioxide in an atmosphere and water is present, it tends to react with rocks at the surface to form carbonates, which are solid salts. So this tends to draw the atmosphere off and bind it to the surface. This happens on Earth, but due to volcanic activity that ejects new gases into the atmosphere, there is a kind of balance, and the Earth's atmosphere doesn't get eroded by its absorption into the surface. So, between these various effects, Mars's atmosphere was probably in the past carried away into space and absorbed by the planet itself. These problems are due to the mass of Mars, the lack of enough volcanic activity, and the absence of a planetary magnetic field. These problems cannot go away easily. This is what Mars is, and for these reasons it looks complicated to give it an Earth-like atmosphere, because even assuming it could be done technically and financially, this atmosphere would be unstable and would need constant maintenance and constant readjustments to stay in place. It would have to be replaced artificially, as it tends to get thinner without intervention. There are other technical problems. In order to be habitable, this atmosphere would have to be heated. Mars receives less light than Earth from the sun because of the distance. The light level is about 60% of Earth's only. So if an atmosphere with the same composition and density as Earth were created, with the same greenhouse effect that retains heat, it would still be insufficient to raise the temperatures above 0 degrees Celsius. And water would stay frozen instead of becoming liquid. And then, even if all of this could be overcome, the soil is toxic for us. It contains a lot of chlorine, too much to make it suitable for agriculture. It would also have to be chemically modified. All of these problems, and there are others, actually have solutions that are technically possible and often within our technological reach. However, in practice, it clearly looks undoable for the moment. At the scale of an entire planet, we just don't have enough energy and the possibility to send the huge equipment necessary to Mars. But let's imagine we tried. What could be the methods employed to terraform Mars? The starting point would have to be to generate a greenhouse effect that is mostly absent at the moment by injecting gases into the atmosphere. These gases would trap solar heat near the surface and help start the process of global heating that could one day make the water at the poles and underground melt. They would also increase pressure and make it more bearable for humans. At the moment, the pressure is just 1% of Earth's pressure, so a pressurized suit is absolutely necessary. However, if this pressure reached just 25 or 30% of Earth, it would already be possible to go out without a suit. Just an oxygen mask would be sufficient. There are compounds with a significant greenhouse effect, such as ammonia and hydrocarbons, that are abundant in the solar system and could be imported to Mars. We know where to find them, for example, on the moons of Jupiter. However, these compounds are relatively light, and it could be hard, especially at the beginning, to make them stay around the planet. Another option would be to release gases with very powerful greenhouse effects into the atmosphere, such as fluorine compounds. These include the famous CFCs that became known for attacking the ozone layer on Earth. But they are also very powerful greenhouse gases. In fact, they are thousands of times more powerful than carbon dioxide. Fluorine is present in the Mars crust in higher quantities than on Earth, as far as we know. So, an idea could be to manufacture these compounds from the materials present in the soil and release them into the atmosphere. Alternatively, send rockets with payloads of compressed CFCs. When it comes to warming the planet, a proposed solution would be to use orbital mirrors to redirect more sunlight to the surface. They could also be targeted at the poles and their layers of solid carbon dioxide to try and sublimate it and help kickstart the greenhouse effect. Another necessity would be to oxygenate this atmosphere if it becomes dense and hard enough. Science fiction often uses the idea of seeding the planet with algae or vegetation. In general, this could help, but it is not such a good solution because the net production of oxygen by terrestrial plants is quite small, even on Earth. Plants reabsorb oxygen at night, and in fact, on Earth, more than 2/3 of oxygen is produced, generated by the oceans. Liquid water would probably be necessary to fill the atmosphere with oxygen and support vegetable life, capable of initially withstanding the extreme conditions of low pressure and cold. Alternatively, water could be introduced, or an alternate solution could be the creation of oxygen from water in industrial plants. As you know, oxygen is the main component of water along with hydrogen. Finally, even if all of this could be sorted out, there will always be the problem of Mars and its ability to retain its atmosphere. As a solution, the idea of creating an artificial magnetic field has been proposed, which in theory could be achieved with superconducting rings built around the planet, through which electric current would constantly circulate. At the scale of a planet, this is, of course, very theoretical. So, as you can see, the terraforming of Mars is not for tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. But at the end of the day, technical solutions are not completely out of reach. It could become a viable project in the future if mankind had considerable sources of cheap energy at its disposal, far more than today. However, with equipment that could harvest the sun's energy or generate it through fusion, it is not completely unthinkable in several generations. Before we leave Mars, I told you we would visit a volcano. Mars may be smaller than Earth, but it is home to one of the largest and tallest mountains known in the solar system, Olympus Mons. Olympus is an enormous shield volcano, which means it has grown a very wide base made of lava. It has ejected throughout its history. Olympus Mons has a surface as big as Italy or Great Britain, and its peak reaches 26 kilometers high, or 16 miles. That is more than twice the height of Mount Everest. It is believed that such a large volcano could appear because of the lack of plate tectonics on Mars. On Earth, a lot of the energy and pressure in the crust is released in rifts between plates, and volcanoes are not eternal. They are parts of plates that move and may disappear in the very, very long term. But when this mechanism doesn't exist, the volcano can stay in place and keep releasing lava for hundreds of millions of years. This is probably why and how Olympus Mons could reach such a size. And this is interesting because if lava keeps nearing the surface on Mars and assuming there are pockets of water trapped underground, then in some particular locations, there may be liquid water beneath the surface, water heated by a geothermal source. There are so many other interesting things to say about Mars. It also has satellites. We are at an exciting moment historically when it comes to space exploration. After the initial exploits of going to the moon and sending probes to the various corners of the solar system in the 1960s, space exploration has slowed down in the following decades. But there is a resurgence happening at the moment with different actors. There is NASA, private companies, China, the ESA, Russia, Japan. Many of the missions and projects are planned and collaborative. Maybe not with China, but in general they are. It still may seem painfully slow when you follow space news on a daily basis. These projects take years. But on a historical scale, it seems we are returning to the kind of excitement there used to be in the 1950s and 1960s, and I am happy about it. So, we are now going to return to Earth because this is the end of our journey. To entertain you tonight, I'm going to tell you about Bigfoot, or the Sasquatch, a well-known American cryptid. That is to say, a creature whose existence is neither proven nor acknowledged by the scientific community. Its origins lie in folklore and alleged sightings rather than the identification of specimens. Next, we will stay in America, but this time we will venture south to explore the story of the Bell Witch. There's no need for concern. None of these tales are frightening or horrific. As always, we'll enjoy unraveling these mysteries while attempting to approach them rationally, distinguishing between fact and speculation. Let's begin with our first story of the night, shall we? Bigfoot. Is it real? The creature is also known as the Sasquatch, and some may be familiar with the Yeti, its Asian cousin. We'll return to that topic later. Many know Bigfoot as a creature reputed to inhabit the forests of North America, particularly in the Northwest, an area that boasts some of the largest, densest, and wildest forests in the United States. However, sightings have been reported all across the U.S. and in Canada. Interestingly, it seems that Sasquatch has very old origins, at least as a legend. In many indigenous cultures of North America, both ancient and contemporary, there are tales of mysterious creatures living in the forests. Descriptions of their appearance and behavior varied. They weren't necessarily ape-like, like Bigfoot, but most of the time these creatures had an ape-like or human-like appearance, only larger and hairier. For instance, in California, there are petroglyphs, carvings in rock, left by the Yokuts, an ethnic group of Native Americans native to Central California. These petroglyphs depict a group of large creatures, possibly in a threatening posture, that some believe to represent a group of Bigfoots. These glyphs are estimated to be at least 500 years old, and possibly up to 1,000 years old, which indicates they were created before the arrival of Europeans in California. Interestingly, among the first European Spanish settlers and explorers that arrived in California from Mexico in the 16th century, there were tales of so-called dark watchers, or vigilantes oscuros, who were said to stalk their camps at night. Meanwhile, far to the east, In what is now the state of Mississippi, there were stories among the Natchez people and other Native American groups in the 18th century about a hairy creature in the woods known for screaming loudly and stealing livestock. These accounts were reportedly documented at the beginning of the 18th century by a French priest. Yet in another corner of America, in the Northwest, the Lumi tribe told tales about creatures known as semiquas. These creatures were described as living in the woods, resembling apes or humans but bigger, wilder. These creatures were not necessarily malevolent, but possibly dangerous, so it was generally advisable to avoid them. To cite another example, this time from the Northeast, there's the Iroquois tale of an aggressive, hairy giant with rock-hard skin. These examples are only a few of many from across the United States and Canada. These stories come from everywhere and were not necessarily specific or more common in the Northwest of the United States and the Pacific coast of Canada, which are the regions generally associated with Bigfoot today. Actually, if we broaden the scope a bit, it could be argued that such tales are not specific to North America. Other cryptids, for example, include the Yeti from the Himalayan folklore. The Yeti, also sometimes called the abominable snowman, is often described as a large creature, similar to a gorilla but standing upright, with brown, gray, or white hair and large, sharp teeth. Supposedly residing in the Himalayan mountains, the Yeti bears a striking resemblance to Bigfoot. The Himalayan Yeti is quite famous around the world, but it also has lesser-known relatives in Asia. For example, China mentions a creature called the Yeren, dating back to the Warring States period, over 2,000 years ago. In Mongolia, there's Alma or Almasti, said to live in the mountains of West Mongolia, even extending as far west as the Caucasus Mountains. In Australia, there's the Yowie, a creature emerging from Aboriginal traditions, purported to inhabit the Australian outback. If we relax the criteria a bit, it appears that many cultures around the world harbor tales about strange creatures living in the wild, stronger and more savage than humans, uncivilized, less intelligent, but better adapted to life in the wilderness. In other words, these are larger than life creatures. Some ethnologists speculate that such stories could spring from a human need, perhaps a need to imagine a wilder counterpart, or simply because quick and distant sightings of animals in forest or mountains were interpreted as humanoid creatures, because people were constantly checking for the presence of intruders. They might have seen what they were looking for. These are just hypotheses to explain why these mythical creatures seem universal. Another theory is that since America was populated from Asia, perhaps these myths, possibly existing in Asia during prehistoric times, traveled with migrating populations to North America and then spread across the entire continent, both north and south. There are, without a doubt, many mythical creatures whose existence remains unproven around the world. The difference with Bigfoot is that it has become a phenomenon and is a part of popular culture, not only in the United States and Canada, but well beyond. It is probably one of the most famous cryptids, along with the Loch Ness Monster. How did Bigfoot become so popular? primarily due to a tremendous number of alleged sightings, literally thousands in the 20th century alone, peaking in the 1970s when Bigfoot was at the height of its popularity, although they have continued since. The creature transitioned from indigenous cultures to settler populations and eventually to all Americans through the 19th century. This transition happened both locally, between native and migrant communities, and nationally, as tales from Native Americans were collected, translated into English, and published as anecdotes and stories about the mysterious regions being settled. The public was never short of individuals claiming to have seen the enigmatic creature in the woods. At the time, the creature was not called Bigfoot. It had several names, or even went unnamed. One of the names used was Sasquatch, originating from the Salishan people in the northwest United States and the Canadian province of British Columbia. The name Bigfoot is much more recent, first appearing in 1958 and marking the rise in popularity of the creature in the 1960s and 70s. This name emerged in Northern California following an incident at a logging company. One day, a worker discovered a set of large, human-like footprints in the mud, roughly 16 inches long. That's about 40 centimeters. He shared his discovery with his co-workers, and several others claimed they too had seen similar tracks at previous job sites nearby. They also reported strange incidents, such as large, heavy objects being moved without explanation. Members of the logging company started using the term Bigfoot to describe this phenomenon, but they initially assumed someone, maybe even one of them, was simply playing a prank on the group. However, the appearance of the massive footprints persisted. Eventually, they contacted a reporter from a local newspaper. The unusual footprints seemed to sync well with the local tales of large, hairy men, so they relayed this to the journalist. A plaster cast was made of the footprints, and several articles were published in local newspapers, presenting the footprints as either a mystery or a possible prank. Soon, national press picked up on the story, and as a result, the term Bigfoot spread rapidly across America as a reference to a large, wild, and ape-like creature believed to inhabit the wilderness. This revelation resonated with numerous local tales, and the success was immediate. Bigfoot entered popular culture in the late 1950s and 60s. Actually, about one-third of the alleged sightings since then occurred in the American Northwest. Altogether, there have been thousands of reports. The remaining two-thirds come from all over the United States. Hundreds of them were in Pennsylvania, Texas, and various states in the Southeast. So even though Bigfoot is traditionally associated with northern states, and indeed Northern California, where the Bigfoot originated, the scope of the phenomenon is wider. It exists all across the U.S. and in parts of Canada. However, the creation story of the term Bigfoot doesn't end there. More than 40 years later, in 2002, the family of one of the deceased workers from the logging crew came forward and revealed that their father secretly made these large footprints with fake carved wooden feet, and he was responsible for the tracks. Therefore, it was a prank all along. However true or false, This revelation didn't significantly alter the public perception, perhaps because these kinds of stories in the media fall somewhere between news, science, and entertainment, exciting hypotheses that people take with a hefty dose of skepticism. But at the same time, they enjoy pondering the possibility of their authenticity. Now, unsurprisingly, zoologists and mainstream scientists in general are not impressed with the Bigfoot narratives. They've raised a number of objections and explanations that cannot be ignored. First, a single creature or animal cannot exist without a larger population for reproduction. Therefore, there couldn't be just one Bigfoot. Instead, there would need to be at least dozens, or given the widespread location of the sightings, likely hundreds. This leads to the major point of disbelief: the notion that a wild species, present in multiple locations in America, has never left a single dead body, body parts, bones, or even hairs to be found. Only indirect evidence like sightings or questionable footprints. That's a tough pill to swallow. There are wild species with only a few thousand individuals that are easily spotted when we look for them. An animal the size of a gorilla doesn't easily hide. The second problem comes from the fact that all known large apes live in the tropical regions of Africa and Asia. There are no known apes inhabiting cold forests because they're not suited to such environments. Hair can provide protection from the cold to an extent, but not when it freezes. If you observe mammals living in cold forests, such as those in Siberia, Canada, or the northwest of the United States, you'll find that surviving animals like bears have a significant layer of fat and more compact bodies with shorter limbs to retain heat. Conversely, smaller animals like wolves and foxes also survive these conditions. An animal with the physiology of a human or a large ape would likely freeze during the winter without clothing or shelter in such a climate. This brings us to the suggestion that Bigfoots might have some kind of shelter or community. But the fact that none of these supposed shelters has ever been discovered makes this theory seem even more improbable. If they possess some level of social organization, an intriguing, perhaps even mind blowing possibility is that Bigfoots could actually be members of the hominidae family, believed extinct, that somehow survived in North American forests. Hominidae is a family of primates, a clade, or taxon, representing a group of populations with a common ancestor. The members of this family include various subfamilies of apes and the genus Homo, of which we, Homo sapiens, are the only remaining species. Research about mankind and its origins has evolved constantly, especially in the past few decades with the discovery of numerous extinct hominids. The family tree of humanity, from an evolutionary perspective, is not at all stabilized. However, what is quite solid at this point is our shared origins with great apes such as gorillas, chimpanzees, and orangutans, our evolutionary cousins. The idea of man descending from apes, with or without a missing link between us, has been dismissed for a long time. Instead, different branches of hominids evolved from a common ancestor. Different subfamilies or genera, including pongo, comprising orangutans, gorilla, pan, including chimpanzees, and bonobos, and homo. The Homo genus had plenty of species that are now extinct, like the famous Neanderthal, thought to have vanished just a few dozen thousand years ago, but many more have been identified. It's generally accepted that Homo sapiens is the only surviving representative of the Homo genus. However, due to the alleged physical appearance of Bigfoot, it has been suggested that it could belong to another such species like Paranthropus. Paranthropus is believed to have lived between 2.6 to zero point 0.6 million years ago, suggesting they disappeared only 600,000 years ago. They had robust skulls shaped like gorillas and strong chewing muscles, leading to the theory that they were primarily herbivores. However, they could also have been general feeders. There is evidence suggesting the use of very basic bone tools and possibly even fire, although this is not proven. Social creatures, they like living in groups, but their cognitive abilities were probably lower than other Homo species that supplanted them. In physicality, they had large heads but not large bodies. Adult males weighed around 100 pounds. Apart from the size, they could vaguely fit the description of ape men with their forest-dwelling lifestyle, intermittent bipedal walking, and potentially omnivore diet. This discussion remains highly speculative since our knowledge of Paranthropus relies solely on fossilized bones and teeth. In this context, Bigfoot could simply be a species like Paranthropus, believed to be extinct, which now inhabits North American forests. Yet this hypothesis doesn't adequately address why such creatures would be so elusive, leaving no traces of their existence, such as dead bodies, remains, or even signs of settlements. All the Paranthropus's remains ever found were located in Africa, while signs of the occupation of America by members of the Homo family are merely tens of thousands of years old, not hundreds of thousands. It would be quite a surprise to discover that not only had African Homo representatives reached America way before the estimated date, but also managed to remain hidden in the forests of an industrialized nation like the United States. These forests, while wild, are often visited and explored by people, including hunters or those actively searching for Bigfoot. For these reasons, this hypothesis is broadly considered a curiosity rather than a seriously viable theory. That being said, it's nearly impossible to discount thousands of sightings or dismiss them all as pranks. Among the many testimonies collected over the years, there were certainly hoaxes. Even Bigfoot believers admit this. However, it's inconceivable that all of them were deceptive. Some people have testified in good faith about their sightings. Scientists credit the majority of such sightings to misidentified animals, most often American black bears. Black bears, while not hugely sized, can adopt behaviors making them appear as if they were humanoid figures. Under certain conditions like dense foliage, poor lighting, or from a distance, they can appear ape-like. Also, there are cases of injured black bears walking upright. An adult black bear can stand 5 to 7 feet tall, approximately 1.5 to 2.1 meters, while grizzly bears can reach 8 to 9 feet, around 2.5 meters. So, from a size perspective, these bears aligned with the commonly reported silhouette of Bigfoot. A second possibility is sightings of escaped great apes, like orangutans or gorillas. Such incidents could happen when apes escape from circuses or zoos or private collections, since private ownership of wild animals is quite common in the U.S., particularly in less urbanized regions. These owners will often not report such escapes. While most U.S. environments are not conducive for survival of great apes, some regions in the southeast with humid subtropical climates could potentially sustain a population of escaped apes. Another explanation for sightings could be humans themselves. There have been unfortunate hunting incidents involving individuals claiming to have shot at a Bigfoot. In 2017, a shamanist vacationing in the North Carolina forest while wearing clothing made of animal fur was mistaken for a Bigfoot, leading to a surge in reported sightings. While this anecdote seems quite unique, the existence of hermits or individuals choosing to live in isolation in forests is relatively common. This was especially true in the 19th century with escaped slaves in the South, and even in the 20th century with people seeking isolation, attempting to escape societal constraints, or simply experimenting with different lifestyles. Today, living off the grid is something that attracts people. While forests aren't particularly crowded, there are numerous opportunities for walkers, campers, or hunters to spot something they might identify as Bigfoot. It might be challenging to understand how one could mistake a regular human being for an ape or a giant covered in hair. But when we consider the subjectivity of our senses, it's not as inconceivable. Our senses receive information visually or auditorily, and this stimulus is merely data. The perception of this data isn't entirely neutral. Our minds automatically search for interpretations, imposing meaningful observations onto these stimuli. Pareidolia, a phenomenon characterized by the tendency to perceive something familiar, an object, a pattern, or meaning, where there isn't any, could explain this. This is why we often see faces, animals, or objects in cloud formations, or occasionally hear voices in random noise or music. If you experience this, rest assured that you're not going crazy. It's a well-known trick of the mind, and it could explain why many animal sightings are misinterpreted as encounters with Bigfoot. More generally, sightings of a mysterious phenomenon like this one can suddenly increase when people hear about them in the media. This can be attributed not only to heightened attention, but also to an unconscious trick of the mind that imposes meaningful interpretation on vague visual information or nebulous stimuli. Therefore, for all these reasons, most of the scientific community, and probably the majority of people, believe that Bigfoot is merely a modern myth. However, even though it might seem so, it's impossible to definitively prove that Bigfoot is just a myth. Regardless, the story undeniably holds a certain appeal. Not just the thrill of imagining a mysterious species living relatively close to us, potentially having something in common, but also this taps into the same fascination that led our ancestors from around the world to envision or believe in a larger than life creature that lived in the wilderness, just as we inhabited the territories we've settled. To conclude our intriguing exploration, let's examine another narrative that has offered inspiration for contemporary media, most notably the Blair Witch Project movie, and the influx of haunting films over the past 20 years. Initially considered merely a local legend from the southern United States, this tale was recounted decades after the fact and originated from Robertson County, Tennessee. Its fame has grown, polarizing believers and skeptics. So, what is the story of Bell witch haunting? Centered on the Bell family living in the early 19th century, the father, John Bell, and his wife, Lucy, relocated from North Carolina and settled in Tennessee in 1804. The American South at the time was sparsely populated and mostly rural. Nevertheless, it beckoned farmers from the East Coast, primarily drawn in by the opportunity to settle and farm on untapped land. This is what the Bells did, building a farm on 320 acres of fertile farmland. Their family expanded, and on a modest scale, they flourished and integrated into the local community. John Bell even became a deacon at the local church. They had several children, and despite living somewhat in isolation, almost practicing autarky for food, they were deemed respectable within their time and place. This presumably harmonious life lasted peacefully for 13 years, until 1817. In the summer of 1817, things took a strange turn. Members of the family began seeing bizarre-looking animals around the property. They started hearing knocking sounds on their doors and walls late at night. Eventually, these strange sounds seemed to originate from within the house. The noises mimicked stones being dropped on floors and chains being dragged through the house, culminating in gulping and choking sounds. Due to the disconcerting and seemingly unchristian nature of these occurrences, they didn't discuss the problem for over a year. However, when it became intolerable, John Bell confided in their neighbors, the Johnsons. He invited them to spend the night at the Bells' house to witness the strange events, which the Johnsons did. The Johnsons convinced the Bells to speak out and tell the community what was happening. Accordingly, they did. A committee was formed and an investigation began. More and more people journeyed from miles away to bear witness to this unseen force terrorizing the Bell House. As weeks passed and the phenomenon persisted, it seemed the mysterious force was gaining strength. It eventually acquired a voice, weak initially, but gradually getting stronger, that seemed to come from nowhere. Full conversations soon occurred with this entity. When asked about its identity, the spirit gave several responses, including one of a deceased woman named Kate Batts. This name stuck, and in conversations, the entity, Kate, claimed the ability to reveal secrets about other households and appeared well versed in the Bible, seemingly relishing religious debates. Many accounts suggest that what Kate revealed, from neighbors' gossips to people's birthplaces, was strikingly accurate. The identity didn't seem malicious towards all members of the family, though, but it appeared particularly fixated on John, the father, and Betsy, one of the daughters. Both suffered physical abuse from the entity, with Betsy being pinched, having her hair pulled, and even beaten. John, at times, felt as if sticks were lodged into his throat. Gradually, John weakened, and in 1823, years after the apparent haunting began, he died. Kate, the ghost or the witch, had declared months earlier that she would not leave until John was dead. Another of her obsessions was that Betsy's engagement with a farmer's son should be terminated for some reason. In March 1821, Betsy ended her engagement, and afterward the mysterious Kate stopped appearing and tormenting them. While there are variants to the story, and I have omitted some details, that's a synopsis of the legend. The characters aren't fictional. The Bells and their neighbors existed, and something did occur. However, the story, as relayed here, wasn't documented during or even immediately after the events. Turns out the earliest reference to it comes from a military officer who traveled in Tennessee in 1820 and mentioned in his journal a tale about a farmer's family haunted by a spirit. This correlates with the dates, but lacks detail and is merely a second-hand testimony. The first known text about this story, an article, was written in 1856. That is 35 years after the supposed events, by an unidentified author. In the article, the story was presented as a deception, and the author claimed that Betsy Bell had learned ventriloquism. In his account, she wished to marry the farmer. The spirit had said that the haunting would continue until they married. However, their engagement ultimately broke off and the entity disappeared regardless. This article was later retracted by at least one of the various newspapers that had published it, on the grounds that Betsy was too young to orchestrate such an elaborate deception, and that it wasn't fair to accuse her 35 years later without tangible proof. That seems fair enough. There were a few more references to the Bell Witch story in the 19th century, but nothing significant. More than anything, it remained a local story, part of the oral folklore of Tennessee, with minor fame in the South. It was only in 1894, now it's 73 years after the incident, that a book titled Authenticated History of the Bell Witch was published by a newspaper editor. The book provides the first full-length record of the story and has since become the primary source for its 20th century interpretation. That's a clear issue, as the author had no first-hand witnesses and essentially had to work with two kinds of sources: the sparse second-hand written accounts from the 19th century and the oral tradition from the area where the Bells lived. Essentially, what he did was to transcribe the local legend as it was by the 1890s, possibly with exaggerations, and presented it as a historical account. This is why skeptics perceive it as a historical fiction or a deception rather than reliable witness testimony. It's at least an intriguing folklore tale that informs us about beliefs and stories that circulated in Tennessee during the 19th century. The truth is, it's difficult to either refute or defend this account. Aside from the fact that the Bells existed and very possibly experienced something unusual at their farm between 1817 and 1821, not much else is certain. At the time, at least, people believed in it. But there are too few elements to further speculate about what actually happened. We don't know the specific dynamics between the family members, if they could have been victims of a prank, if there were any enemies or conflicts in the community, or if anyone suffered from a mental condition. There's simply too much we don't know. The book from 1894 presents answers to all these questions and asserts the occurrence of a genuine hunting. But its reliability depends on the reader's willingness to believe it, which is quite debatable. In the 20th century, rumors spread several times about the return of Kate, the witch. Various books were written, and occasional reports of strange sounds like rubbing noises and piano music from different locations in and around Robertson County surfaced. Nowadays, the site attracts tourists drawn by attractions that provide visitors with a thrill related to the legend. The Bell Witch Cave, one such attraction, does not directly appear in the haunting legend, but is loosely associated with it because it is located on land once thought to possess Bell family ownership. We are going to space again tonight for a new cruise in the solar system. Our destination is the system formed by Jupiter and its numerous satellites. We will visit several of them, not just the four main moons of Jupiter, which are very different from one another, but also smaller satellites. We will discover what the splendid features of the solar system are thought to be made of, how it interacts with other bodies, and what could be found inside and on the surface of its moons, where we will spend most of this journey. As you know, Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system and is visible to the naked eye on many nights. The first planets from the Sun in our solar system are rocky: Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Beyond the orbit of Mars begins the realm of gas and ice giants, planets that do not have a well-defined hard surface, but are giant balls of gas, becoming denser and denser as you approach their core. It is believed that underneath all these layers of increasingly hot gases, they have a solid core where metal dominates. These include Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. However, rocky bodies can still be found beyond Mars, and there are many of them. Some float in a region called the asteroid belt. Between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, including fairly large ones like Ceres or Vesta, but are not large enough to be classified as planets. Nevertheless, they follow their own orbit around the Sun. Beyond Neptune, there is also an even larger asteroid belt, the Kuiper Belt, that includes Pluto and Eris. In between these two asteroid belts, in the region of the gas and ice giants, there are many, many rocky and solid bodies of all sizes that had been captured and turned into satellites by these gas giants. Jupiter has dozens of satellites. Some are called moons because they are larger and, due to their size, tend to adopt a poor spherical shape. Others are smaller, akin to asteroids. Sometimes a few miles across or less, all the way down to small rocks and dust. Saturn has so many small objects in its orbit that they are so brilliant that they form visible rings. Jupiter also has rings, but they are not as large and are less dense, which is why they are more discreet. Along our cruise, we will land on several of the larger satellites, including the four main ones that are called the Galilean moons of Jupiter. They were observed for the first time with a rudimentary telescope by the Italian astronomer Galileo in the 17th century. But first, let's go to Jupiter. In our last cruise to Mars, I told you about the distance and how an itinerary could be decided based on orbits and the distance from Earth to Mars. Because the distances between planets are constantly changing depending on their own movement along their orbits, sometimes they can be aligned on the same side of the Sun, in which case they are closer. Or they can be on either side of the Sun, and in that case, the distance is much more. The same applies to travel from Earth to Jupiter. When the two planets are at their closest point, the distance is 365 million miles, almost 600 million kilometers. At its farthest, it is almost twice as much. Now, to get a sense of distance inside our solar system, let's bear in mind that Earth is actually much closer to the Sun than it is to Jupiter. The distance between Earth and the Sun is about 93 million miles, or 150 million kilometers. And to express astronomical distances in a simpler way, a unit, the astronomical unit, was defined as one astronomical unit is equivalent to the distance between our planet and the Sun. So, by definition, Earth is one astronomical unit away from the star, and Jupiter is 5 times farther, precisely 5.2 astronomical units, meaning that the planet and its moons receive less solar energy, and also that light from the Sun reaches them later than Earth. The sunlight needs only 8 minutes to reach Earth, but needs 43 minutes to reach Jupiter. Being farther from our star, Jupiter also has a much longer orbit than Earth, and it is slower on its orbit. Actually, the farther the planets are from the Sun, the slower they tend to be in their orbits. This is an effect of gravitation. The fastest planet in the solar system is also the closest to the Sun, Mercury, and it travels in space at almost 50 kilometers per second. That's the equivalent of more than 100,000 miles per hour. Earth travels close to 30 kilometers per second, or 18 miles per second. Jupiter is significantly slower, only 8 miles per second, or 13 kilometers per second. And so, between the longer distance to complete one revolution around the Sun, plus the slowest speed, Jupiter needs a lot more time to complete a full revolution and orbital journey around the Sun. It needs about 12 of our years. The one characteristic that makes Jupiter stand out in the solar system is obviously its large size. It is still a very small body compared to the Sun, less than 1,000th of the Sun's mass. But it is much bigger than any other planet, and even bigger than all the other planets of the solar system combined. Its mass is 2.5 times the mass of all other planets together. We will pay more attention to Jupiter later, including its composition and formation history. But for now, we are approaching its periphery, and it is time to take a look at its larger moons. As I mentioned before, there are 4 of them: Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. They are all very different from one another, and we are going to make a stop on each one. These 4 moons are the Galilean moons, as we said earlier, because they were first observed 4 centuries ago by Galileo Galilei. At the time, they were the first objects found to orbit a planet other than Earth, and their discovery was a big deal because it changed views on the nature and the shape of the cosmos. Jupiter has always been well known since the dawn of human times, because it is visible in the night sky. After the Sun and Venus, it is the brightest object, but its satellites are way too small to be visible to the naked eye, so only the use of a rudimentary telescope made the observation possible. We will explore their history, their orbits, and how these orbits are in resonance with each other. But for now, let's approach the first one, Io. Io is the closest to Jupiter of the 4, the innermost and the 3rd largest of the Galilean moons. It is slightly larger than our moon, and it is a very dense body, the densest of any moon in our solar system. It also stands out for its extreme volcanic activity. There are more than 400 active volcanoes on its surface, some of which produce plumes of sulfur that climb as high as 300 miles, or about 500 kilometers. This makes the surface of Io constantly ravaged by eruptions and clouds of gas released by the volcanoes. To us, it may look almost like the representation of hell. So, why is Io so geologically active? It's because of the presence of Jupiter and its moons, but especially the mass of Jupiter, which causes a phenomenon called tidal heating. What is it? You know that rocky planets and moons in the solar system are very hot inside. Their crust at the surface solidified because it became cooler over time, and with this cooling process over millions and millions of years, the crust tends to become thicker. But there is still intense heat inside that remains trapped because of mainly 2 phenomena. First, There is the creation of these bodies when a lot of smaller asteroids and dust collided to form them. These collisions generate a lot of energy, a lot of heat, that dissipates very slowly because it is accumulated inside under the crust. Then there is a second and more important phenomenon that happens inside planets: radioactive decay. Unstable large atoms like uranium and a few others undergo fission. They suddenly reorganize their particles into smaller atoms. In the process, they liberate energy and free particles that do not get incorporated into the new atoms. This fission of unstable atoms tends to make them disappear over time, taking hundreds of millions of years for some of them, and there are fewer and fewer, but they still maintain a residual presence. Their decay, this radioactive decay, because it liberates radiation, is a natural phenomenon and keeps heating rocky planets and satellites from within. This radioactive decay also happens inside the moon, our moon. And there is most probably the same mechanism inside Io. But in the case of this body, a much bigger contributor to its internal heating is the mass of Jupiter nearby and the gravitational forces that result from it. As Jupiter is very massive, the side of Io that is closer to the planet experiences a slight larger gravitational pull than the opposite side. And due to the presence of other moons around that influence its orbit, the orbit of Io is not perfectly circular. It is elliptical. Depending on its position, the moon can be closer or farther from Jupiter. This means that as the moon is in motion, it is subject to different intensities of gravitational pull, and this force causes distortion of Io's shape, as if you had an orange in your hand and you would squeeze it, pressing in different parts. It's not going to destroy it, but it is going to flex its interior. This happens to Io, and at the scale of a rocky body like this one, it means constant friction inside the planet, which generates heat. And this is tidal heating. The gravitational pull of a large body that is strong enough to distort its satellite, as a satellite follows an elliptical orbit and moves from being closer to farther constantly. More than any moon in the solar system, this heats the inside of Io due to friction, and this is what drives its intense volcanic activity. There is a lot of energy waiting to be released, and the constant flexing of the moon makes its surface prone to moving and breaking. Apart from volcanoes, more than 100 mountains have been identified, uplifted by compression of the crust. Io may be much smaller than Earth, about the size of the moon, but it has mountains higher than Mount Everest, and between these spectacular mountains there are rocky plains where, again, volcanism influences the moon, because lava is constantly released. Io has a relatively young surface that gets renewed with the new material coming from inside the moon. Through telescopes and cameras, Io appears in shades of yellow, white, black, red, and even green, corresponding to different types of sulfur. All surfaces on moons and planets tend to have visible craters, the remains of asteroid impacts, but Io doesn't. This is because the surface flows of lava, which can sometimes be several hundred miles long, constantly renew its surface and erase traces of impacts. There is a very tenuous atmosphere on the moon. First, because it is not massive enough to retain a thick atmosphere, and second, because Jupiter is close, as we said, and tends to steal gases from Io due to its gravitational pull. It is estimated that the atmosphere loses a ton of matter per second due to this. This is not that much on such a scale, and the faint atmosphere gets renewed by gases released by the volcanoes, mainly sulfur dioxide. As soon as they are released by the volcanoes, these gases tend to freeze due to the intense cold. The inside may be very hot, but Io is much farther away from the sun than we are. There is no atmosphere to retain heat, and when the moon passes in the shadow of Jupiter, it does not receive any solar energy at all. But when Io is exposed to the sun, a superficial layer of this sulfur dioxide sublimates, which means that it returns instantly to a gaseous state. And this is what maintains a bit of atmosphere. There would be much more to say about Io. But let's move to a second moon, one that also has exciting features, Europa. Europa presents a few cracks and streaks on its surface, but it has the smoothest surface of any known solid body in the solar system. There are very few craters or mountains. It is the smallest of the 4 Galilean moons, and it is slightly smaller than the Earth's moon. Why the smooth surface, and what is Europa made of? Its density suggests that overall its composition is similar to terrestrial planets of the solar system. Primarily, it is made of silicate rocks, that is to say, large quantities of silicon and oxygen, and its core is likely rich in metal, especially iron. But the smooth surface and other observations strongly suggests that the outer layer of the moon is made of water. Approximately 60 miles, that is 100 kilometers thick. Thus, the surface of Europa would essentially consist of frozen water ice. The question arises, if the temperatures are higher beneath this layer of ice, could there be an ocean of liquid water underneath? However, first we must understand the dynamics of this solid surface, as it features many dark streaks or lines that are visible from space. The most likely explanation is that there have been, and continue to be, eruptions of ice between plates. This ice would be warmer and erupt, causing the crust to spread open and expose the warmer layers beneath. In a sense, this phenomenon is reminiscent of the oceanic ridges on Earth that occur between plates, even though, in this case, the environment and materials involved are completely different. This is compatible with the existence of a subsurface ocean. If the ice between the crust is warmer, there may be a point where the temperature is high enough for water to become liquid. What could heat this ocean? High temperatures from the inner layers of the moon, and here, like for Io, we see the phenomenon of tidal heating that we have just discussed, which may contribute to warming the water. Surface temperatures are extremely cold, with equatorial temperatures around minus 160 degrees Celsius, which is minus 260 degrees Fahrenheit. This extreme cold is due in part to the almost complete lack of atmosphere and the fact that Europa receives less sunlight than Earth. At the poles, the temperature plunges to minus 220 degrees Celsius, and Europa also regularly passes into the shadow of Jupiter for several hours. Europa takes 3.5 days to complete its revolution around Jupiter, so for several consecutive hours it is plunged into complete darkness and no longer receives direct sunlight. At these times, the surface temperature at the poles drops to a level not far from absolute zero. In any case, the ice crust is thick, at least several miles or kilometers. However, there is an ongoing debate about the exact thickness of this crust. This is important because if it is relatively thin, there could be exchanges between the liquid ocean and the surface from time to time, for example, when these streaks form, or perhaps when an asteroid hits the moon and breaks the crust. If the ice crust is dozens of kilometers thick, the hypothetical liquid ocean and the surface would be completely separated. But in any case, the existence of liquid water on Europa is likely, and there could possibly be a significant amount of water, especially if the water layer is about 100 kilometers thick, which is the dominant theory at the moment. And even if half of it is solid ice, that would still mean a substantial amount of liquid water, which, by Earth standards, is absolutely enormous. So, if there exists a place with both water and heat emanating from the inner layers of the moon, then this raises the possibility of the existence of life on Europa. This is why, over the past few decades, this moon has been prominent among the moons of Jupiter. Following various discoveries about Europa itself, its composition, and analogous discoveries on Earth in the abyssal depths, we know that life can thrive in complete darkness, with food chains beginning with bacteria capable of withstanding very high pressure and temperature. These bacteria can feed on chemicals released by the Earth's crust, and then larger and more complex organisms feed on these bacteria. So it is conceivable that a familiar phenomenon exists thousands of kilometers under the extremely cold ice crust of Europa, in the darkness and the high pressure of its subsurface ocean. This discussion pertains purely to theoretical conditions for life that could be present on the moon. There has never been any proof of its existence. However, there are long-term projects for missions that could go to Europa to search for evidence of life. Nonetheless, even if life exists somewhere on Europa, doesn't mean its surface would be hospitable to humans at all. Apart from the cold, radiation levels are very intense, owing to the lack of atmosphere and the absence of a magnetic field akin to Earth's. Jupiter, being close, emits significant radiation. Therefore, any manned mission would have to be heavily shielded against radiation or be buried deep in the ice to find protection from this radiation. Now let's turn to the largest and the third one outward from Jupiter, which also presents a completely different environment. Ganymede. I mentioned that Europa requires 3.5 days to orbit Jupiter. Ganymede needs 7 days. Interestingly, there is an interaction between these three satellites, Io, Europa, and Ganymede, and the planet Jupiter. The three satellites are in orbital resonance. Their orbital periods are synchronized. Europa takes exactly twice as much time as Io to orbit Jupiter, and Ganymede takes twice as much time as Europe, which is exactly 4 times as much time as Io. They are in an orbital resonance of 1, 2, 4. What is this concept of orbital resonance, and why does it occur? As you know, all planets in the solar system orbit around the Sun, which has by far the largest mass of any object in our system. In fact, the Sun accounts for more than 99% of the matter in the entire system. But the Sun is not the only body that influences orbits. Even though they are smaller, planets also exert influence over each other. This depends on their masses and the distances between them. So it is correct to say that the Sun determines all orbits because it is by far the biggest factor. But if we delve a bit further into detail, saying it is 100% accurate is not entirely true. Other bodies, every body in fact, has a small influence on every other one. A large planet can distort the orbit of a smaller body and, eventually, modify it so much, revolution after revolution, that this object may be placed in another orbit or even expelled from the solar system. This has probably happened many times throughout the history of the solar system. This is a phenomenon that can greatly increase the influence between two bodies in space when they exert regular, periodic influence in each other. For comparison, think about when you are pushing a child on a swing. The swing has its own frequency, but even without touching the ground, the child can amplify the movement by pushing with their body. Because this pushing acts in periodic repetition, it has a cumulative effect on the motion. On a larger scale, this is what can happen between planets or moons orbiting a planet, and this phenomenon is called orbital resonance. Very often, this mutual influence is unstable. The two bodies exchange momentum, which progressively shifts their orbits to the point that the resonance disappears. However, under certain circumstances, a resonance system like this can become stable because it is self-correcting. The exchange of momentum between bodies keeps them in a stable resonance. This is the case, for example, between Neptune and Pluto, which are in resonance of 2 to 3. It means that when Neptune completes precisely 3 revolutions around the Sun, Pluto does exactly 2. The same kind of resonance formed between Io, Europa, and Ganymede in a ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. When Ganymede does 1 revolution around Jupiter, Europa does 2 and Io does 4. Another effect of momentum and gravitation that applies to Ganymede is that the Moon is also tidally locked to Jupiter, meaning it always presents the same face to the planet. Most moons have this characteristic. They don't rotate on themselves. similar to our moon, where we always see the same face from the Earth. But now let's take a closer look at Ganymede itself. What stands out most about Ganymede? It is the largest moon in the solar system. Its diameter is only 40% of Earth's diameter, but it is larger than the planet Mercury, although not as massive, because Ganymede is made of lighter materials, lighter elements. Mercury contains a lot of metal, whereas it is estimated that Ganymede has a core of metal and rock, but is also half made of water in different states, including various types of ice. I'll come back to this, and perhaps among them there could be liquid water. So, as with Europa, there is speculation about the possibility of life in the oceans of Ganymede. It looks less likely or harder to prove for several reasons. First, because the outer layer of ice is much thicker than on Europa, making reaching the liquid parts very difficult, almost impossible at the moment. Additionally, it is uncertain whether the bottom of this subsurface ocean reaches the rocky mantle underneath. It is believed that there is another layer of ice, but not the same type we are familiar with on Earth. On Earth, we essentially know ordinary water ice, which forms under certain conditions of pressure and temperature, typically when the temperature drops below 0 degrees and at sea level pressure. But if the pressure is higher, a lower temperature is required for water to freeze. Now you know that ice is a crystalline form, meaning that water requires a highly ordered microscopic structure. Billions and billions of molecules become perfectly ordered, following a pattern. This almost never happens on Earth due to the conditions of temperature and pressure present on our planet. However, there are different possible crystalline forms, or patterns, that water may adopt. These different crystalline structures have been explored and studied in laboratories, showing that various types of ice may exist. Ordinary water ice is called Ice 1, and many other structural possibilities have been identified, such as Ice 2, 3, 4, Ice 5, and so on. It is believed that the inner layer of ice in Ganymede is Ice 3, which forms when liquid water is exposed to temperatures of -20 to -30 degrees Celsius and a pressure of 200 to 300 times the sea level pressure we live on Earth. On our planet, these conditions can only be replicated in a laboratory because, naturally, where there is enough pressure at the bottom of the oceans, the temperature is higher than that, and where the temperature is low enough, since -20 to -30 degrees Celsius is perfectly achievable in the winter in many parts of the world, there is not enough pressure because it is at the surface. So these conditions are not naturally met in our environment, but it seems they are in the depths of Ganymede's oceans. At its surface, Ganymede is primarily composed of water ice, but there are other elements that likely arrived as a result of impacts with smaller bodies. 1/3 of the surface is dark, covered in clays and organic compounds that are believed to be traces of impactors that collided with the moon. Contrary to Europa and Io, Ganymede's surface is quite ancient on average because there is not much geological activity to renew it. However, there are still grooves and ridges that are not completely explained at this point. Given the structure of the moon, These features could have appeared many hundreds of millions of years ago, when its surface was more active than it is now. Ganymede may have a lesser chance of harboring life than Europa, but when it comes to human presence and exploration, it may be a bit more welcoming. There is less radiation due to the longer distance from Jupiter, and also thanks to a degree of protection from a magnetic field that seems to be generated, like on Earth, by the dynamo effect of a rotating metallic core at the center of the Moon. The level of radiation is still deadly, and the temperature and pressure are very hostile. But with adapted protections, it is not impossible to think of a human base one day on Ganymede. Out of the different moons of Jupiter, Ganymede presents a less challenging set of conditions than Io and Europa. But there is still something even better: Callisto. We still have a fourth Galilean moon to look at. Callisto is the fourth of them by distance to Jupiter, and thanks to this, it has the lowest radiation levels. However, there are other interesting features that distinguish it. I mentioned that the surface of Io and Europa were fairly young in astronomical terms, that is to say, still millions of years old. But in contrast, Callisto has the oldest solid surface in the entire solar system. It seems that since its formation, there have never been any kinds of subsurface processes, like volcanism or plate tectonics, that could have regenerated the surface. So it has never changed at all, except for impacts. Callisto has the most cratered surface in the solar system, completely covered in impact craters that have appeared over probably several billion years. So, why is Callisto so inactive geologically? It is believed that this is due to its formation history. Callisto would have formed very slowly from the accretion of smaller rocks, but not fast enough to reach a high temperature inside. As a result, the Moon is not fully differentiated internally. What this means is that bodies of a certain size, planets or large moons, tend to have a structure in layers internally. The heavy elements converge toward the center, to the core, and various elements above it form layers that are fairly distinct in terms of chemical composition and conditions of temperature and pressure. This is the case for rocky planets like ours and the first three moons we just visited. The process of differentiation is never 100%, for example. There can be movements in the mantle of a planet that can cause small quantities of metals to go up and reach the surface. But still, large bodies acquire an organized overall structure, one that is differentiated. However, this process was very incomplete on Callisto, making it the largest body in the solar system that is not fully differentiated. The elements inside are mixed up. There are several layers made of rock and ice mixed together. Here again, the various conditions mean that the structure of ice differs depending on how deep it is inside the Moon. The crust is made of ice, 1, the ordinary one on Earth, but inside it is believed there is also ice 5, 6, and 7, with different crystalline structures, and under tens of miles of icy crust, probably yet again another ocean of liquid water. That has been isolated from space for billions of years, since nothing ever happens on the surface of Callisto except for occasional impacts that do not reach beyond the icy crust. After the Earth, Moon, and Mars, Callisto is a possible target for manned missions one day, clearly not in the 2020s or 30s. It is way farther than Mars, and there is no specific project now. But if one day humans set foot on one of the moons of Jupiter, it is likely to be Callisto first. The low radiation level and the geological stability are advantages, and Callisto would be a good base station for further exploration of the solar system and remote exploration of Europa in the search of traces of life, for example. And until now, we have spoken about the 4 main moons of Jupiter. Then there are many more of smaller sizes that were discovered long after. You remember that Galileo observed these 4 moons in 1610. It took almost 3 centuries until the end of the 19th century to start discovering more and smaller moons. Today, at this point, 79 moons in total have been found and named. They are called moons when they are large enough, and there are also moonlets and dozens of smaller satellites. Together with the planet, they form a system called the Jovian system. We'll take a look at some of these smaller bodies and also at the rings of Jupiter. But before that, let's take a look at the planet itself. As you know, Jupiter is by far the largest and most massive planet in the system. It has 2.5 times the mass of all other planets combined. It is also probably the oldest planet in the system, the first to form according to current models of planetary formation. These are theories based on our knowledge of the history of the solar system and physics, not absolute certainties. But the dominant models right now suggest that Jupiter formed quite far from the Sun, beyond the limit called the snow line. This is the distance from an early star where it is sufficiently cold for volatile compounds like water to condense into solids. The origins of Jupiter would have started with a large solid core, one of rock and metal, that would still exist today at the center of the planet. Around this core, huge quantities of gas like hydrogen and helium would have aggregated, kept together by gravitation. After a few million years, which is short at this scale, the various other planets of the solar system were not formed yet, and the system was essentially a gigantic disk of gas and dust, with a newborn star at its center. So, rather quickly, Jupiter gained enough mass to absorb everything in its orbit, to clean it up, and reach a mass that was already 50 times the Earth's mass. Nowadays, after absorbing more gases and rocky bodies, Jupiter is more than 300 times as massive as Earth. But because it is less dense, being primarily made of gas, it has 1,300 times the volume of Earth. However, the fact that it is a gas planet doesn't mean that it's like a cloud that could be crossed easily. The more you move towards the center, towards the core, the denser and hotter the planet becomes. Due to the mass, temperatures, and pressure inside, Jupiter's reach levels that are way higher than at the center of the Earth. And the gravitational forces that keep the planet together are very powerful. Jupiter's composition is dominated by hydrogen, constituting about 3/4 of its mass and 90% of its volume. There is so much matter that the interior is strongly compressed. This compression generates heat, and in fact, Jupiter emits more heat by itself than it receives from the Sun. However massive Jupiter may be, it is still not enough to ignite the same reactions of fusion between hydrogen atoms that happen inside the Sun, which is why it didn't turn into a star. We know that there are systems where more than one star forms, even though this is not the most frequent case. If Jupiter had gained more mass, it could have turned into a second star alongside the Sun, but the planet stayed well short of that threshold. It is estimated that it would need to be 75 times more massive to ignite fusion. So because it is a gas planet, there is no solid surface to land on. As the planet begins as a cloud of low density and becomes increasingly dense, if we were to enter this giant gaseous sphere, we would reach a layer of liquid hydrogen, turned into liquid by the rising pressure, followed by another layer of so-called metallic hydrogen, another phase of hydrogen. This doesn't mean it turns into metal in the usual sense of the term, but under such conditions, hydrogen behaves like an electrical conductor, which is why it is called metallic hydrogen. Jupiter and also Saturn, which contain a lot of this metallic hydrogen, form due to their large masses that compress hydrogen. Visually, when we look at Jupiter, we see several bands or belts of color, different colors that are segregated all around the planet. There is also a giant spot. These bands move at different speeds and are made of clouds of ammonia that float in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Their movements cause strong turbulence. In its upper layers, Jupiter has powerful winds. The various bands have different circulation patterns. They move at different speeds, and their interactions create turbulence and even storms. This is what the Great Red Spot is believed to be: a vortex, a storm, that probably did not always exist but has become a stable feature of Jupiter's atmosphere. Given Jupiter's size, the red spot is bigger than Earth and rotates counterclockwise in the opposite direction to the band of clouds. The phase of fast growth is long over for Jupiter. There is no longer much matter to aggregate like in the early stages of the solar system, but the planet keeps attracting bodies like comets, which are captured by its gravitational pull and fall on it. Jupiter is estimated to receive about 200 times more asteroids and comet impacts than Earth. For a long time, it was believed that Jupiter played an important role in shielding rocky planets, including ours, from asteroid impacts. It was thought to have acted as a gravitational well located at the limit of the inner solar system, being the first and biggest of the giant planets. So Jupiter would have behaved like a vacuum cleaner for the system, but this view is now more disputed. Due to its mass, Jupiter could attract more asteroids and comets, drawing them from the Kuiper Belt, a large belt of asteroids that exists beyond Neptune. However, this debate is still open, and it is uncertain at this point whether Jupiter serves as such a shield for Earth. In any case, due to its mass and age, Jupiter has the largest number of large satellites of any planet in our system. It also has rings. These rings are not as obvious as Saturn's and were only discovered recently in 1979 when a space probe, Voyager 1, explored the Jovian system. These rings are not as large comparatively as Saturn's, and they are much less bright, which is why they weren't seen before. Saturn's rings contain a lot of ice that reflects light, whereas Jupiter's rings are primarily made of dust. In between or around these rings, there are dozens of moons. As I mentioned earlier, Jupiter has 79 moons total, so let's explore a few of them. The Jovian moons, other than the four largest ones, began to be discovered in 1892. Being much smaller, they were harder to identify from Earth. Initially, they were given numbers such as Jupiter 5, 6, 7, and so forth. Jupiter 5, also known as Amalthea, is the fifth largest moon, and the last one to be discovered by direct visual observation. The subsequent moons were found by photographic or digital imaging, meaning they were seen on photographs of space using extended exposure time, which allows the capturing of objects that may not have been noticed otherwise. Like other smaller moons, Amalthea interacts with Jupiter's rings, which contain dust ejected from the surfaces of these moons. Amalthea isn't large enough to acquire a spherical shape, so it appears irregular. Its maximum length is about 160 miles or 250 kilometers. Placed near Earth, it would appear around the size of Massachusetts or Belgium. Amalthea is believed to have formed far from Jupiter due to its lightweight structure and content of water ice. In the early stages of Jupiter's formation, the planet emitted a lot of heat. Based on the moon's proximity to Jupiter, this moon would have entirely melted. So the prevailing theory is that Amalthea formed farther out in the solar system and was captured as a satellite afterward. Visually, the moon appears very red, possibly due to sulfur collected from Io, which could explain its glow, but this is uncertain. Amalthea orbits at only 180,000 kilometers from Jupiter, which is marginally more than the diameter of the planet itself. From the moon, Jupiter would look enormous, appearing 8 times bigger than our moon appears when viewed from Earth. When we watch Jupiter in the night sky, there is one moon even closer than Amalthea, Jupiter 16, also known as Metis. It is the innermost known moon of Jupiter, orbiting at only 130 kilometers, which is less than Jupiter's diameter. Metis is the fastest moving moon of all, orbiting at a speed of 30 kilometers or almost 20 miles per second. This moon is far too small to be spherical. Its maximal length is 60 kilometers with a width of 40, so it resembles a large asteroid. Metis resides right in the middle of one of Jupiter's rings, which is not a coincidence as dust from this moon generates the ring. When Metis experiences impacts with rocks, material can easily be ejected due to the moon's low gravity. In addition to Amalthea and Metis, there are 2 more moons, Adrastea and Thebe, that possess irregular shapes. Beyond these, there are 70 other, smaller moons that orbit considerably further away Jupiter. These celestial bodies likely had their own orbits around the Sun, much like asteroids from the asteroid belt, but were captured by Jupiter over time. These moons float in space, away from the rings, and are only a few miles across in some cases. Some of these remote moons follow a prograde orbit, moving in the same direction as Jupiter's rotation, while others are retrograde, moving in the opposite direction. More satellites are likely to be discovered in the future. Currently, more than 20 of these small, irregular satellites have not been named and have only been assigned numbers. Discoveries continue to be made as recently as 2020. More moon candidates were found orbiting far from the planet. The total population of moonlets could number in the hundreds, depending on the size criteria established. So, we have reached the end of this little exploration of the jovial system, and it is now time to return to Earth. We're going to spend the next hour or so in a world of sparkle and luxury. My story for tonight is an overview of gemstones, from their types to their cutting, their use, their mining, what they are made of, and their history too. I will tell you about various famous gems, like diamonds, such as the Kohinoor, which is part of England's crown jewels, or the Star of India, one of the world's largest sapphires. We will examine the most precious types of stones, such as diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, rubies, and semi-precious stones. There are many of them, including aquamarine, amethyst, lapis lazuli, and amber. I will go into more detail about some of them. This gives us a lot to discuss tonight, so it's going to be another long journey. What is a gemstone? There are different types of materials that we call gems, or precious stones. The majority of them, including the most expensive, are mineral crystals. We will later see what a crystal really is, but not all of them are crystals. Some others are rocks like lapis lazuli or opal, and a few others are not crystals nor rocks. They are organic materials like precious coral, pearls, or amber. There is a big variety of colors, materials, and even prices. Some precious stones or materials are relatively affordable, like amethyst, and others are tremendously expensive because of their purity, rarity, or size. The one type of precious stone that has become a symbol of wealth and perfection in the West is the diamond. And some extraordinary diamonds take even more value because they have a history that makes them unique in the world. So, before we go into more detail, we're going to begin with a story and follow one of the most famous diamonds throughout centuries of history, the Kohinoor. The Kohinoor is on display at the Tower of London and is one of the most precious pieces in the British crown jewels. However, it became British only in the 19th century when it was ceded to a young Queen Victoria. It already had centuries of history before arriving in England and it was already famous. The origin of the diamond is unclear, but it was mined in India, possibly at a place called the Kolar Mine, a site in the south of India, in a region called Golconda. Maybe you have heard about this name, Golconda. It is associated with extraordinary diamonds, and until the end of the 19th century, it was the primary source of the finest and largest diamonds of the world. In the 16th and 17th centuries, there was a dynasty called the Qutub Shahi that dominated the southern tip of India. During this period, the Golconda diamonds that were under the dynasty's control were brought to Hyderabad to be evaluated, polished, and sold. Some of these diamonds ended up traveling to other corners of the world, apart from the Kohinoor. They included the Hope Diamond, which is a blue diamond currently at the Smithsonian in the United States, and it acquired a reputation for being cursed. There is also the Dresden Green, a green diamond that also traveled from India into the hands of a Dutch merchant. It was then sold to the King of Poland and ended up in Saxony, Germany. Another one is the Regent. The Regent is a remnant of the French crown jewels and is currently on display at the Louvre Museum. It is said to be the purest in the world among large diamonds. The Kohinoor was found sometime between the 12th and the 17th centuries. It is impossible to be more precise because records are lacking. What we know is that the diamond was in the possession of the rulers of the Mughal Empire in India in the 16th century. The Mughal Empire was a large state founded at the beginning of the 16th century that controlled much of modern India and Pakistan. And its founder acquired the diamond as a tribute during his conquests. Back then, the diamond would have been much bigger than today, weighing 187 carats. Today, it only weighs 108 carats. A carat is a measure of the weight of precious gemstones. 1 carat is equivalent to 0.2 grams, or 200 milligrams. This mass has changed a bit historically. The carat was progressively adopted in Europe from the 16th century, and its standard was fixed in 1907, more than a century ago, at 0.2 grams. Since then, it has become an international standard recognized everywhere. So the Kohinoor fell into the hands of the Mughals, and it was used to adorn an extraordinary piece of furniture, the peacock throne, at the beginning of the 16th century. This was the golden age of the Mughal Empire, when it covered almost all of the Indian subcontinent, and its emperors were maybe the wealthiest dynasty in the world at this time, at least when it came to their stock of precious metals and gems. On par with the Ottomans. There is no original known painting of the throne, nor sketch. They were made later based on descriptions of it. But Mughal historians and European travelers left testimonies of what it looked like. They said the throne was made of solid gold, sprinkled over with rubies, emeralds, and diamonds, of course, and there would have been so many of them that they couldn't be counted by visitors. But the Mughals declined, and in 1793, their treasury was looted by the Persians. They gave the diamond its modern name. The Shah, the Emperor of Persia, would have called it Kohinoor, which means mountain of light in Farsi. When he put his hands on the diamond, and the name stayed. But the Kohinoor didn't stay long in Persian hands. The Persian Empire collapsed too in 1747, and the diamond passed to the rulers of Afghanistan before returning to India, where it became the possession of the founder of the Sikh Empire in 1813. It remained there for 36 years until it was ceded by treaty to the Queen of England, Queen Victoria. The diamond was, in fact, for tribute, a spoil of war after the British defeated the Sikh Empire and annexed. It's so once again the Kohinoor changed hands as a result of a conquest. At this point, its size was still almost twice as big as today, and the diamond was not entirely cut and polished. To give it more symmetry and eliminate imperfections, it was recut in 1852 in London, and its size dropped from 187 to 108 carats. Not everyone was happy with this huge reduction in size, but actually it probably increased its value. The size is one factor in the value of a gem, but only among others. Its purity is at least as important. Its cut, which determines its sparkle, matters too. Everything counts. By making it pure, because flaws were removed and it was now more symmetrical, the new cut also changed the status of this diamond. And most experts actually agreed that the job was well done. The diamond was now a personal possession of Victoria, and she wore it mounted on a brooch and a circlet. But over the years, she became uneasy with wearing this diamond because of how it had been acquired. It was a spoil of war. In letters, she confessed she felt bad about how it had been obtained. There had been a treaty to legalize the acquisition, but a treaty imposed on the vanquished for a gemstone that had nothing to do with territorial or trade conflicts. So it was a form of legalized looting, in fact. So she disliked wearing the diamond more and more, not just for moral reasons, but for diplomatic reasons too. The British did not eliminate Maharajas and generally the political structures in India. They used them to control it, and Victoria became Empress of India. Displaying the war trophies was not a very smart move diplomatically when you needed to gain support from the Indian ruling class. That is why she disliked wearing it, however prestigious the diamond was, but not to the point of giving it back, though. After her death, it became one of the crown jewels. It was mounted on the crowns of several queens, the wives of Edward VII, George V, and finally the Queen Mother's crown in 1937. But what are diamonds like the Kohinoor made of, and why are they so precious? Diamonds are not made of a rare material at all. They are made of carbon, which is abundant in the Earth's crust and its atmosphere. They are exceptional because of the arrangement of carbon atoms. They are arranged in a crystal structure called diamond cubic. So, what is that? We often hear about crystals, but the meaning of the word is sometimes unclear. In chemistry, a crystal is a solid material with a particular arrangement of its component atoms or molecules. Their arrangement is nearly perfect in the sense that this structure repeats itself over and over in the object. When this crystal forms, this crystal structure is continuous and unbroken at the scale of an entire solid. It is called monocrystal or single crystal. A monocrystal is what we call a crystal in everyday language. They have visual characteristics such as surfaces and angles that look geometric because there is so much recurrence of the microscopic structure. Like the entire solid, they also look organized. If we are less scientific and more poetic, it is true that crystals look wonderful. They are objects entirely created by nature, with a structure that directly speaks to our sense of aesthetics and almost to our minds because they are structured. They can be seen as an invitation to see a form of design in nature. Now, is it a pre-existing design, or is it the human mind establishing connections with existing natural structures because we also belong to nature? Or is it because nature dictates our mental structure? These are other questions that belong to metaphysics. But in any case, crystals are wonderful, and they are not limited to geology. Various atoms or molecules can take their crystalline form at the surface of the Earth. For example, water and snowflakes are crystals, as is sodium chloride, better known as table salt. When they are observed through a microscope, crystals have atoms in a near-perfect regular arrangement. All materials have such a regular arrangement, but only on a small scale. Microscopically, they look like an agglomeration of tiny crystals, but the regular structure does not extend to a large scale, to a macro scale. In that case, they are called polycrystals, which is a very common form of arrangement. Most metals, rocks, ice, ceramics, and similar materials have a polycrystalline structure, meaning that you find tiny crystals inside, but they don't look like one. And then there are other materials with a completely chaotic, random internal arrangement. These are called amorphous. They include glass or plastics. Ironically, your fake jewels made of glass or transparent plastic couldn't be further from the real ones based on their internal arrangement. They may look the same at first sight, but their structure is completely different. In common language, There's also a precious kind of glass that is called crystal glass or lead crystal. It is used to make tableware or decorative objects generally, and it's a very pure material obtained through high precision techniques, replacing the calcium used in glass with lead. But in terms of chemistry, this is completely unrelated to crystals, and the internal structure of crystal glass is the opposite of a crystal. It is amorphous. The reason why diamonds are extraordinarily rare on Earth is because of the very specific conditions required for carbon to acquire this structure, and how unlikely it is that a formed diamond reaches the surface where it can be found. Most diamonds are formed in the Earth's mantle at a depth of 150 to 250 kilometers. This is way deeper than we could ever dig. The deepest holes are only 10 to 12 kilometers deep. This is barely scratching the surface compared with the depth where the conditions of temperature and pressure are extreme enough for carbon to adopt a cubic diamond structure. At this depth, the mantle is not convecting, it barely moves. So the probability that these regions very slowly move up towards the crust before reaching regions close to the surface is extremely small. Diamonds can remain deep under our feet for billions of years, and only a tiny fraction of them will ever be accessible, at least with the kind of technical means we can imagine. At this point, a common misconception is that diamonds are formed from compressed coal. This could theoretically happen because coal is a rather pure form of carbon, but it doesn't really occur in nature. Coal comes from buried prehistoric plants, and diamonds that are collected at the surface are far older than the first plants. Their carbon probably comes from rocks that contain carbon. Because of their formation history, diamonds tend to be found in the stable cores of continents, where geological layers are older, typically 2.5 billion years or more. These regions are far from the edges of tectonic plates. This is why the most known diamond-rich regions in the world were found historically in the south of Africa or Russia, but there are exceptions to this rule, like in Australia, for example. Because of the particular structure it adopts, a diamond possesses certain properties. It is very hard, in fact, the hardest of any natural material on Earth. However, hard does not mean strong. The hardness of a material refers to its resistance to abrasion or scratches. Diamonds are highly resistant to such wear and tear, which is why they find their applications in industrial settings too. They are capable of cutting materials like glass. Furthermore, it is lesser known that diamonds also possess the highest thermal conductivity, meaning they conduct heat better than metals. The structure of a diamond also gives it its high dispersion of light, causing it to reflect light in all directions and giving it its distinctive fire. Historically, diamonds were first discovered on coastlines or in rivers before landmines appeared. Diamonds began to be used as decorative items several thousand years BC. In modern times, diamonds have become the reigning kind of precious stone. However, this was not always the case. During the Middle Ages, for example, other stones were more sought after in Europe, with diamond being just one precious stone among many. Rubies and sapphires, in particular, were more popular back then. The extreme popularity of diamonds started only in the 20th century, when they became the go-to gemstone in engagement rings. The main factor behind the rise of diamonds was a company called De Beers from South Africa. De Beers still controls a large part of diamond mining and trade nowadays, and it was the first mining company to establish a large-scale mine in South Africa. They marketed diamonds starting in the 1930s, and they continue to do so today as the most perfect gemstone and one that should be used in engagement rings, creating a powerful symbolism around this crystal, especially in Western countries. They have turned diamonds into a symbol of eternity, perfection, and purity. And it is true that diamonds are rare and remarkable, but there is also a whole industry behind them. The rough diamond production in the world annually is about 26 tons. These 26 tons turn into less when they are cut and polished, but still, it is about 71 kilograms or 156 pounds per day. Since you started listening to this story, based on the yearly average, more than 3 pounds of rough diamonds have been mined around the world. That's more than 7,000 carats. The majority of these are very small crystals, but a majority has impurities. Only a portion will end up having gemstone quality, but still, the price is obviously related to the rarity, as well as the aesthetics and marketing of diamonds. Because other crystals that are lesser known and cheaper, like alexandrite, for example, are even less common. It's just that they're not as appealing. Theoretically, a perfectly pure diamond is completely colorless. It looks white. However, diamonds are almost never perfectly pure. Even when these impurities are almost undetectable, the common impurity is nitrogen. When there is enough of it, the tint becomes yellowish to brown. It doesn't mean the diamonds lose all value. It scores lower on purity. But if the color is homogeneous in the cut gemstone, it gives it a particular identity. More rarely, diamonds can have a pink or blue coloration, and because these tints are exceptional, the more intense the color, the more expensive they tend to be. The famous pink diamond, Darya Noor, also known as the Sea of Light, was part of the Persian crown jewels. It weighs 182 carats. Much more could be said about diamonds, but since I was telling you that other gemstones, like sapphires and rubies, were more sought after by ancestors, let's move to different types of gems. Sapphires are known for their deep blue color and rubies for their intense red. But these two gemstones are actually almost the same thing, and sapphires can come in other tints as well. Like diamonds, these crystals are made of aluminum oxide. They typically contain traces of iron and rare elements like titanium or chromium. This type of mineral is called corundum, and it forms in rock deep under the surface, but not as deep as diamonds. Corundum appears in so-called metamorphic rocks, like many precious and semi-precious mineral gemstones. Metamorphic means that these layers of rock have been transformed physically and chemically by high temperature and pressure. Metamorphism means literally a change in form. When these rocks contain aluminum and oxygen, sapphire and ruby may form. The reference color for sapphire is a vivid blue. The most sought-after stones are the ones with a pure blue and a saturated color, which shouldn't be too pale. But pure blue sapphires are exceptional in nature. They often have a secondary tint that can be green or violet. Sometimes, due to their components, they can acquire a completely different color. Chromium may give pink sapphires. And if there is enough chromium, the color becomes more intense, ranging from reddish to vivid green, in which case it's called a ruby. Rubies are the name given to red sapphires, actually. All the other colors are called sapphires, and they can come in almost any color: yellow, orange, green, violet, purple. Sometimes they are colorless, in which case they are used as a substitute for a diamond in jewelry. Rubies are often formed with semi-precious stones called spinel because they form in similar situations. If there is magnesium too, it combines with aluminum oxide and gives spinels. Another more common mineral found with these two is peridot, which has an olive green color. The intensity depends on the quantity of iron. Interestingly, peridots could also arrive on Earth on meteorites. They form in other parts of the solar system too, with the same elements. They contain magnesium, iron, and oxygen. Sapphires of gem quality can be found on every continent except Europe. The highest quality deposits are found in Kashmir, India, and Myanmar, Burma, Sri Lanka, Madagascar. But there are mines in other African countries, as well as Colombia, China. Some can be found in the U.S., in Montana. Something that complicates a little bit the evaluation of sapphires for trade is that they are very often treated to improve them visually. The most common treatment is to heat them at high temperatures for several hours or even several days sometimes, because it makes their color more intense and it can eliminate a few inclusions. The treatment of sapphires is a very ancient practice. The Romans already did it, but it has taken massive proportions in the past few decades, and a majority of stones are now overheated to improve their aspect. This is legal, but it should be disclosed to the buyers theoretically. In practice, it is not always disclosed. Rubies were also known in antiquity from Asia to Europe, and they traveled along the Silk Road with other valuable items. Historically, the best deposits were, and still are, in Southeast Asia, in Myanmar and Thailand. The color red was the king of colors in medieval Europe. It is no longer the case today because blue tends to be the most popular color. But this cultural change was progressive and is fairly recent. 1,000 or 500 years ago, the majority of Europeans had red as their favorite color, and rubies were particularly sought after. Their chemistry was unknown, and they could be mistaken with spinels that reached the same prices. Spinels are still among the most expensive semi-precious stones nowadays, and they are very rare. Like sapphires, rubies can be heated, and this has affected their market value in the past few decades. They can be heated to make the color more intense and dissolve small inclusions of other materials. Another treatment is to fill in the fractures inside the ruby with lead glass to make the stone more transparent. This is done in high-temperature ovens where other components are added. This cheating with sapphires and rubies doesn't make them lose their status as precious stones, but it has probably contributed to the rise of diamonds because heating a diamond doesn't change its quality. These treatments are detectable because they create very small bubbles and cavities and fractures inside the gems, but still, they affected the status of rubies and sapphires. One of the largest and most famous sapphires in the world is the Star of India. It is displayed in New York City at the American Museum of Natural History. It is a big stone of 560 carats, and it has a very particular star effect called asterism. There is a 6-branch white star appearing on it. It also has a milky grayish blue color. The particular color and star come from the presence of titanium in the stone. Titanium oxide in tiny fibers inside the mineral reflects light into the star pattern. It was also cut and polished very differently from the gems we talked about before. It has been shaped with a smooth surface. One side is rounded and the reverse is flat. This type of cut is called cabochons, as opposed to faceted. The most common approach to gemstone is cutting it to facet them. This enhances their aspect by making them shine and reflect light in every direction. This type of cutting in facets is ancient, but it really became the norm in the past few centuries. Prior to this, the default method of preparing gemstones was this cutting, cabochon. The stone was cut and polished to give it more symmetry and a perfectly smooth surface. This type of cutting is still in use as a preferred method for some semi-precious stones like amber or opal. Amber is very different from all the other materials we talked about until now. It is originally organic, not mineral, because it is ancient tree resin that has fossilized. Amber is not extremely rare, but it doesn't appear easily. For amber to be created, a prehistoric tree had to lose resin that would form drops on the trunk or at the base of the tree, and then this resin had to resist decay. Most of the time, it would break down due to exposure to sunlight, rain, temperature, bacteria, or fungi. The resin had to be either resistant to this or be immediately protected from these forces, for example, because of a sudden ground collapse. And then, once buried under a thick layer of sediments, which takes millions of years, it may be exposed to pressures and temperatures that modify its organic structure. This process is called molecular polymerization. Amber remains an organic material that is now made of very large molecules, polymers, and its aspect is generally yellow to brown, almost black. The color is generally associated with the amber being light to dark orange. But even though this is really rare, amber can also be blue or green, and these varieties are highly sought after. Amber often has inclusions, plant debris, or insects, which are prehistoric remains that were trapped in the resin and fossilized with it. The most famous region for amber since antiquity is the Baltic Sea, and amber has been used in jewelry since then. The Amber Room is often considered one of the greatest works of amber art in the world. It was originally constructed in the 18th century in the Catherine Palace of Sasko-Selo near St. Petersburg, Russia. The room's walls were adorned with intricate panels made entirely of amber, gold leaf, mirrors, and semi-precious stones. The designs featured various themes, including mythological motifs, landscapes, and ornamental patterns. Initially gifted to the Russian Tsars by Frederick William I of Prussia in 1716, the Amber Room underwent several modifications and relocations over the years. Its opulent beauty and historical significance made it a remarkable symbol of wealth and power. Another semi-precious stone also prepared on cabochon is opal, which is the national gemstone of Australia, where it is fairly abundant. Opal, like amber, is amorphous. It is not a crystal, and it doesn't appear deep into the earth crust, but rather as an inclusion in many different types of rocks. It doesn't need high temperatures or pressure to form. Opals appears when silica, the main component of sand, combines with water. Precious opals are iridescent, and the most precious ones are black. Silicates make up about 90% of the Earth's crust, and they can combine to form many different precious stones. I'll take one example, lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli is another Metamorphic rock, meaning it forms in the crust at high temperatures and pressures, which modify the structure of the material. The compound that gives it its distinctive blue color is lacerite, a mineral that combines silicate with various other elements like sulfur or chloride. The intense blue comes from the presence of trisulfur, a combination of three atoms of sulfur in the crystal, which absorbs the blue segments of light intensely, making lapis lazuli appear intensely blue. There are important deposits in Afghanistan, along the Andes, especially in Chile. It is also mined in Russia. The main region of origin in antiquity was Afghanistan, and from there it was adopted in many different cultures. In Mesopotamia, in India several thousand years BC, in the Caucasus, and also in ancient Egypt, where lapis lazuli was a stone worthy of pharaohs. It was used extensively in the mask of Tutankhamun and probably by many other Egyptian pharaohs. It was somewhat forgotten in Europe until the Middle Ages, but then it made a comeback, still coming from the mines in Afghanistan, and it became the most precious of pigments for painting. It was ground into a powder called ultramarine, and because of its price, it was used to paint the clothing of several figures by painters like Titian or Vermeer. It served especially to paint the clothing of the Virgin Mary in religious scenes. This is one of the elements that changed the status of the color blue, which came to replace red as the most popular color. But maybe among precious stones, the most crowded family is quartz. Quartz is a fairly abundant type of crystal. It is made of silicon and oxygen. There are many different varieties depending on small variations in composition that change their aspect, but they are all made of the same main components, and they appear as a result of a crystallization process inside the Earth's crust. So many precious stones are, in fact, different varieties of quartz. Pure quartz with nothing else is transparent and colorless. It is not that frequent, and a lot of quartz is called milky. There are fluid inclusions, which can be gas or liquid, that remained trapped during crystal formation. As a result, the crystal is white with a lot of irregularities inside. This is not precious at all. There is an abundance of such quartz, and it is of very little value, generally. But other colors exist with a pure aspect, and they include famous semi-precious gemstones. There is amethyst, which is bright violet to lavender. Amethyst appears as a result of the presence of iron in the area. Amethyst was actually extremely precious in antiquity. To the Greeks, it was one of the cardinal gemstones, on a par with diamonds or rubies. However, when huge deposits were discovered in Brazil, after the exploration of the New World, the commercial value of amethyst dropped. Another example is citrine, which also appears because of iron impurities and is yellow. Amethysts and citrines are sometimes found together, and actually many stones sold as citrine are amethysts that have been heated to alter the color. Not all quartz is transparent. They can also be translucent or completely opaque. These include aventurine, agate, onyx, jasper, or tiger's eye. All of these crystals are quartz with different types of impurities and crystallization processes, but they are primarily made of the same elements, silicon and oxygen. I was telling you that by tradition there are 4 gemstones called precious stones. This is a status they acquired over the centuries due to their rarity and beauty. We have already talked about diamonds and sapphires and rubies. One is missing: the green wonder, emerald. I will also tell you about aquamarines because, in terms of chemistry, they are almost the same thing. Emeralds are a type of beryl, and beryl is another mineral that crystallizes with the same quite common elements we have already seen before: silicate and aluminum, plus another rare element called beryllium. Beryllium is a base chemical element, and it is number 4 in the periodic table of elements. However, even though beryllium atoms are relatively simple, they are also rare in the universe and on Earth. An emerald is a beryl, colored green by a bit of chromium. A major source of emeralds in antiquity was Egypt, where they were mined since the 2nd millennium BC. There were other mines in Australia and India. The Romans knew and used a variety of gemstones, and emeralds were among the most important ones. Once they controlled Egypt in the 1st century BC, they exploded these mines, and on an industrial scale, the Byzantine Empire continued the mining operations until Egypt was conquered by the Arabs under Islamic rule. Egypt remained a major producer until the end of the Middle Ages. No mines remain today because Egyptian deposits were depleted, and Egypt and India were replaced by Colombia, where massive deposits were discovered by the Spanish. Colombia produces more than half of the world's emeralds nowadays, followed by Brazil, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the US. The color is deep green. Some beryls are not green enough, and in that case, they don't qualify as emeralds. They are called green beryls. Emeralds tend to have a lot of inclusions and fissures. They are not as hard as other gemstones, and no emeralds ever found could look perfect when magnified. Typically, diamonds are graded with 10 times magnification, and on that scale, the visible flaws determine the quality. Emeralds are graded by eye. If the stone has no visible flaw without magnification, it is considered of the best quality. To enhance their surface where there are almost always fissures, emeralds are oiled with an oil like cedar oil that is absorbed. When the stone is heated, and it fills in the fissures, it gives the gem more clarity and regularity, and it makes the cracks disappear or be attenuated. The traditional cut for an emerald is rectangular, with facets around the top edge. A more frequent but still valuable form of beryl is called aquamarine. It has a pale blue color that comes from iron instead of chromium, and it is one of the most sought after semi-precious gems. Aquamarine can reach much bigger sizes than emeralds. The largest aquamarine of gem quality ever found comes from Brazil, where it was discovered in 1910 and cut. It weighed over 110 kilograms. That's almost 250 pounds. The largest known aquamarine is in the U.S. It was cut in an obelisk shape and it weighs 10,000 carats, 2 kilograms. The bigger Brazilian stone was full of imperfections, so it was broken into multiple smaller stones. There are more lesser used beryls, used in jewels such as morganite, which is pink, and heliodor, which ranges from pale yellow to gold. The countries in the world that have the richest deposits of gemstones of all kinds are Russia, Brazil, and Colombia. The most important country for emeralds is Myanmar. Myanmar has a vast array of precious and semi-precious deposits, but it's particularly known for rubies. There's India and South Africa for diamonds, of course. In many of these countries, you don't actually know whether these resources are a blessing or a curse. They do not always benefit the population. On the one hand, they bring jobs and can be exported, but they may also bring corruption, smuggling, and even fund wars sometimes. You probably heard of blood diamonds in Africa. In various countries, including Liberia, diamond mining funded a guerrilla for years and perpetrated a civil war. It also happened in other African countries or in Colombia since the 1950s, even though the situation has improved in this country. It is hard, if not impossible, to know how a precious stone bought on the other side of the world has been extracted, by whom, and who it benefits exactly. This happens because gemstones concentrate a very high value in a very small item, and this value is not just about their rarity. The rarity is a starting point, but apart from a few industrial applications, the majority of gemstones are not useful. They are not utilitarian. Therefore, jewelry, which generates a constant demand for more, and their high value is cultural. Their rarity and appearance make them desirable even though they are useless, or when their decorative qualities can easily be replicated with cheaper materials. So the price they reach is, in a sense, absurd. In fact, many people do without them, either because they cannot or do not want to pay the price. But there is no sign that their appeal is decreasing. We keep dreaming about them, even giving them names to some of them when they are exceptional. In some families, a particular jewel or a particular gem is invested with symbolic value and is transmitted from one generation to the next. There is no end in sight to the importance of precious stones and their almost magical power. When it comes to them, we can all relate to a lesser degree, probably. Golem in The Lord of the Rings, like for the ring he becomes obsessed with. Gemstones have this ability to fascinate and obsess, despite their simplicity, or maybe because of it. Tonight, I invite you to explore with me another series of historical stories. A few months ago, we explored a story about gemstones in general. In it, I told you two stories about famous gems like the Kohinoor diamond. Tonight, we're going to explore the stories of other famous diamonds, such as the Hope diamond and the Cullinan diamond, also known as the Star of Africa, which is a fragment of the Cullinan. And even though it is not a gem, I'll tell you the story of the affair of the diamond necklace, or the affair of the Queen's necklace, a scandal that happened in France a few years before the Revolution. This scandal contributed to ruining the reputation of Queen Marie Antoinette. Let's begin our exploration with the story of the Hope Diamond. This tale will take us from India to France, to the United Kingdom, and finally to the United States. If one day you visit the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., one of the most famous pieces in its collection that you will be able to see is the Hope Diamond. It's not the largest diamond in the world. It is the size of a walnut and weighs 45 carats, or a bit more than 9 grams. 1 carat is a fifth of a gram. We will discover much bigger diamonds later. However, the Hope diamond is one of the most famous, if not the most famous, diamond in the entire world. And why is that? First, because of its color. It's a blue diamond. It's made of carbon, like all diamonds, but it contains traces of boron, which gives it its particular color. Its clarity and purity are exceptional. However, there are other, almost perfect blue diamonds. What makes it particularly famous is its legacy and history. It changed hands multiple times, and these hands were famous. To explore all this, we need to go back in time, more than 300 years. Our story begins in India. The Hope diamond is a Golconda diamond, meaning that it comes from a mine that was in the territory of the Golconda Kingdom in modern India. This is in the state of Andhra Pradesh in the southeast of India. The mines of Golconda produced some of the biggest, purest, and most famous diamonds in the world. As soon as Europeans established contact with India by sea, they opened direct trade between the Indian states and Western Europe. The extraordinary gemstones that existed there excited the appetite of kings, aristocrats, and collectors. Together with spices and precious fabrics, Indian diamonds began to reach Europe. Not just extraordinary diamonds, but stones of all sizes and qualities that European gem merchants sought. Sometimes these merchants were also thieves, because many diamonds were extorted or looted in military expeditions over the centuries. The Hope diamond first appeared in the hands of a French merchant who had made several trips to India. His name was Jean-Baptiste Tavernier. The exact origins of the stone are unclear. Perhaps it had been found long before, but it was acquired by him in 1666. He went to India, bought or obtained diamonds, and brought them back to France to sell to his clients, very wealthy individuals or jewelers. Throughout his journeys, he brought back dozens, possibly hundreds of stones that would be cut in Paris. In 1669, 3 years later, he sold the diamond along with dozens more to the most prestigious client possible in France, and one of the heaviest buyers of gems at the time, Louis XIV, the Sun King. In 1669, Louis XIV was still young and on the rise. His influence was growing, his wealth was immense, and he had begun to spend it on building the Palace of Versailles. He accumulated collections of art and commissioned expensive furniture, paintings, jewelry. Extraordinary gems were like trophies that kings would add to their crown jewels, scepters, crowns, and jewelry in general. They did this for pleasure, for their taste for luxury, and, beyond that, to display their wealth and power. Louis XIV bought the future Hope Diamond and many smaller stones for the equivalent of 147 kilograms of pure gold. That is to say, more than 300 pounds. I say the future Hope Diamond because at the time it was very crudely cut, in just a triangle shape, and it weighed more than 100 carats, more than 20 grams. That is to say, more than twice its current size. 10 years later, Louis XIV commissioned the court jeweler to recut the diamond, a necessary process to make diamonds symmetrical and give them facets that reflect light, making them much shinier. The stone was cut once again to a weight of 67 carats, only about half of its original size, but still 50% bigger than today's. It was mounted on a cravat pin that Louis XIV wore during ceremonies. The diamond was now the size of a pigeon egg, still quite big for a diamond, and the consensus was that the recutting was a success. It was described in accounts of ceremonies as breathtaking, reflecting light in bluish-gray rays. It became known as the blue diamond of the crown of France, or simply the French blue. It stayed in the royal collection of crown jewels for a century. In the decades following the recutting of the diamond, Louis XIV's situation became less favorable. His early wars had been successful, but they were succeeded by longer conflicts against large coalitions of enemies. These wars became more deadly and expensive, but inconclusive, to the point that some of the king's treasures had to be sold to support the war effort, or at least to show that he was participating in it. For example, an entire set of furniture made of silver for the Palace of Versailles was sold, but not the French blue, which symbolically had to stay in his property for reasons of prestige, because it was already famous. When Louis XIV died in 1715, the diamond remained part of the crown's jewels. Decades passed without affecting its fame as one of the biggest and most perfectly cut diamonds in the world. In 1747, the diamond was remounted on an extravagant pendant by Louis XIV's successor, Louis XV, and the new king had it placed on his Order of the Golden Fleece pendant. The Order of the Golden Fleece is an order of chivalry that was founded in the late Middle Ages. It became purely honorific with time, and it actually still exists today. It has split into two branches, an Austrian branch and a Spanish branch. Membership was and still is awarded to aristocrats associated with the Habsburgs and the Bourbon families, and to other sovereigns. The Emperor of Japan or the Queen of England are knights of the order. At the time in the 18th century, Louis XV had been made a Knight of the Order because of the King of Spain, who was Grand Master of the Order, was his relative. So Louis XV had the diamond remounted to be the centerpiece of the pendant, showing his belonging to the order for ceremonies. Apart from the French blue, it contained a big red spinel, a semi-precious stone shaped like a dragon, and dozens of smaller diamonds. After the death of Louis XV, the diamond became the property of his grandson and successor, Louis XVI. However, there were other crown jewels, and the piece fell into disuse. The new queen, Marie Antoinette, often had crown jewels reset in new combinations for her personal adornment, but the French blue was not one of them. It remained with other gemstones in the vault. Then the French Revolution happened. The crown jewels were kept with precious furniture in a royal storehouse in the center of Paris. At the beginning of the Revolution, there was an attempt to maintain the monarchy as a constitutional monarchy. So the sovereigns were brought back from Versailles to Paris. However, then, war began with neighboring countries. Louis XVI tried to escape to reconquer his kingdom from the outside, but was captured and imprisoned. The country was falling deep into civil war and facing wars on its frontiers as well. A new government took critical measures that would later be called the Reign of Terror. In this chaos, thefts and looting multiplied. In 1792, a group of thieves broke into the royal storehouse, and over several days they stole most of the crown jewels. Many of them were recovered later, but not the French blue. It disappeared from history for 20 years. 20 years after this theft, as the Napoleonic Wars were still raging, a blue diamond appeared in the hands of a London diamond merchant. We are now in 1812. The diamond was smaller than the French blue, at 45 carats versus 67 carats for the French blue. However, blue diamonds of that size in Europe were very rare at the time. The French blue had disappeared, and the odds were that this was the same stone with a new cut. There was always some doubt, which was lifted only much later in the 2000s, when precise sketches of the French blue were discovered in archives. The diamond, as it was in the 18th century, was reconstructed in 3D computers. It was proven that this diamond, which would soon be called the Hope Diamond, was indeed the French blue, because it fit very tightly around the whole diamond, too tightly to allow for the existence of a sister stone of that size. What happened to the diamond between the theft in Paris and the year 1830 is unclear. It was obviously recut, but we don't know when or by whom. We don't know whether it was smuggled into the UK immediately or whether it traveled across Europe first. However, it is entirely possible that it was acquired by King George IV of the United Kingdom when it arrived in London. Not as a crown jewel, because there would be records of that, but personally. Later, it could have been stolen or sold discreetly, cover the many debts that the king left when he died. In any case, except for this merchant who owned it in 1812. There are very few traces of what happened to the diamond between 1792 and the 1830s. If the British royal family owned it at some point, it did not retain it, and the stone ended up in the hands of a London banker named Thomas Hope, who paid for it. After 1839, the diamond can be traced much more closely, thanks to various records and sources. In 1839, it appeared in a catalogue of the gem collection of Thomas Hope's brother, Henry Philip Hope. The diamond was now set in a simple medallion, surrounded by many smaller white diamonds. That same year, in 1839, Henry Philip Hope died without children, and his three nephews fought in court for over 10 years over his inheritance, which was finally split into three parts. One of them got the Hope diamond. Its fame rose again in 1840s and beyond, even though at the time it was unclear whether this was a French blue or an entirely different diamond. Nonetheless, it was an object of scientific curiosity, and crowds were excited to see it. Most of the time it stayed in a bank vault, but it was displayed in 1851 in London at the Great Exhibition. The Great Exhibition was the first international exhibition, also known as the Crystal Palace Exhibition, which started the tradition of World's Fairs. It also appeared in 1855, 4 years later, at the following World's Fair in Paris. The diamond stayed in the Hope family for another 50 years, but the family's fortune was declining. In the 1890s, the owner was Francis Hope, and he met and married an American musical theater actress and singer named May Yohe. She had an international career at the turn of the century, having begun her career on stages in New York City and Chicago. However, she gained fame on the London stage, and she wore the diamond, or maybe a replica for safety. It's not exactly known, on several occasions. The story might make one think that she was financially supported by a millionaire husband, but it was actually the other way around. Francis Hope, who owned the diamond, was ruined and had accumulated debts that he could not repay. The will of his ancestors prevented him from selling the stone. It was years before he could obtain permission to sell it, and in the meantime, he was supported by his wife. When he could finally put the Hope diamond up for sale in 1901, she had run off with another gentleman. So Francis Hope sold the diamond to a London merchant, who then sold it to another dealer based in New York City. This is how the Hope diamond crossed the Atlantic to America. It had spent the 17th century in India, the 18th in France, and the 19th in Great Britain. Since the 20th century, it has been in the United States. However, in 1908, it returned to Paris for a short time because, after it arrived in New York City, the diamond was sold again to a Turkish collector, possibly on behalf of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, but this is uncertain. What is documented is that the diamond briefly returned to Paris, where it was bought by a famous jeweler, Pierre Cartier, a member of the Cartier family, whose grandfather had founded the Cartier jeweler house. 2 years later, Cartier sold it to a wealthy American couple from Washington, D.C., the McLeans. The McLeans were as elite as one could be in America at the time. They both had personal fortunes, and the husband, Edward McLean, became the owner of the Washington Post a few years later. The wife, Evelyn McLean, was a mining heiress and a socialite. They acquired the gem in 1911, and it was during this period that the Hope Diamond began to acquire its reputation of being cursed, supposedly because many of its previous owners had met tragic fates. It is not entirely impossible that the McLeans themselves fabricated this supposed curse for publicity, and maybe to increase the value of their investment. And in any case, for 36 years, the Hope Diamond remained in the hands of Evelyn McLean. She wore it on many social occasions, surrounded by elaborate security precautions, because it was one of the most valuable gemstones in the world. However, the stone was not stolen during her ownership. Evelyn McLean died in 1947. The diamond was then sold to settle her debts in 1949 to another famous jeweler, Harry Winston. He was both a good businessman and an artist jeweler who redesigned a lot of old jewelry and set large gemstones into more contemporary styles. Almost 10 years later, Harry Winston donated it to the National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., in the hope that it would help the United States establish a gem collection. He also donated another major diamond, the Portuguese diamond, which is a huge white or clear diamond of 127 carats, more than twice the size of the Hope diamond. And this is how the Hope diamond ended up in Washington, D.C., after centuries of travels and tribulations. And maybe even more than what I just told you, because we have no trace of it before its appearance in India in 1666. But maybe it was found earlier. Now, I also told you that at the beginning of the 20th century, the diamond began to be surrounded by mythology, a curse. It was said to bring misfortune or tragedy to people who owned it or wore it. A claim appeared in the press that it had been stolen from the eye of a statue of the Hindu goddess Sita. These were mere rumors, actually. They were, and still are, entirely baseless. And from this theft in India, the curse would have been born. This type of legend was very popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. You have probably also heard of the curse of Tutankhamun, and what they have in common is that they use a few facts, which could actually just be coincidences, or they are twisted to fit the narrative. They add more facts that are just fabricated, and this ends up building a catchy story. If we take a look at the owners of the diamond, the first one was Jean-Baptiste de Vernier, the merchant who bought it from India. This trade actually made his fortune, and he died at 84, a very old age at the time. Then there was Louis XIV, the Sun King. After acquiring the stone from Tavernier, he had 47 more years of reign, with a few lows but also many highs, and he died at 76. The next wearer was Louis XV, who died at 64, long after wearing the diamond. Then we have the first individuals who ended in tragedy, Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. They were guillotined, beheaded, aged 38 and 37 respectively. But interestingly, at the time, The diamond stayed in a vault. There is no record of any of them ever wearing it. They probably saw it at some point, once or twice, but might not even have touched it. After them, the diamond might have belonged to King George. It is not entirely sure, but he died in 1830, age 67, and his reign was not bad at all for the United Kingdom. Thomas Hope acquired it and died at 62, shortly after buying the diamond. So maybe here we have the beginning of something. The diamond stayed in the family until Francis Hope, who became the owner in 1884, and it's true that he went through bankruptcy and was forced to sell it. But he survived this and died 40 years later, in 1941. When Francis Hope was the owner, it was worn multiple times by Mae Yohe, the musical actress. She also survived long after and died at 72, even though she fell into poverty in her later years. Then the Ottoman Sultan may have owned it indirectly via the Turkish merchant, but this is not proven. Indeed, the Sultan lost his throne in 1909 and died 9 years later. The Hope diamond passed to Pierre Cartier, who made a profit reselling it and died 54 years later in 1964, aged 86. The ownership did not seem to affect the McLeans much either. They divorced in 1932, 21 years after the purchase. Evelyn McLean kept it and she died in 1947, after 36 years of ownership. Then Harry Winston had it. He continued to prosper, and since he donated it to the Smithsonian Institute, which manages the Natural History Museum, the institution has only prospered, and the museum has gained attendance in part thanks to the diamond. So, of course, some of the owners had problems. Statistically, it has to happen. But it is hard to see a pattern here. If there was a curse, it seemed that it only worked for a few decades, at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. I would be tempted to say that this scarce narrative was fabricated, with the unhappy fates of other figures vaguely linked to the ownership of the diamond. For example, it was argued that one of Louis XIV's mistresses, Madame Montespan, would have worn the diamond, and she ended up in disgrace. But there is no mention anywhere that she ever wore it. That would actually be impossible in public because she was a mistress, and at the time it was part of the crown jewels. She certainly saw it when the king wore the diamond, like hundreds of other people, and that's a very loose connection. Disgrace was the fate of every single royal mistress, so that's hardly exceptional. Another disgraced figure during the reign of Louis XIV was the finance minister, Nicolas Fouquet, who was arrested and jailed for basically irritating the king because he showed off his wealth too much and mixed his own finances with the kingdom's. Not an unusual practice at the time, but as far as we know, Nicolas Fouquet never owned or wore the diamond. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were beheaded during the Revolution, more than a century later. But of all the owners, they were probably the least interested in the diamond and probably never thought about it. So, unless the diamond would have taken revenge for their lack of interest in it, it is also hard to see a curse at play here. So why did this curse legend emerge and remains famous to this day? Probably because it was encouraged by owners and former wearers of the diamond. I told you about the actress May Yohee. She tried to capitalize on her identity as the former wife of the last hope to own the diamond. She had misfortunes in her life, financial, sentimental, and professional, and sometimes she blamed the stone for it. In the 1920s, she starred in a forgotten movie called The Mystery of the Hope Diamond. The film added more characters who would have fallen victim to the curse throughout history during the French Revolution and the 19th century, but it was all fictional. Newspapers helped spread the story. It was exciting and it sold, but it was all rumors and insinuations. There was never any hard evidence to it. And then Evelyn McLean also added her own narrative, adding more names to the list of past owners like Catherine the Great of Russia, but it was entirely baseless. Now that the diamond has been with the Natural History Museum for decades and nothing has happened, the curse story tends to slowly be forgotten. But from time to time, it resurfaces in articles that examine the story to see what there is to it. And the conclusion is generally that there is not much, but it remains exciting. There is no doubt that the Hope Diamond is not just a remarkable gem. It has crossed centuries and has become a historical piece of great importance, which makes it priceless. Now let's talk about another mythical diamond. This time, our story will begin in South Africa. This is the largest gem quality rough diamond ever found, the Cullinan diamond. Historically, India was a major purveyor of diamonds, but in the 19th century, and even more in the 20th century, it was eclipsed by South Africa, where extremely rich deposits were found. In the last decades of the 20th century, mines popped up and great fortunes were built, sometimes from scratch, thanks to a combination of luck, smarts, and opportunism. This was the case of Thomas Cullinan, who was born in 1862 in the Cape Colony. He was not the heir of a mining empire at all. He worked as a bricklayer in Johannesburg. Like many others, when he could accumulate some money, he turned to prospecting. He was lucky to find diamonds at the time when there were places where they could be found on the surface, transported with soil that had been washed from a diamond-bearing place. One day he found a diamond near a farm fence and detected that it must have come from a particular rock hill that existed nearby. He managed to buy the land, and this acquisition turned out to be a jackpot, a very rich diamond mine on which he built his fortune. It is there that the biggest known diamond find ever happened. In January 1905, a rough diamond wearing 3,106 carats, that is 620 grams or 22 ounces, was found 18 feet below the surface. This diamond was 3 times bigger than the previous South African record, the Excelsior diamond, which weighed only 972 carats. There was no doubt that this stone had extraordinary value. It was so big and also of such good quality that it would be hard to sell. Many diamonds that are found are insufficiently perfect. They contain impurities, but this one was good enough to be considered gem quality. Shortly after the discovery, it went on public display at a bank in Johannesburg, where a few thousand visitors came to see it. Then it was deposited with a sales agent who would take it to London, where it could be sold. The trip from South Africa to England was long, and the diamond could have attracted thieves because it had become instantly famous. So a steamboat was staffed with detectives, and a parcel that officially contained the stone was locked in the captain's safe and guarded throughout the entire journey. But it was just a decoy. The steamboat carried a fake, and the real diamond was sent to London in a plain box by mail. On arrival in London, it was carried to Buckingham Palace for inspection by King Edward VII. Initially, the diamond drew a lot of interest from potential buyers, and it was put on sale on the London market. But then nothing happened. The diamond was just too big for jewelers. Buying it meant that it would have to be split into different pieces. That was frightening because the cost of buying the rough diamond was huge. And at the time, no one was willing to take the risk. So it remained for sale for 2 years, until the Transvaal Prime Minister from South Africa suggested that the colony should buy the diamond as a gift for Edward VII, as a token of loyalty and attachment, and so it was done. The king accepted the gift, and the Cullinan diamond joined the British crown jewels. At this point, it was still rough and not much more impressive than a block of glass visually. It had to be cut, and a gem cutter from Amsterdam, where it was a specialty, was appointed. Again, the ship carried an empty box across the North Sea to Amsterdam to throw off potential thieves. The diamond traveled by ferry and train in the pocket of the gem cutter, who had discreetly traveled to London to receive it. Splitting a rough diamond of that size was very hard and challenging. For something of such high value, the size and shapes of different cuts must be anticipated to make the most out of it. The final cut and polished gems need to be symmetrical and look perfect. So before even starting to split it, sketches are made and the stone is studied from every single angle. Any bad move and millions in value could vanish. The splitting of the stone was planned for weeks, until it was decided to make 9 large stones out of it, plus almost 100 minor brilliants and smaller diamonds. These 9 stones have the numbers Cullinan 1, 2, 3, and so on. Each of them became a remarkable stone in its own right. The largest one is Cullinan 1, also known as the Star of Africa. It weighs 530 carats, which is more than 10 times the weight of the Hope diamond, and it has 74 facets. It was set at the top of the sovereign's scepter. To this day, it remains the largest clear-cut diamond in the world. Among cut diamonds, it was surpassed only by a brown diamond, the Golden Jubilee diamond, in 1990, which was actually discovered in the same mine as the Cullinan. The Great Star of Africa is not completely perfect. It has very minor flaws, but they are invisible to the naked eye. For a diamond of that size, you cannot be too picky. The Cullinan II, sometimes called the Second Star of Africa, is a cushion-cut diamond. It is like a wide oval or rectangle with curved sides, and it was set in the front of the imperial state crown. It weighs 317 carats and is also one of the largest cut diamonds in the world. The Cullinan 3 is pear-shaped like a drop, and it weighs 94 carats. It was sometimes worn by Queen Elizabeth II as a brooch, together with the Cullinan 4, which is square and weighs 64 carats. And then there are 5 more. In all, splitting and cutting these diamonds took 8 months, with 3 people working full-time on them to complete the task. The Cullinans are part of the British Crown jewels. However, the 7 following ones, which are less impressive but still of very high value, were inherited by Elizabeth II from her grandmother, Queen Mary, in 1953. The Cullinan diamond also produced almost 100 smaller diamonds and a set of fragments that remained unpolished. Some of them were also owned by Elizabeth II, while others have been dispersed and set into other jewels. Now, our third and last story of the night is not exactly about a gemstone, but it is an adjacent topic that you often request, so let's do it. Let's explore the affair of the diamond necklace, which will take us back to France in the 18th century. Buckle up because it sounds like a mix of crime thriller, farce, and soap opera, but it is real. It happened, and it was a huge scandal that sank the popularity of Queen Marie Antoinette a few years before the French Revolution. But the story actually begins before she became queen in 1772 at the court of Louis XV. We already talked about him as one of the owners of the French blue, the predecessor of the Hope diamond. Louis XV always had mistresses. The most influential one during his reign was Madame de Pompadour, who was not born into the aristocracy, but acquired all the etiquette and codes of the court and became very influential, not just in politics. She also became a patron of the arts and protected philosophers. Her peak as the official chief mistress of weekends was when she was in her late 20s, from 1745 to 1751. But even after, she remained a friend of the king and an influential figure. As Louis XV advanced in his reign, he kept picking very young mistresses, typically in their 20s, who stood out increasingly for their looks and not necessarily anything else. In the last years of the reign, the mistress-in-chief was Madame du Barry. She was not well liked, but even her detractors had to agree that she was extraordinarily attractive and beautiful. She had natural blonde hair and shaped blue eyes, and a very bubbly, funny personality. When Louis XV noticed her, she was 25, and he was 53. At this point in his life, old and disenchanted enough to disregard her past, he did not mind that she was a courtesan, which is to say, a high-class prostitute. Her origins were very modest. She was the daughter of a seamstress and an unknown father. She moved to Paris and came to the attention of her high-class pimp, Du Barry, who established her career as a courtesan in Parisian society. She built up her large aristocratic clientele, and occasionally she went to the court in Versailles, which is how Louis XV noticed her at first. She was charming and funny. She didn't have much culture at all, but her looks and her skill in bed apparently made up for it, and the king completely fell for her. By the beginning of the 1770s, she had had a very impressive social rise. Louis XV could not get enough of her, and even though a large part of the court despised her, viewed a contempt for her origins, behavior, and jealousy, probably especially Marie Antoinette, who was not the queen yet. The king continued to shower her with expensive gifts. In 1772, Louis XV decided to make her a very special gift, a diamond necklace that would surpass all others in cost, size, and splendor. The estimated cost was 2,000,000 livres, which was a fortune, enough to build a palace or buy dozens of large houses just for a necklace. But jewelers would need several years to amass the appropriate set of diamonds. 2 years after ordering the necklace in 1774, Louis XV died of smallpox, and Madame du Barry instantly lost her status at the court. Her sugar daddy was dead, basically, and she was immediately banished, never to be seen again at Versailles. When Louis XV died, he was very unpopular. But the new sovereigns, Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette, were very popular at the start. They represented change. They were young, they were good looking, at least she was. After the very long reign of Louis XV, their ascension was seen as a new start. But the death of Louis XV was bad news for the jewelers. They had been working on this necklace since 1772 and had already spent a fortune on diamonds, but now their client was gone. So they approached Louis XV and Marie Antoinette in 1778, trying to convince the king to buy the necklace as a gift for his wife. But the sale did not happen. The reasons are unclear. It could be that Marie Antoinette was asked to keep her spending in check. France had just entered the American War of Independence. Money was tight, and spending on over-the-top jewelry was not a good idea politically. Or it could also be that Marie Antoinette knew that the necklace had been created for du Barry, whom she very strongly disliked. But in any case, the jewelers were left with their necklace. So they tried to place it outside France for 3 years. However, it was just too expensive. Again, in 1781, they tried with the Queen, but she refused to buy it. Her early popularity had declined, and people now blamed her and her spending for the financial issues the kingdom was facing. This was quite unfair, because it is true that she spent a lot and lived in a bubble, completely disconnected from the reality of France. But on the scale of the state budget, her spending was not that significant, and clearly not the main reason for financial troubles. In any case, it was in this context, in the 1780s, that what would become the affair of the necklace began to fall into place. And it happened entirely because of two characters. The first was a woman, a confidence trickster, known as Jeanne de la Motte, who gravitated to aristocratic circles. She lived on a small pension, but had an appetite for money and recognition that made her try to gain wealth and approach the royals by any means possible. Jeanne de la Motte became the lover of our second character, the Cardinal de Rohan. Now mistress of a cardinal. Something sounds off because cardinals are not supposed to have romantic and sexual relationships. But it was not uncommon in the 18th century for members of the church to live in the aristocracy. They didn't marry and were not supposed to have relationships, of course, but they could work as ambassadors or ministers. Some lived as courtiers. They were a very small minority within the clergy, but they were a part of social life in Versailles and Paris. Their Rouen name was very prestigious. It was high in ancient nobility, and the Cardinal of de Rouen had been an ambassador to the court of Vienna, the capital of Austria. But the cardinal was in a state of disgrace, especially in the eyes of Marie Antoinette, because he had contributed to the spreading of rumors about her in Vienna. She was originally Austrian, and he had spoken ill of her mother. So the cardinal was desperate to regain the queen's trust and favor. His new mistress made him believe that she had access to the inner circle of the queen, which was a lie. Marie Antoinette barely knew her, but she managed to convince him that she could help him regain the queen's goodwill. An elaborate scheme began to form in Jeanne de la Motte's mind. She was going to use the cardinal to execute it. She persuaded him that he could write to the queen and that she would pass the letters both ways. This was not true. She had no access to the queen, and when Rouen wrote letters, she began to reply herself. The tone of the fake letters became warmer and warmer, to the point that the cardinal ended up suspecting that the queen was falling in love with him. He begged Jeanne de la Motte to organize a secret meeting, which was tricky, but she solved it by hiring a prostitute who looked a bit like Marie Antoinette. De Rohan had never approached the queen up close, and Jeanne de la Motte organized the meeting at night in a discreet part of the gardens at Versailles. The meeting took place. De Rohan totally believed that he had spoken to the queen, and Jeanne de la Motte now had him where she wanted. So she started plucking the chicken. First, she borrowed a large sum of money from him, pretending they were for the queen's charity work. Of course, she never delivered the money. She lived comfortably with it. One day, she saw the possibility of an even bigger operation. She contacted the jewelers, who were still trying to sell their diamond necklace in 1785. She told the cardinal that Marie Antoinette wanted to buy this necklace, but she needed to do it discreetly because buying such an expensive item in times of need would be politically clumsy. So she needed an intermediary and asked him to be this person on behalf of the queen. Jean de la Motte forged letters to make the claim believable, and de Rohan completely fell for it. He negotiated the purchase for the sum of 2,000,000 livres, the price agreed upon by Louis XV more than 10 years earlier. She didn't have the money, but the necklace was to be paid for in installments. He showed the jewelers the fake letters made by Jeanne de la Motte as proof that the queen was behind the purchase. The jewelers also believed it. Jeanne de la Motte convinced him that she would deliver the necklace to the queen. Fully trusting her, de Rohan gave it to her, more exactly to a man at Jeanne de la Motte's house, who was made to believe was a valet for the queen. Of course, Jeanne de la Motte never delivered the necklace to Marie Antoinette. She just picked it apart and sold the gems on the black market. That story could not end there because the jewelers had not been paid and had made to believe that the queen was now the one who needed to pay. So when no payment materialized, they complained to her, who had no idea all of this had been happening behind her back. This is how the scandal began to unfold. An investigation was launched, and the Cardinal de Rohan was arrested to his surprise. It took him time to realize he had been tricked from the start. Jean de la Motte was arrested shortly after, as well as the prostitute who had played the role of Marie Antoinette and an expert in forgeries. Jean de la Motte had hired this expert, who had written the fake Marie Antoinette letters for her. At this point, the scandal was already too big to be hidden and settled privately. So, to the king and the queen's dismay, a trial had to take place, which would expose all the events publicly. Public opinion in 1786 had turned against the queen, even though she was objectively blameless in this scandal. People were ready to believe that she really had tried to acquire the expensive necklace. They suspected that the blame would be put on lesser people in a parody of a trial, despite findings to the contrary. The myth that the queen had used Jean de la Motte as an intermediary to purchase the necklace became very widespread. Marie Antoinette, who was already unpopular, saw her reputation buried for good due to this affair. The Cardinal de Rohan was acquitted. He had been foolish, but not dishonest. He didn't go to jail, but he was still exiled from the court, and his name was stained. Jean de la Motte actually managed to escape from her prison and took refuge in London. Her life remained adventurous, and she continued her tricks. She died 5 years later in London at the age of 35. She died as she had lived, trying to escape debt collectors by hiding inside her hotel. She fell from a window, injured herself, and died from these injuries. 2 years later, Marie Antoinette was beheaded. This affair contributed in no small part to the popular hatred against her. Cardinal de Rohan fared better. He was completely disgraced and ridiculed. But 3 years after the scandal, the revolution began, resetting everything. He was an aristocrat and a cardinal, through reasons to escape France when the revolution turned more radical. So he went into exile, abroad in Germany, where he died in 1803 at the age of 68. This is how the affair of the diamond necklace ended, with the necklace destroyed and its gems dispersed. But we know what it looked like thanks to sketches and drawings made when it was designed and when the jewelers who made it were desperately trying to sell it. It was one of the most expensive and unique pieces of jewelry ever created. We've come to the end of our story tonight. I hope you enjoyed this exploration, and I invite you to discover and learn more. Now you can let go and sleep, or you can pick another story from our ever-growing library. And until we meet again, good night. Sleep well.